Let's wait for this thing to happen, and then we can go. There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Ackland here, and if you're watching this over on YouTube, please remember to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, write some stupid shit in the comment section down below, and click the link in the description down below. You gotta click the link. It's always better when it's live. No fucking exceptions. Why wouldn't you want to watch something live? It's just gonna give you more ability to guide the conversation, actually debate me if you feel like you want to, disagree with me, scream at me, swear at me, or just hang out with me. That's really it. So it is really a hell of a lot more fun when everyone is here and everyone's hanging out and everyone's having a good time. In all fairness, I'm tired today. Gym was brutal, like fucking brutal. The chest and then skied. Like it's not skiing. It's like it's like a machine that's supposed to simulate skiing. So it's got these two handles that's connected to like a resistance belt, and you pull down and back with it, and then you sort of go into like a semi squat as well as you pull down and back. So it's like a full body thing. And well, excuse me, you should not be doing that after chest and tricep day. You should not be fucking doing that. It was hell, dude. It was like every 30 seconds I had to stop because I'm like my muscles are burning, like proper burning. It feels like I'm actually doing weightlifting while I'm doing it. So that was tense. Lunari, how you doing? Good morning to you. Welcome, you are first. How's your day going, Lunari? Yeah, I was just talking to myself, saying how it's never a good idea to ski right after you've done chest and triceps at the gym. Today was probably one of the most brutal days I've had at the gym. Yeah, you have no idea. My muscles are twitching. Tired. I'm on a streak. You are, actually. You are. I mean, you're not only first. I think you are literally the only one here. Yep. I think you're literally the only one here. Pretty good. Woke up like 30 minutes ago. Lunari, where are you from? Sokis, how you doing, brother? Okay, Sokis is here as well. So you two are the first. Literally the first here. So, because I'm going to assume you're from South Africa. That name is so South African, it drips. CDJ, how you doing, you British motherfucker? I'm here, but I've been playing World of Warships. Oh. So many people are playing World of Warships. Is it good? It feels like it's just a mobile game, right? Or is it more than a mobile game? Matt Saints, how you doing, brother? How you doing? I'm just chilling. I'm just chilling. Austria, so it's 12:04 now, but I stayed up till 4 a.m. because I grinded out the current LOL. Pass for skins. Nice. Shima, how you doing? It's not bad. Free to play. You can buy premium ships and ammo, but I don't bother. Can you get the premium ships without buying? Or is the only way to get premium ships by buying? But Austria is on my time zone. Are you still in college, Lunari? Only way to get certain ships is by buying? Yeah, I fucking hate that, dude. Like, I hate that. Yes, I get that you're free to play, you know, and you gotta make your money somehow. But don't put things behind fucking paywalls. That pisses me off so much. Then don't advertise yourself as a free to play. Rather, bring out a subscription service and be done with it, you know? Give yourself a sub service and be done with it. But because I'm assuming the premium ships are a hell of a lot stronger than any of the normal ships that you can get in the game, right? So how's everyone doing? How's your day going? Those ships suck. People buy them. Haha, I'm great now. And I torpedo their ass. Nice. Playing Lost Ark, Sokis. I haven't played Lost Ark since the weekend. To be fair, I haven't had time. Like, when I'm done streaming, I'm done, dude. Like, every night at the end of a stream, I'm so fucking drained. I don't even want to speak. I literally go outside, I have coffee, and I just stand there drinking coffee for about half an hour to 40 minutes, not speaking. Like, not saying a word. Just can't speak to people, can't fucking look at my phone. I literally just stand there staring into the distance. I'm in college, but our breaks last the whole of February, so I'm vibing here. It means no sleep whatsoever. That makes sense, Denari. That makes sense. What are you studying? Lost Ark is quite chilled. Yeah, but like I said, so right after a stream, I genuinely don't have the energy for anything. Like playing a game, just the idea of loading up a game right after a stream, it feels like so much effort. I mean, so streaming isn't draining as in physically, but it is draining mentally. You just sort of don't want to. You just want to chill out and hang out. Plus, right now my obsession is Mindhunter, but I have such a weird way of watching Mindhunter. I think anyone that watches Mindhunter with me would get really annoyed at me and at how I watch Mindhunter. Because I watch an episode and then they go to talk in the story to a serial killer, and then I go Google the serial killer and I read about the serial killer. I'll see if there's any interviews on YouTube about the serial killer. So I'll first learn about what that serial killer did. Even the ones that I know. Like, I know everything there is to know about Charles Manson. I still fucking Googled him last night because it was the episode where they finally got to talk to Charles Manson. And the Son of Sam was the same thing. Googled it, looked for interviews for Son of Sam. So I take breaks and then I study the serial killers right after they're introduced to the show. The 5 classes are full on math and physics, which is math too. I'm in first semester and the amount of people that has quit already is insane. Astronomy, yeah. My brother did, he studied mathematics and physics up until his third year. Finished with a degree in mathematics and physics, and then swapped. Like, originally when he started, he wanted to be a quantum physicist. And when he finished his third year, he was like, I enjoy the math more than the physics side of things. So then he specialized in math, and I think he just finished these exams for his masters, or is it his honors? I can't remember, but he's just finished his exams for one of the post-grad shit. I did study, yes, Denari. I went to university. Studied, not so much. I did go to university, but I did not study. I saw a documentary about the Yorkshire Ripper. That guy was a sick asshole. The Yorkshire Ripper is different to the Ripper, if I'm not mistaken. It's two different ones. They named the Yorkshire Ripper after the Ripper because it was very close, right? He did similar things. Because I don't think the original Ripper was ever called Yorkshire Ripper. If I get that far too. Hey, my brother does it through the post. It's not that hard. You just have to really fucking work. It went off to prostitutes at first? Yeah. I thought so. I never really read much about the Yorkshire Ripper. I did read a lot about the original Ripper. That was like my intro into the world of criminology, I guess. Like, there was a time where I really wanted to become a criminologist until I realized it's not as grand as, at least in South Africa, it's not as grand as it should be. So South Africa doesn't put that much effort or that much emphasis on criminology. Shroomy, how you doing? So yeah, I sort of gave up on that dream. I'm still fascinated by it, though. I think it would be... my aunt is actually one of the... I don't know, like, it's distant aunt, I think, Mickey Pistorius. She's actually one of the leading criminologists of South Africa. No, I don't want to be in the police. That's one of the reasons I bailed out. I was like, there's no point. I just want to study criminology because it looks really fun. But it's sort of weird in South Africa, at least, because you can do straight up criminology and that's fine. You know, you'll be a criminologist. But then if you really want to be a criminologist, like you want to be good at it, you'd usually have to go first into psychology, which is 12 years of studying. And then you go into criminology. Then you're like a serious criminologist, right? Chris, how you doing, brother? There's something about really dark criminal mysteries that's just fascinating. I've been thinking about why that is. And I think it has to do with our primal instincts. So there's an interesting theory. I'd like to get your thoughts on this. Do you believe that the ability for incredible cruelty, like, for example, taking a life, do you believe that that is an ability that almost every human being possess? And some human beings are simply better at suppressing it than others? Or do you think that it is sort of an enigma, an outlier? Not every human being would have the capacity for that level of cruelty. What would your fundamental belief be about that, chat? Alright, how you doing, brother? I think it lies within the possibility of every human being, yes. So that's the Decora, how you doing, brother? Yorkshire Ripper, the police investigation was a total cock-up. For a lot of serial killers, the investigation is almost always a fucking cock-up. Specifically in the beginning. Remember, if you watch The Mindhunter, it's actually fascinating. So I watched a documentary about the Mindhunter before I started watching the Mindhunter. And the documentary, it was literally based on reality. The Mindhunter tried to steer or stay as close to original as humanly possible. Right? Sister, but I take bro too. Decora, I do apologize. I don't think I have the sass to say, what's up, sister? I don't think I have that sass, You need a certain kind of sassiness if you're gonna pull off sass or sissy, sis, sister, sissy. Can't say sissy. Sissy has a different connotation. Sis is a bit like talking to your sister. I don't think you can say sis. That's very personalized. Sister is, you need sass. I don't think I can pull it off. I'm way too white for that, I think. I don't think, like, the only people that I've ever heard pull off sister perfectly are black women. Like, they pull it off phenomenally. Like, the way they say it is just like, yep, that works. That fucking works. So, I don't think I should try to pull off sister. Georgie, how you doing, bro? But, yeah, so I watched the documentary, and it sticks very closely to reality in Mindhunter. So, my thinking on this, half black, so I'm good then, you can pull it off, Decora. Absolutely. My thinking on this is that I think every human being has that fundamental part of themselves that has the capacity for incredible evil and cruelty. But I don't think it's activated in every single human being. So I think every human being has that genetic component within themselves to be absolutely cruel and evil, but I don't think that it's activated in the vast majority of humans. So 99% of the human population will probably never do anything, right? They'll never act on it because those genes are not activated. And then through whatever thing that happens in your life, maybe you grow up in a particularly bad neighborhood, or you grow up with a particularly bad family, somehow that activates something in you that just leads you down this incredibly dark and evil path. That you start seeing humans as things, you know. It's quite interesting when you listen to, for example, Son of Sam speak, and you listen to the Coed Killer. Like, I'm talking the actual interviews with those people, not the Mindhunter stuff. The actual interviews with those people. If you listen to how they speak, they see it as like jobs, you know. It's like a job. It's just a thing you do. They kill humans the same way humans kill animals. No different as far as they're concerned, which I think is fucking weird. Dakota, I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for the host. Important having at least some minutes of fave better before work, though. Really appreciate that, Dakota. Very happy to have you here. I think everyone has violent thoughts. Some people just lack self-control. It's creepy. For me, it is creepy. But, so to answer the thing that sparked this conversation, I think the reason we find looking into that abyss, so watching documentaries about incredibly evil people, like serial killers, mass murderers, people like this, it activates a forgotten part of our psyche in a way that, it resonates with us. Now, I say forgotten part of our psyche because if we go back, say 2,000-3,000 years, I think there would have been far more people with that gene switched on that allows them to just shut down human emotion in a way that taking a life just doesn't matter. Because back then, war was at the order of the day, you know? If you didn't go to war, you didn't survive. Tribes would fucking slaughter each other. The story in Africa, for example, is incredibly fascinating. So the largest kingdom in African history is the Zulu Kingdom, yeah? The Zulu people. The Zulus have one of the most bloody histories probably worldwide. The only problem is that the Zulus never recorded their history. So most African tribes never wrote down their history. So most of it was sort of done by storytelling. So the elders would tell stories of their past. So we don't know exactly everything that happened. We do know that the Zulu Kingdom left a trail of blood from like the middle of Africa all the way down to South Africa. Like they slaughtered every village they could find. They weren't nomadic and they weren't hunter-gatherers. They basically took what they needed from the other villagers. So if they saw a village, they would go and slaughter every man, woman, and child, and then take their shit, and then move on to the next village. So they basically, people were running away from the Zulu tribe. Like tribes were physically fleeing from the Zulu tribes just to try and get away. And then at some point, the Zulus ran into the Xhosa people. Now, the Xhosa wasn't necessarily as warlike as the Zulu, but they were large. And so that sort of became a war for quite a while. There was a war between the Xhosa and the Zulu people for control over KwaZulu-Natal, which is in South Africa. But it's like, you go to Europe, you see that nations absolutely destroyed one another. You go to Africa, you see that tribes absolutely destroyed one another. You go to Asia, you see that tribes absolutely destroyed each other. You go to America, and you read about the Native American histories, and you find that they were... what was the tribe? The largest Native American tribe. They were like... they would take the scalps of their enemies. They were like the most feared of all the Native American tribes. I can't remember the name now. This was years ago that I read about it. Wins, how you doing, bro? I think that in itself is a leap in logic. Not saying that we're not cruel, but I'm learning nowadays history can be exaggerated. Was it the Takua tribe? I don't know. can't remember Decorah. Like, I genuinely can't remember the name. But I know that it was the most feared Native American tribe. So when the settlers arrived from Europe in America, this tribe and the settlers had almost the longest standing war. They were absolutely like going fucking at it with each other because this tribe wouldn't give in. And obviously we know now the settlers never gave in. So it was like, it was bloody. So no matter where you go in the world, every single continent is basically forged in war. So that's why I think, and this is not, so to answer your question there, Tempest, I don't think it's a leap in logic, because what I'm trying to do is trying to figure out, is it, could have been the Cherokee. That sounds familiar. It may have been the Cherokee. Apache sounds familiar as well, Georgie. Fuck, I can't remember. I wish I could remember the fucking name. Cranky Panzer, how you doing? Genio, how you doing? So, I'm trying to figure out, like, is that gene, is it a gene? Well, we know it will be a gene, right? There will be a gene that's either switched on or switched off that creates a serial killer. A psychopath, so to speak, is created through a genetic component, either certain genes turned off or other genes turned on. Who knows? The question is just, is that something that exists in every human being, or is that something that that only exists in certain human beings? Because if it only exists, right now we know, for example, that only about 1% of the human population is psychopathic, right? Now, 1% of the human population in every single one of these tribes throughout the world would not account for the blood that these continents were forged in. If only 1% of the, the Cherokee or the Apache, whichever one it was, if only 1% of their entire people were bloodthirsty murderers, they would not have left a trail of blood throughout America. Yeah? Their history would not have been that bloody. If only 1% of the Zulu people were like that, their history wouldn't have been so bloody. If only 1% of the European nations were that bloody, like the Vikings were that bloody, it wouldn't have left the trail of blood and plunder that it did. If only 1% of the, oh my God, what was these people called again? Attila the Hun, he was the leader for what people again? The Huns, yeah. If only 1% of the Huns were bloodthirsty murderers, they would not have left the trail of blood that they did. Or if I am saying culture has something to do with it, but the truth is, no matter where you go in the world, almost every culture seems to have this history of blood to it, this history of war, where, yes, at that point in time, that was how you survived, right? If you were a peaceful tribe, most likely you didn't survive, yeah? Because the warlike tribe would get to you and be like, hey, they don't have weapons, easy pickings, right? So you sort of had to survive. I'm asking, could that be then that this is just innate to human history? Because so just to explain where this comes from, we were talking about it earlier, and I can't remember. Someone said in chat, it gives you whenever you watch documentaries on mass murderers, for example, there's this almost sort of hidden joy that you get, the satisfaction that you get watching it. It's a strange sensation, but you almost can't stop watching. Even though it is pretty gruesome, you can't not watch. It does something to you. It doesn't activate murderous feelings, but it does speak to you on a fundamental level. So that's where this conversation came from. Is why? Why does this speak to us so deeply, to open their churches. Tempest, I understand what you're saying, but it's also there were also police officers who didn't do that, right? There were police officers who refused to enforce certain rules that they did not agree with. So it's weird. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Humans are fascinating, to say the fucking least, right? It's like peeking into the past of us. You know, one of the reasons sports is so interesting to us, one of the reasons sports is so big, is because it is a simulation of war. I mean, the psychological evidence for this is well documented. Fairy Star, how you doing? I mean, I guess if you want to learn from the past, you need to know what happened, including the grisly bits. And thus, in order to learn how to spot or stop murderers, we need to examine these people, I guess. Yeah, sure. But I mean, that makes sense if you're the police and you need to study these people. But I'm not the police, and yet I love studying these people. You have COVID? Fuck. That's not great. I do hope that you feel better soon. Very stark is that. It's like, it fucking sucks. Do you have Omicron, or do you not know? That's what I mean. The leaders could have been the cruel ones, and the lower ranks were just following orders, or else their family could be threatened. Do we like the argument of just following orders, though? I hate that argument. I was just following orders, as if that excuses something. I'm not saying that there aren't people, like there is clearly people who is happy to just follow orders. But does that not still make you cruel? You know, the Nazi soldiers, for example, that led the Jewish people into the ovens. You know, into the showers. They could say, I was just following orders, but there has to be a level of cruelty that you have to actually do that. Even though it is orders, there must be some level of cruelty in you that allows for you to do shit like this. Makikes, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Omicron? Indoctrination, sure. But, okay, so if we're talking about indoctrination, let's look at Charles Manson, yeah? Charles Manson indoctrinated a group of people and basically made them killers. Now, on the surface, when you look at the people that he indoctrinated, one could look at those people and say they were normal human beings. In every single way, before they got in with Charles Manson, they were incredibly normal. Just normal people doing normal shit. And then suddenly, they get to Charles Manson and they turn into absolute fucking monsters. The question is, how? I come from the Channel Islands, and we were occupied during World War II, and I have some super interesting stories from my family about their interactions with Nazi soldiers. My family, Cranky Panzer, I don't even know if it's just drugs. Like, he definitely used drugs, but if you look at the interviews that they had with some of the people that did the killing for him, it wasn't just drugs. So my thoughts right now is that they were always killers. They just didn't know it. Because I don't know if indoctrination would work on everyone. I think there are just people whom, if you make claims. So, for example, he had this mysterious fucking claim of Helter Skelter, yeah? Which is this coming race war that's going to destroy America. Now, if anyone comes to me with a theory like that, I would be like, bro, go fuck yourself. Like, just shut the fuck up. Like, you would not be, because there's no evidence for that, right? I would ask the guy, so prove this, right? Show me the evidence that suggests that there's going to be this giant fucking race war and that people are just going to be slaughtering each other based on the color of their skin. Let's see this. Let's see this evidence that you have for it. And I don't think there's anything that he could show me that would convince me that you're gonna like do this. So it has to be like either it's either that there are some people that is more susceptible to indoctrination, and you very accomplished manipulators see these people. They recognize these people, right? So they recognize people that is easy to indoctrinate, easy to manipulate. And then they breed or feed on those people. But how does Hitler convince almost an entire nation? Because he didn't convince everyone, but convinced almost an entire nation that what he was doing was okay. Although I've heard reports that the vast majority of German people didn't even know what was going on. So that could have been another thing. They just didn't tell everyone. Fairy Star, it's not a fallacy. It's an idea that historians have come up with. Because so if you look at the papers, if you look at the televisions, like the news that came out during those days, it appears as if, and I'm not saying this is true. This is sort of like, this is why history is so interesting, because historians constantly come up with ideas and then look for reasons to refute said ideas, right? So they'll say, for example, hey, you know, the German people may not have known based on the news of the time, based on the newspapers of the time. Maybe they didn't know about the incredible cruelty. And then they'll start looking for evidence to sort of prove or disprove said theory based on that. Now, there is a theory that suggests that the German people will later believe that the Jewish people were simply being moved out of Europe. So not that they were slaughtered, but that they were moved out of Europe instead. I don't know if I agree. I don't know if I know it. I don't know if I think that's true. But it is interesting that you managed to convince an entire nation. If, let's say, they did know, how do you convince virtually an entire nation that, hey, it's all right, it's fine, we can do this? Disco option, I understand. So I always said there's a couple of things that went wrong that allowed for Hitler to get the amount of power that he did. First was how the world reacted after World War I, right? Because first and foremost, World War I, Germany was simply defending Austria, right? So Germany didn't start that war. They simply stepped in to defend what one could consider their little brother, right? But in the end, they got punished for everything. So they basically got blamed for the whole thing. Now, they did do cruel shit, so punishment was warranted. But one could argue that the punishments that was sort of given to Germany may have been far too great. Because it effectively meant, like, the punishments were such that Germany would never be able to recover. Like, the German people would just be in perpetual fucking downtrodden, poverty-stricken eternity, right? Because basically all the money that they could make would be paid as reparations. All of the factories and mines and shit that they had were given away to France and to other nations. So they were ordered to pay a crap ton of money as reparations, with no real way of actually fucking getting the crap ton of money, right? So one could argue that punishment was one of the things that led to Hitler's popularity. Because here comes a populist leader that basically preaches to the German people that you've been wronged and that I can lead you out of it. People who can't eat, they're going to believe anyone that says, hey, we can get you food, right? Decora, take care of yourself. Thank you so much for hanging out. Yeah, so the other part that I genuinely believe led to the ultimate rise of Hitler was the banning of the Nazi Party. Because that's when Hitler's Nazi Party really exploded in popularity. Right? At first, Hitler was preaching a bunch of shit and no one fucking paid attention. He was getting some support, but the vast majority of Germans weren't really caring. And then they banned it. So suddenly this movement started fucking growing and started gaining speed. And then, of course, came the gift that Hitler could never have fucking asked for. The stock market crash in America. When that happened, it was like, there you go, bro. There you go. It's yours. I still don't get how you convince an entire nation to do that or to be okay with that. Same way UK Gov convince us that immigrants are the problem for all our woes. So we end up with people saying good when we get stories of migrant boats dying. They convince us migrants are the reason for NHS struggles, even though most of the NHS docs and nurses are migrants. I mean, there's so much to the migration crisis that I really don't want to get into, because it's a political discussion that I don't really care about. I think mistakes are made on both sides. I think the people who are against migrants are fucking morons, and I think the people that's just like let everyone in are morons as well. No nation can survive with open borders unless every nation has open borders. If you only have one nation with open borders, that nation will be overrun by poverty-stricken migrants who simply want a better life for themselves, with no way of finding a job, no way of actually contributing to said society, and soon you will have an entire society on its knees because there's no one to work. Everyone simply needs money and needs food, and there's no one that can actually put money into the system. So there is sort of... We have to find a better way. I think that we can all agree on. There has to be a better way of dealing with migrants than what we've been doing so far. Because right now, it does not appear like any of it is working. Everything is just fucking weird. Felt sick as I did visiting a concentration camp. I think they're called that in English. Literally stepping into the showers and seeing the oven rooms and surgery tables. It was really a weird feeling. It was empty, so it looked like it was just a movie set. But then it hits you that so many people actually died basically anywhere you stand. Lunari, I've seen a lot of documentaries about it, and just seeing it on video is fucking chilling. Disc option, but I'd like to believe that even if you told me that, hey, these people are the reason for your struggles, I would still be like, how? So, for example, whenever I hear presidents go, yeah, the immigrants are the reason for the struggles, it's like, how? Prove it. Like, I don't see how the current problems of my country has anything to do with fucking immigrants. Illegal or legal. It does not fucking, it does not add up, right? The problem is you, the fucking government doing stupid shit. I don't blame the fucking people just coming here. They're not the ones making stupid decisions. Well, they are making stupid decisions. They're coming to Africa or South Africa for a better life. That's a stupid decision. But the only reason that's a stupid decision is because of you in the government. I don't think it's them that's making all these bad decisions, you know? It would be, but many people just go, make sense, grab pitchfork. Yeah, I hate that. I hate that there's so many people that just go along with it. For example, there was a recent study. I don't want to get too political, so I'm going to say this and then we'll move on. But there was a recent study that showed 57% of Democrats believe that if you are against the COVID vaccinations, your kids should be taken away from you. And 58% of Democrats believe that if you are against COVID vaccinations, you should be put in camps. Now, I mean, to be fair though, 58%, it's like 15% of the American population, so it's not a massive amount. But I don't, like, how exactly is that different from what happened in Germany? Because you are, but I mean, how I don't know how that's different from what happened in Germany. Because you are effectively saying these people are not people and should be treated like animals, right? Evil 2, thanks for the tier 1 sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 7 months in a row, you bastard. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Apocalypse, how you doing, bro? I believe it was just a combination of their country just being in shambles, him making small steps to extremes, and he was at least in the middle, have a way with these speeches that really moved people. More so saying we need to make Germany strong again, not so much gotta kill the Jews. I mean, he didn't start with the Jew killing until much later on, right? Like, he really fucking lost his mind at some point. Like, I don't know if his wife wasn't giving him enough sex, or maybe his kids were driving him fucking nuts at home. But something changed. Like, he was always a bit of a fucknut. But at some point, he woke up one day and he was like, you know what? I have a brilliant plan. Let's kill all the Jewish people. And no one, not a single fuck around the table went, before we do that, maybe we just deport them? Like, you know, before we go to those extremes, how's about, you know, we just put them on boats or something, you know? Maybe let's try that first, and then we see, you know, we can get back to the killing thing later. Let's try let's try the less bloody method first. No, every single general sat there and said, fucking brilliant idea. Let's go. It's bonkers to me, dude. Like, what the fuck is this? Just accepted him into the art college in Vienna. Maybe it would not have went downhill. Yeah, but he was a terrible artist. Is it time for post-left communal anarchy posting hours? Bob, how you doing, brother? What do you mean? Well, if you disagreed with the leader, you got a one-way ticket out of this world. I guess that's true too. But that's where principles come in. Like, you have to stand up against evil. Like that picture of that one guy that stands in front of those tanks. That's still a fucking moving picture. But no, I think we live in pretty dark times right now, you know. Everyone views everyone else as the enemy. If you vote for a different party than me, you're seen as less than human on both sides. And that is usually not a good idea. I don't know. I think the second you start seeing other groups of people as less than human, you're probably not heading in the right direction. And yet, disco option, there are people throughout history who did, right? There are people throughout history who sacrificed themselves and their families because they did not agree. Communities with no government in sight and nothing but brotherly cooperation. Bolgo Bob, do we believe that is that is even possible? It didn't really start with the hate. Eugenics was much bigger in the US first, no? They just adopted it and he slid into it to use it even more hatefully. Wasn't eugenics after Hitler in the United States? Like, the true eugenics debate. I'm not saying that eugenics wasn't sort of a thing, but... So I know the concentration camp bit, that was borrowed from Britain. And this was literally a German general at the Nuremberg trials. When they asked him, how the fuck could you do this? It was a British lawyer that asked him, how could you do this? How could you put people in concentration camps? And the German general apparently looked at him kind of perplexed. And he said, we learned it from you. Because the British did that to the South Africans. So it is possible that they just borrowed a lot of bad ideas from a lot of countries. Bolgabob, I don't even think it's as the world is right now. I don't know if humans could ever be like that. Like the whole communities with brotherly love. It's a nice idea on paper. The problem is that it doesn't work with humans, you know? As soon as you have humans in the mix, you're always going to have some kind of... Someone's going to try to take over. Someone's going to try... It's, by the way, so I call myself... When people ask me what I am, I call myself an anarchist. Because in a perfect world, I would want no government. And I would want people to just do what they do, right? As long as no one hurts anyone else, we have no problem. But I recognize and realize that there is no such thing as the perfect world. The perfect world doesn't exist. I know for a fact that if you had no government, with no regulation and no one to keep people in check, the wolves in our society would effectively rise up and become the mob. They would become the mafia. They would become the government. And then you wouldn't have a government that is even controlled by a constitution. You would have a government that basically does whatever its consciousness allows it to do. Humans are strange creatures, bro. We're a weird... We have this incredible capacity for good, which you can see around you almost every single day, sometimes in the smallest little things. And then, at the same time, this unbridled capacity for evil. And I mean absolute evil. And you wonder, how is it possible that one creature can have these very different stances, you know? Like, these almost diametrically opposed functions. How is it possible? JC, how you doing, bro? To people, especially if people are pissed off enough. JC, that is true. True. We do get desensitized quite quickly to things. It's like, you can actually see that a lot in people that talk about pornography addiction. It's fascinating. So I was watching this documentary a while back of, they were following the lives of, I think, 5 or 6 people who were, like, severely addicted to pornography. And the places, so how it starts is how it starts for every man, almost, right? It's also interesting that it's mostly men that get addicted to porn. But they start where every man starts, lesbian porn. Who wouldn't, right? And then it progresses. Like, it never stays there. Slowly but surely, they get more and more extreme, more and more extreme, more and more extreme, until they reach that point where they're so extreme that their sober mind finds it fucking, like, disgusting what they've just done, but their horny mind, quote unquote, is just fucking can't help itself. What is that? Why do humans have this capacity to just sort of desensitize ourselves to almost anything, no matter the cruelty or the depravity? It doesn't matter. If it's a thing, we can desensitize ourselves to it. would we be correct in saying it's because of a bad childhood? Although there's people that grew up in incredibly terrible circumstances and they are the kindest people as adults. Well, that's the thing. If it was just nurture or childhood, then we would see every child that comes out of this, right? Like out of a bad home, we would see them really horrible. But then you really do. So, for example, my parents, my mum specifically, and this is like very like personal, but I'm not going to get into too many personal things. But they came out of an incredibly bad home, right? Like really fucking bad. My grandfather was not a good guy. One story I'll tell you is my uncle was in college, in university, and like every student, he grew out his hair, you know, because he's a student. He's going to do crazy shit. My grandpa went to his house, saw his hair, punched him into a corner, and ripped out his hair. Physically, with his hands, ripped out every last strand of his hair. Like blood pouring down his fucking scalp. Ripped out his hair. So that was the kind of home that my parents, like my mom and her sister and brothers, grew up in. And all four of them are literally the kindest people you'll ever meet. They would not do harm to anyone. So it can't just be a nurture thing, you know? Never see the monster like Alien because the mind will do the work, exaggerate that fear. True. What about 2 10-year-old kids? Killed 2-year-old baby. There is a documentary on YouTube, but chilling. I don't know. Is evil born or is evil created, I guess, is the big question, you know? Where does evil come from? This is how this conversation started, by the way, almost an hour ago. Was what makes us this evil? You know? Is it just in every human being? For some, it's just not activated? Or is it something that we don't, like, some have it and some don't? There was a study in the 60s or 70s with mice, giving them everything in excessive amounts, food, housing, etc. And they started getting aggressive towards each other, have less sex, or abandon their babies and so on. Maybe anarchy is the way. The issue that I have, Lunari, so I don't believe that we need nanny states. This is what makes me an anarchist. I do not believe that the government should take care of people, because I don't think the government can. I think the government is too stupid to be in control of people's lives. But at the same time, I think if you have anarchy, you're going to get the opposite effect. Because the wolves, I think we can all agree that no matter what we do in this world, we are always going to have Bobby Kotick's. Can we all agree on that? Like, no matter what we do in this world, the Bobby Kotick's of the world will always exist. Bad instincts will die on their own, and baby is born evil. So my question would be then, if we agree that there's always going to be Bobby Kotick's, let's run the thought experiment. So imagine we woke up tomorrow in a complete anarchist system, where every human being takes care of themselves, and as long as you don't hurt other people directly, you can exist and do whatever the fuck you want. Do you think it's possible that someone like Bobby Kotick will find loopholes throughout the system to slowly but surely bring himself into a place of power where he can effectively oppress everyone below him? Do you think someone like Bobby Kotick would conceivably be capable of doing that in a system where there is no government to step in and say, what the fuck are you doing? You can't be doing that, bro. That is just not what we won't allow that. Right? I think we can all say they will be he will find a way, specifically because there is no government, because remember, we have an anarchist state now, which is literally why I say I don't think anarchy is the way, but I also don't think the current democracy system is the way. Because the current democracy system basically is now just the government enabling people like Bobby Kotick. Because the government is friends with Bobby Kotick. So they basically just help him fucking do bad shit, right? So I don't know what that solution is. Millibal, very true. From a former communist country will always confirm giving the government power always results in disaster. True. Oh no, Tempest, this has nothing to do with being born evil. Someone brought up a different point, so we skipped. You're not new to this stream, Tempest. You know how conversations go here. We're busy with one thing, we swap to a new thing. I go where chat takes me. I don't particularly decide how long we're gonna discuss a certain topic. Chat wants to talk about anarchy, we talk about anarchy. Chat wants to talk about evil, we talk about evil. I don't control how long we stay on a specific topic. Boobies is a very popular topic on this channel. Then we end up on pixel tits? Yes. Where it should end. Is the government allowing Bobby to do this, or are the shareholders responsible for not firing him? The shareholders just want money. This is where one would argue there has to be some government involvement, I suppose. But then again, one could also argue that the markets is corrupt, that they have been allowed to become corrupt to the point where, and I think once something is corrupt, I do not believe that you can uncorrupt it. That's the problem with corruption. It spreads so fast, so deeply, that once something has become corrupt, the only way to get rid of it is to destroy it. Like, you have to burn it to the ground and start from scratch. Because you're not going to... For every person in America that wants to make things better, there's a few people fighting actively against that, because they would lose their livelihoods if things got better. Quite a conflicting case. Very Star, I don't know that one. Send me a message on Discord with a link to that, please. I'd like to watch it off the stream, or read up about it off the stream. But Sylvanas get uncorrupted? Megadon, we're not talking about that. There is actually, like, there is actually a documentary, not a documentary, an interview with our friend Steve, where he talks about Sylvanas and what they're doing with Sylvanas. Do you guys want to go through it? Okay, Fairy Star, I'll check it out. Thank you. Malibel, so the argument that anarchists, pure anarchists, make is that what you need is a constitution that binds private security to keep people safe, so that the evil is sorted out by private security, right? So their argument is that if you have security, you have rules, and that means that everyone who oversteps on your rules would be taken away, right? Like, for whatever those rules may be. So the argument that I've heard anarchists come up with is they use eBay as a good example, right? No, not like the police, Shroomy. Anarchists hate the police for good reason. Most anarchists actually believe that the police are pigs, and the reason they call them pigs is because the police are not accountable for anything. Like, you can't hold the police accountable. If the police don't do their job, there's fuck all that you can do about it. Because they're protected by the state, right? Whereas if it's private security, so you're paying for it, if they don't do their job, you can fire them, right? So this is so just FYI, there's no one anarchist movement. Anarchism comes, the best quote I've heard for this is, anarchism comes in, the black flag of anarchism comes in many colors. Is the best quote I've heard. Michael Malice said that. Because there is no, like, anarchists can't agree on what anarchy should be. You have anarcho-capitalists, you have anarcho-communists, you have anarcho-socialists, you have neo-anarchists. So anarchy is a mess, but that's what happens when you give people freedom to be whatever the fuck they want to be. They're going to come up with a million different things for how they think the world should be run, right? So what I'm talking about is the pure anarcho-capitalist view. This is if you go into anarcho-capitalist and their way of thinking about the world. They believe that private security is, and they equate it sort of to eBay, yeah? So let's say you, when you order something from eBay, yeah, you go out and you order a PC on eBay. Now, 2 weeks later, the PC haven't arrived yet. Delivery was supposed to be a week ago, but 2 weeks later, the PC have not arrived yet. You send an email to eBay, and things happen. You don't know what the fuck happens, but there's things that happen. Suddenly, either you get your money back, or your PC arrives. You were not part of that. Like, you weren't asked to go to court or asked to sort anything out. eBay has rules, and those rules will be followed. So if you're not getting the product that you paid for, or you get the product in a state that isn't what you paid for, eBay will take care of it. You genuinely don't have to worry. So they basically equate all justice to that. That's how they want all justice to be. Is where, you know, it sort of happens automatically because it's set up to happen automatically. Because everyone have their own rules and you have to play by everyone's rules depending on where you are. So in your own home, you can have whichever rules you want. But as soon as you step into someone else's home, you have to abide by their rules. And if you don't, security will sort you out. Vorman, this is one of the reasons I call myself an anarchist, but I don't believe that anarchy can work. Exactly because of that. What happens when the private security firms decide, hey, you know, we have a golden opportunity here to take power and basically do whatever the fuck we want? Now, the anarchist answer to this is competition. If you have enough competition in the market, there will be really no way for one private security firm to get powerful enough to the point where it takes all power. My counter argument immediately to that is, are you telling me that there will be no wolves in control of private security fucking firms? So there will be no Bobby Koticks that run private security firms that figure out how to buy all of the smaller ones and slowly but surely gain power. Because I don't believe that for a second. Of course there's going to be wolves in the private security business that is eventually going to take too much fucking power and then you're fucked, right? So that's why I say I don't see how you get to the dream of anarchism without some form of government, even if it is very small, some form of government that says, no, stop that, fuck off, right? I don't know how you get there. At the same time, though, I also don't like the anarcho-communist idea. Or even the libertarian idea. Because the libertarian idea is that you have a very small government that steps in and says, no, stop that. My issue is, how do you stop this thing from getting too powerful? Because that, again, doesn't seem like it would make sense. government's job is to grab more power. So if you have government, they are ultimately going to grab more power, because it's not obvious to me that the wolves of our society won't then go into the government, right? If there is a government, the wolves will go into the government, and they will then find ways to find power within the government system. So as long as there's wolves, there's never going to be a system that works, is basically, I guess, what we're getting at. So I can agree with you, Balgobob. I think if human beings were to try to embrace anarchism, it would only work if you have no cities, and most communities are limited to anywhere from 3,000 to maybe at max 12,000 people per community. Because I can see it working on a very small scale. I think anything over that number, you'll immediately start seeing massive problems. I think it was George Washington. George Washington basically said, the American Constitution will run for about 200 years, and then there will be another civil war to recodify the documents of the Constitution. Because George Washington said, this government will take too much power. They'll keep grabbing power until it becomes so corrupt that it basically oppresses the American people. And so the American people will have to rise up once again against their government, beat down the government, and then get back to the ideals of the Constitution. And he effectively said this will repeat itself roughly every 200 years. So even then, he knew. Which is why I think George Washington was an incredibly intelligent man. Because even after everything was perfect, the Constitution was perfect, everything was working, he knew that the system itself will not withstand the corruption of human beings. No matter what you do. 10 years ago, let's say less than 10 years, more than 10 years ago, let's say 15 years ago, Blizzard Entertainment was the company that every gamer wanted to play games for. They were loved by the community in ways that almost no other gaming company could ever be. And that fell due to corruption. That entity became corrupt and eventually fell. So, no matter what we do as humans, almost everything will always succumb to corruption. Greed is good. Hashtag. Fucking hashtag. Twisted Ash, how you doing, bro? What do you mean back to roots of WoW? You playing again? No. This is a discussion. I'm not going to be playing WoW again. But there is a discussion currently happening that I find very interesting around the back to its roots arguments. We need to live in a autocracy, no room for corruption. How would you run that, Bogabob? Did you thought what? Being a nerd? Or yes, I mean, we were all interested in their video games. I'm not saying working for them. I mean, we were all interested in playing their games because their games were passion-driven. It was good. It was fucking amazing to play Blizzard video games. And in less than a decade, they've basically eroded all of that trust that the player base had. Just makes a perfectly rational machine make all the decisions. Simply which man can lift the most weight becomes exclusive and total command over the system, basically a total monarchy. You could probably do that. But Disco, I would actually agree with you. The only time we would have probably a perfect system that is immune to all forms of human corruption is if said system is not run by humans itself. So if you have an AI that is completely bipartisan, so it does not function around political lines or along political lines. It doesn't make decisions based on political loyalties. It makes decisions purely based on the health of society. That's it. That's all it does. Its only decisions are always along the lines of what will help society and what will harm society. I never watched The Travelers. Well, I agree with that. The only problem with the computer president is that it's programmed by humans and will always be biased. Disco option, I suppose in that regard, you would have to say you need programmers from every single side of the political spectrum, as well as philosophers from every single side of the political spectrum, basically canceling out each other's biases to the point where you create a system that has zero biases within it. An impossible task, yes, but theoretically an apt one. Because theoretically speaking, that literally is the only way. Humans can never have a system that does not that doesn't fall to corruption. Anyways, let's not dwell too long on the political debate, because it gets annoying. First and foremost, it gets really fucking annoying. And I think more than that, or perhaps more annoying than that, it brings people fucking down, you know? I have found whenever I dive into politics too deeply for too long, so too many days in a row, you get this sort of morbid thing happening where it just removes any happiness from your life because you're just constantly focusing on the fucking negative. We're gonna be streaming Final Fantasy later, but yes, we have some WoW stuff that needs to be discussed. You know, some interesting stuff, I think. I don't like it. Okay, please don't ban. Blasphemous Crow, how you doing, brother? WoW bad, Lost Ark good. Discuss. Daddy of Daddies, how you doing, brother? Your opinion about Lost Ark? I mean, my opinion on Lost Ark is it's fun. I spoke about this yesterday. Lost Ark is fun. It's probably not going to be a game that I'm going to be playing max level for too long, but for now, it's fun. I'm having a good time just slaughtering my way through the game, following the story as best as possible. So yeah, I'll play it for a while, and then I'll probably move on. Oh, I'm not max level anywhere near. I think I'm level 20, maybe 22, some shit like that. Ariane, how you doing? It's really fun until you hit those annoying roadblocks. That's why I said I'm just going to be playing it very casually, hanging out, and not really trying my best to get anywhere near geared. Because I don't want to do that hardcore. Not in a game like Lost Ark. I'm not interested in a game that takes over my entire life. After that, have a good one. Matt Saints, take care of yourself, dude. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it, bro. Would love if it actually managed to log in. Oh, yeah. The login queues can be a problem. But all right, so screw the politics and the real world shit. I don't want to talk about that anymore. I'm done with that. Let's go on to everyone's favorite topic. World of Warcraft, and specifically the Banshee Queen. Because, yep, Steve Denuser was doing a Q&A session with Dexerto, and they were talking very specifically about Our Lady Sylvanas. Now, there's a couple of things that I did not know, which is really interesting. For one, the final story of the patch isn't on the PTR. The final quest chains of the patch is not on the PTR, and this is by design. The only time players will be able to see the finale of 9.2 is by physically playing to the end of 9.2. And this is specifically the conclusion of the Sylvana storyline. So that's sort of spoilers for everyone. I think it's very good. I think they should do this a lot more. Personally, I think none of the story should ever go onto the PTR. Like, find ways of testing the mechanics, right, of the story. So find ways of testing the ability to go through the story, but don't reveal the story. So don't have any of the dialogue in there. Don't have any of the cinematics in there. Keep those things for when we finally get to it, because that makes it a lot more interesting. And like I said in a previous video where we discussed this, the problem so often with releasing story in the PTR is we don't get that story in sequence. So we oftentimes get it completely out of position in the sequence that it's supposed to fall into. So you don't actually know what's happening there. And more importantly, you don't get the full story. You don't get the full story, because oftentimes the cinematic that is supposed to accompany the story isn't available until launch. So you rile people up for reasons that is unnecessary. You don't have to. Just keep the story for when people actually play through it, because that makes it more interesting. Literally, just the fact that I know that there is a story at the end that isn't on the PTR makes me want to play 9.2. I now actually want to resub for 9.2, just so that I can see the final story of Sylvanas. It's strange as fuck, but it's true. Okay, so Steve Denuser in this interview, or in this Q&A, didn't say much. A lot of this, like the first bits, is really just the author sort of recapping the story, you know, doing everything that we already know. The infamous stuff with Shattered Legacies, the infamous stuff with Sylvanas, all that is recapped here. So we're going to get to where Steve Denuser talks. As we come into 9.2 and finally get our reckoning with the jailer, Sylvanas' ongoing struggle to reconcile with the sins of her past self will form an overarching part of the patch's narrative. Throughout Eternity's End, this is Steve Denuser, we will see much more of that Shattered Legacies story, and we will work towards a resolution of the Sylvanas arc. That's been something that's been building for a very long time. Sylvanas is obviously pivotal in the events that led us to the Shadowlands. So now that those two pieces of her soul are back together, it doesn't mean that one of them is gone. The Banshee Queen is not gone. The Ranger General hasn't taken over. It's that those two pieces are having to find a path forward, and they have to become one entity and one soul, not this fractured thing. Very interesting. So Steve Denuser actually does say here that players will see that snarkiness of Sylvanas, you know, that sass that Sylvanas had all this time, the arrogance from Sylvanas, that's all still there. Sylvanas still answers people with a very sort of snarky way, because it is who she is. That hasn't gone away. So they've done seemingly a lot of work on making sure that players see these two different Sylvanas components now being as one. So her full personality has now come back. You are correct, Blasphemous Crow. This is what she was like in Warcraft 3. So effectively, she is now just once again the full Sylvanas Windrunner, rather than just the half bit that we've been able to see up until now. So Steve Denuser continues, but that's not an easy road to walk. And whether she can do that and what form that takes is what you'll see as you play through that content. We're very excited about how that story culminates. It will play out in a chapter of the Covenant campaign that we didn't put out on the test realm for a specific reason, because we wanted to hold back that final piece to the story for players to discover as they play through the content. Love that. Please give us more of that. So, I mean, from a speculation standpoint, I still don't think they're gonna be able to pull off the redemption. Now, he does actually say in this, Sylvanas will live. In this article, Steve Denuser makes it very clear. She doesn't actually quote him on this. She actually says he said that to her. They're not killing Sylvanas. Sylvanas is going to live. the question is, what kind of Sylvanas will she be moving forward? So how does she turn out of this? I think that's going to lead to some people being very upset. I think that's going to lead to some people not like feeling like they've been cheated out of it. At the same time, this is an interesting individual story arc that I enjoy. Right? I enjoy when Blizzard goes into these small individual story arcs, because that's usually when it works. It's whenever Blizzard goes into these giant story arcs that things can fall apart. But in the small ones, the individual ones, the more personalized ones, it really feels good. I don't think people have to worry. So let me be clear. You don't have to worry that you're going to deal with Sylvanas in future expansions, at least not for the foreseeable future. I think Blizzard is going to redeem her and then move her away. She is most likely, and I can explain to you from a speculation standpoint why it would work this way. Where does Sylvanas Windrunner fit in right now in the story, chat? After this, after she's been redeemed and she's figured out how to live with the other part of her soul, where does Sylvanas fit in? She's no longer Horde. She can't be, right? Because the Ranger General part of her soul would not accept being the leader of the Forsaken. She doesn't see herself as the Forsaken anymore. But she can't go to the Alliance either, because the Banshee part of her will not accept the Alliance. So Sylvanas Windrunner is effectively a character with no home. And I think that's how it should be, at least for the next 2 or 3 expansions. We should not see Sylvanas' story continue or unfold until people have had the chance to really move on. To move along, move on, and basically forget about everything that we saw with Sylvanas. And then maybe you can bring Sylvanas back into the fray. But not until, I don't want them to rush this. I think that's my biggest issue. It's fine if Sylvanas sort of figures out how she wants to move forward, but I think we can all agree, if you went through the ordeal that Sylvanas have gone through, if you put your hatred for her aside, and you imagine that you just get this part of your soul back that looks at your actions and cannot figure out how so much evil could have been done, I think that's going to take a long time. Correct? You're not just going to get over that in like a week. This is going to take years of therapy to sort this shit out. So that's where I think putting her on the back burner, leaving her out of the fucking story for a while, is the best possible solution. If you start bringing her back now, it's just going to piss people off. If she is in any way, shape, or form in the next cinematic for World of Warcraft's 10.0 expansion, I think there are going to be people that's going to lose their shit. Because she's been in 2 now. And she's been the main antagonist in at least 1.5 of them. So I think there's going to be a lot of people that's going to be like, fuck this, I'm done. I don't want this again. Actually, she's been in 3. Right? So I think for those of you that truly hate Sylvanas, I've made my thoughts on this clear multiple times before. I do think that a lot of people aren't appreciating who Sylvanas was, right? And what happened to her. Cassiel, how you doing? They should put her back where she was in BFA so she can burn the rest of the Alliance's crap. The end. Personally, I would agree with you. I liked the fact that they were taking Sylvanas down a darker path. I love the fact that they were taking the Horde back to this like proper destructive version of what the Horde used to be. There's more bloodthirsty, fuck the Alliance version of the Horde. I liked that, because it would have brought out so much story on the Alliance side as well. Sadly, Blizzard decided to keep the Horde little pussies, the Alliance little pussies, everyone wants peace, and Sylvanas became this evil thing that makes little to no sense. So my personal thing is, yes, I would have loved if the Horde just continued to follow Sylvanas and we just kept burning shit. And then the Alliance retaliated and started burning our shit. That would have made for, I think, a much more fun expansion. But that's not the way they went. So sadly, we can't really do anything about that. It is what it is. For now, though, I think a lot of people underestimate the tragedy of the Sylvanas character and what happened to her. You have to understand that there's two portions of Sylvanas, one guilty and one innocent. But if we are to look at both portions of her, the portion that made all of these decisions was completely and utterly devoid of emotion, devoid of empathy, devoid of sympathy. This character was purely based on hatred. That's all Sylvanas was. She was one ball of hatred. And now that she has the Ranger General side of her back, that empathy is what you see completely overtake her. It's that empathy that hits back. And she realizes that everything she had done, she now has the empathy to look at what she had done and view it as incredibly evil. It's interesting. Sylvanas effectively turned into the thing that she hated most. She turned into Arthas. This is what the Ranger General says. She's no different to Arthas. You know, so I'm very interested to see where Blizzard takes this. But her hate was born of everything bad that ever happened to her. I really felt she believed she could undo the past by breaking reality. So does Teldrassil matter? Had she achieved her goal? I don't think so, no. I took a break between painting my walls and I see Sylvanas hate. Who's hating on Sylvanas? People are always gonna fucking hate on Sylvanas. She's a divisive little character. You're always gonna have some hate, some non-hate for Sylvanas. That's just how it goes in these conversations. I've gotten used to it. It makes it interesting. So I always go back to this. I'll show you guys this now, because so many people don't see this. I don't know why people completely miss this, but what do you see there? Like, even if you hate her, what do you see? What did you just see? Explain the evolution of what you just saw. Your next target, okay? Sylvanas going through menopause? My next wife. But she didn't look like that before Warcraft 3 Reforged. Yeah, I mean, a full-on evil thing. But that's not what you see. Pay close attention. Pay close attention. So if we go for the slowest playback, right? What do you see here? What is this Sylvanas that you see here? Grief, sorrow, sadness, tears, scared. There's no evil here, right? There's no evil here. Nothing about this Sylvanas is evil. And then you see the blade activating in the background, right? Sucking in her soul. The blade activates, her soul gets pulled back into the blade. And what stays? What is it that does not go into that blade? Her anger. What is it that goes into the blade? The sorrow, the sadness, the hopelessness, the helplessness, the empathy, the sympathy, the feelings of failure. All of that goes into the blade. It is kept. What's pushed out is the anger, the hatred, the fury of the jailer. The jailer in this moment creates his perfect weapon. This is the moment that the jailer creates his weapon. Because he knows all he has to do is show this Sylvanas a target and she will go after it relentlessly. No questions asked. And that's all that matters. Moral, wait, you're saying we missed it? How? Because I did not miss this. But you can genuinely go back to my videos before Shadowlands even came out. We probably spent months on this specific scene. This is not the first time I've slowed down this video and showed this exact scene to people and said, look at the blade, look at Frostmourne. It activates. It drags in her soul. Her soul moves in. All that comes out is the anger, the fear. What's actually more interesting, and this is something that we could hearken on, as soon as the blade activates, you see the full portions of Sylvanas, right? You see the full person. Because as the blade activates, she goes from sad, scared, sad and scared and petrified of what just happened. And you see that anger that releases within her. Because remember, all people have multiple facets to them. Everyone is angry. But our sorrow, our empathy, our sympathy keeps us from acting on this anger in depraved and horrible ways. So it's all part of her. You can see the anger as it comes out just before the blade pulls it in. You see her changing. Look at that anger. Look at that anguish as she gets pulled in. It shows the two sides of Sylvanas' soul. The sad, empathetic Ranger General that wants to protect her people, and the angry Banshee that wants to destroy. It shows both sides. It's both in one person, like every normal, balanced human being would have. They would have a balance between these two things. The blade activates, and it only spits out one of those parts of her soul. It does not give her the empathy. It does not provide her with the empathy. Did you watch the video about some Asian guy who have guessed any expansion till now, years before they announced him? And you have like a graph on it that makes so much sense? No, I have not watched it, but you can link it to me, Cass. I'd love to watch it. The Blade's name is Twitter, by the way. Except even this is a bad retcon. Sylvanas wanted to preserve the Forsaken in Kata that wasn't driven by hate. Blasphemous Grow, I'm not for a second suggesting that there wasn't an incredible amount of retconning. But from the point of the retcon moving forward, it adds up. I said this from the fucking beginning. I said that this is what Blizzard's going to do. I think me and Apocalypse were still actually talking about it. Lemon Slapper, how you doing, brother? Me and Apocalypse actually had a podcast about this where I said my greatest fear is that Blizzard is going to use this split soul to redeem her. Because I told him it's lazy. I really hope they're not going to do it. And lo and behold, that's exactly what they fucking did. Right? They used the very thing that I thought is lazy and should not be used to redeem her as the way to redeem her. So it pissed me off, you know, but I said beforehand, I think this is what they're going to do because the evidence is there that her soul was split. The evidence was there from the beginning. I believe you can actually go back to when Warbringers first came out. When did Warbringers come out? It was BFA, right? When Warbringers first came out, I paused in this exact spot. And I told people, did you see that? Her soul split. Her soul was split, and people still told me I'm fucking crazy. Frostmourne doesn't split souls. I said back then that her soul split. Jamalman, you would be wrong, considering Steve Denuser literally confirms in this interview that she is redeemed. She is not going to die. So, you would not be... You could not be more wrong. Like, legit, from the writer's mouth himself, you could not be more wrong. Which, again, is called... Hindsight is 2020, true. But I do have videos, Moral, that proves that it's not just hindsight. I said it from the beginning. Right? Because remember, at that time, and even now, I was a massive Sylvanas fan. So I spent months watching the Warbringer cinematic. And every cinematic I get my hands on about Sylvanas. Because I was trying to follow it. Right? I was trying to follow what is happening to her character. Jamalman, and she puts all of her future in Tyrande. She says, Tyrande will decide what happens to me. She puts herself at the mercy of Tyrande. Dude, this article came out yesterday, so you can go read it yourself if you want. Redemption comes in many forms. Not all redemption is complete forgiveness. Sometimes redemption can come with punishment. It does not make it any less redemption. Akam was right the whole time. I wouldn't say I was right, because I'm not the only one that saw it. So I'm not sitting here fucking giving myself a blowjob, going, yeah, I was the only one that saw it and no one else saw it. Pyromonster saw it at the time. He was just as fucking annoyed as me at the possibility that this was going to happen. So a lot of people saw it, but then again, I don't have a job, right? This is basically what I fucking do. So I had more hours to basically watch the same cinematic over and over again to try and figure out what the future is. So I wouldn't give myself a pat on the back for this one. It's basically just a time issue. I don't know what's going to happen to Sylvanas. I do know that for the WoW story to move forward, Sylvanas cannot be part of the next few expansions. Her character is too divisive to be healthy for the game at all. And you can disagree with me as much as you want. You can love Sylvanas as much as you want. I love Sylvanas. But I tell you now, her character is too divisive to work again. They have to let her cool down. If they don't, it's going to lead to a lot more anger from a lot more players. Even players that didn't particularly hate her is getting tired of her. So I would say the healthiest thing Blizzard can do is put her on the back burner, move her away from the limelight for a while, maybe give a couple of quest lines to the loyalists who chose loyalty, to sort of, make it mean something, but also give them the ability to go back and visit their queen a couple of times with sort of individual stories to watch her growth. But outside of that, I don't think they should spend any time with Sylvanas as a major character for any expansion, at least for the next 2 expansions. I would go so far as 3 or 4. Moral, that's usually all I say, is at least, even if you don't like Sylvanas, you should be able to understand what she is. Now, in that version, there's definitely ways in which you can blame Blizzard. They did a terrible job of actually explaining Sylvanas and her story. Because here's the problem. Everything that I just said can only be spotted if you have enough time to basically fucking pause this video every second of the video and figure out the subtext of this video. That's the only way that you'll know any of this. Because this entire thing, this entire subtext, was never put into the game in any meaningful way through a quest chain or through dialogue of any kind. It was a couple of seconds in a video of 4 minutes. And if you missed it, if you didn't think that that was as important, if it didn't register as important to you, you didn't get this. That's not really good storytelling. It's great for speculation, but it's not great for the person that wants to see this story. Alone, how you doing, bro? Because, yeah, I don't know. I still think the greatest Warbringers is Azara. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Azara does. The Azara one is by far my favorite. Oh my god. Jesus, this is so fucking good. Myself and Apocalypse were actually talking about this very cinematic on the podcast, the Lovecraft episode for patrons. Azara's story is going to be stupidly interesting. Have any legends about Atlantis? I don't think so, no. Ben and Slapper. But we were talking, Azara's story is going to be incredibly interesting. Azara is so misunderstood by the vast majority of the player base. So many people look at Azara as purely evil. Is this, as far as you're concerned, an evil Azara? Yeah, if she's written out of the story, that's a different that's a different sort of tangent altogether. She blocks the water, right? She blocks the water, and then she looks around at her people, seeing their fear, seeing their anguish, realizing that her people is about to die, and she has no way to save them. The Ajara story is literally the epitome of hubris, but also the quest for adoration. Yeah, it is the city of the Alvin people that got swallowed. What triggered the flood? They tried to summon Sargeras into the world through the Nightwell, which corrupted it to fuck. Depicted in the War of the Ancient, sundering the Well of Eternity imploding. Yeah, they basically corrupted it by summoning demons, and then they tried to summon Sargeras, but the power required was just too great. Not even the Well of Eternity could provide the power. So it was her hubris. Don't make any mistakes here. But the thing is, we have to look at it. So how many of you think Ajara is evil? Like, just plain fucking evil? She wants power, but she's not evil. She does love her people, and she wants to be loved by her people. She wants to be the queen of all of her people. I don't even think she's evil now, Blasphemous Crow. I don't think she's even evil now. I genuinely believe she is driven by a lust for power and a lust for adoration. She wants to be adored. She wants to be admired, but she also wants to be powerful. Now, why does she want to be powerful? Could it be that she wishes to be powerful because she really doesn't want anyone to be able to threaten her people? She doesn't want anyone to be able to threaten Azeroth? And this is the power that she wants? I tell you, Knack's books are hard to get through because his writing style, but the stories themselves aren't terrible, except for Day of the Dragons. Just that I agree, I'm not a huge fan of Knack's writing. She's definitely not... She's not driven by evil aspirations. She's driven by other things that basically leads her to a place of the means justify the ends sort of thing. So I want the power, therefore I'll do a couple of evil things, but, you know, what I want to do isn't going to be evil. This is, by the way, why she did not agree with what Sylvanas wanted to do. Alright, Ken, I'll check it out.
Let go. Let go. No! I am queen. This is the empire I built. It is over.
Fucking hell. Canonically speaking, Ajara is the most powerful mage that ever lived. Unless this is retconned, or unless it's been retconned, no one is more powerful than Ajara. She amassed power. She studied power. She's obsessed with it. But she was also born into it. So it's actually one of the reasons there's this weird thing about... from what I understand, Genio, yes. Ajara is considered to be the most powerful mage ever to have existed. Like, she isn't just a little powerful, she's fucking powerful. To what extent that would be, I don't know. Like, how much more powerful would she be than Medivh? Don't know. And also, Medivh with the help of Karazhan could be a different story, right? So that could definitely be, that could be up for discussion, I suppose. Rakisha, how you doing? Lodi, the first Guardian was meant to be more powerful, but that was ignored since. Yeah, that was never actually, I wonder why that was never explored. But she, let's put it this way. She's considered to be the most powerful mage alive. Like, that I know for a fact. There is no one alive right now on Azeroth that is anywhere near her power level. Then go to the Nexus. She can hold her breath for a really long time, though, I must say.
No. My people.
My queen. Loved you. You betrayed.
This is my fault. No. 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 This was not the deal I made.
This was not the deal I made.
Deal? I like deal.
Who are you?
His voice here is
Show
so
yourself.
fucking perfect.
At once.
For 1,000 years, bound beneath these waves, I have watched you. I have tasted your essence.
You.
It won't be long now. Your death is near. Only I can sustain you. Let go. Serve me.
You? You are nothing.
Nothing.
I am a god! Before you walked this land, I ruled.
Magnificent.
Fuck.
Serve me, and we will rebuild my empire.
No.
No! You there! You will die!
A queen! Not a slave.
Fucking relentless, dude. To the end.
You've watched me for 1,000 years, so you know what I want. Take my people. With them, I will raise an army, conquer your enemies, build an empire as queen. Or let me die, and you will remain here, a prisoner. The god of nothing.
Fuck. Dude, I love this cinematic. It is just on point in every single way, dude. Such a good cinematic. All this build up for N'Zoth, and he didn't even get his own expansion. I just saw Praetorican, you said exactly what I've been thinking this whole fucking time. Before you walk this land, I ruled. Like, it's so... It all of it screams Black Empire. They'd bring back the Black Empire. And... We oh, fuck me. We basically got 2.5 zone, like not even, like 1.5 zone of Black Empire every other day.
Arise, Asara. Arise, my queen.
Fuck me.
This
Such a good fucking cinematic, dude. I want to play it. Is it you and me both? I would love to play this game. Where we get a Black Empire and we learn about N'Zoth and his brothers and the original plan that they had. It would have been fucking amazing. It would have been such a cool fucking story. And yet, that's not what we got, is it? But who knows? Maybe they have a way of retconning this. Like, I don't know. I genuinely, like, I'm hoping that we finish the Shadowlands and we learn that it was all a dream. That everything that N'Zoth showed us didn't really happen. That would be the dream, obviously. Looking now at what they have planned for Sylvanas, and specifically the end of this, I don't think that's what's going to happen. If anything, the only part of it that I can see being a dream would be the fact that we killed him. So the Nyalotha bit, where we go into Nyalotha, that was the dream. But he didn't actually put us to sleep and then fucking... you know, bamboozle us. So the thing I was going to say, his voice aligns in the fight when there's a Deathwing bit. I loved how his voice was Deathwing's and slowly faded into his own. The Newser enters the stage and says, from a certain point of view, nothing happened. Ajara just creeping on us, sleeping. I don't think we killed him. I think pumping that energy into him somehow helped him and made us think what he wanted us to. Or all the add-ons are a dream? I mean, no, I don't think all the add-ons would be the dream, but I do think there's a chance, however small, that he didn't die. Because remember, and this is why it has to be like seen as max copium now, but do remember Xal'atath's stories and whispers about N'Zoth. The god of the deep, even in defeat, would ultimately win. Even in defeat, even when you think you've defeated him. Remember, he was defeated at the Broken Shore. He was defeated at the Broken Shore. And this is where she tells us, even in defeat, he ultimately wins. I got one for you, Akko. We get the twist end we spoke about on the podcast. We are protected where we are from the shenanigans, but Azeroth is dead. N'Zoth hits us up from the Nightmare in Autumnfield and says, only I can save you from his safe space in Dream Nihilota. That could happen, I think. He must have. Like, there's no way he spends so much fucking time planning and then we kill him and there's no way, right? Okay, listen, this is Giga Copium take. What if the Shadowlands story is so bad and with gaps intentionally so that the characters realizes this doesn't make sense, like a ludic dream, and wakes up back in Nihilotha? But would it be a lucid dream if we... I mean, I understood that you meant lucid, Andy, so you don't have to worry about it, but... Would it be a lucid dream? Because there are so many things that don't make sense. It wouldn't be very lucid. It's all possible. How many of you think or hope, let's say hopium, how many of you have hopium that it does turn out that all of the Shadowlands was just a dream? Jesse, it could be true, yeah. And fucking welcome, yes. Nicky One, how you doing? Hopium, sure, but I have like 1% actual chance of it happening. We're all dead, killed by N'Zoth. I don't know about that part, but N'Zoth dodging true death, I have hopium for. It will never happen, but I hope. Cancel whole expansion, really hope, but... Well, it wouldn't be cancelling an expansion. It would effectively just turn the expansion into a dream. So we would see what would happen if N'Zoth doesn't live. Okay, Kat, it means that we see what's wrong with Sylvanas before she even burns down the tree. So we can actually help find her soul before she actually puts fire to Tildrassil. So it's not outside the realm of possibility from a story perspective. From a story perspective, there's many stories that have pushed portions of the story out, and then it turns out that these are dreams or nightmares or not real. So in a fantasy setting, you can absolutely pull this off. The problem comes in when you're talking about expansions following on one another, and this is where I think once we get into the sort of practical side of things, it becomes very difficult. Because if it is in fact a dream, then how would players go to the Shadowlands ever again? Because once we leave the Shadowlands and realize that this was all a dream, then technically new players shouldn't be able to play through the Shadowlands because it was all a dream. So then it makes for some weird contingency issues within the story. You could do Chromie. That would be one way to solve the practical issue. So Chromie shows you what would happen if N'Zoth loses. I mean, technically, you could effectively fix everything with Chromie. In my opinion, me and Apocalypse have spoken about this many times, but in my opinion, Blizzard doesn't do nearly enough with Chromie and the Dragonflights in the Caverns of Time. They should do so much more with Chromie and the Caverns of Time. From a certain point of view, you then did not enter the Shadowlands, so you can have another disconnected Shadowlands story. You could, technically. They said, how you doing, bro? Lol, the expansion ends, and it's just Chromie doing a fucking Vulcan mind meld with us. Chromie fixes all. Well, to an extent, sure. Didn't the Bronze Dragons lose most of their powers? Not really. They still have power. I mean, we did the whole Chromie scenario as well. You know, which basically showed her getting weaker, but they still have power over time. It's just the aspects right now that seemingly have some issues. But that also doesn't seem... Literally, myself and Apocalypse spoke about it this week. That whole aspects pouring all of their power into the Dragon Soul seems to be a forgotten story. Because the aspects are still aspects. And even then, even if it isn't a forgotten story, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't know. It's crazy to me. The dragon side of World of Warcraft needs so much love. Because there's so many things that don't make a hell of a lot of sense with the dragon side of WoW. Nikki, I thought the same thing, but remember what the dragon aspect said after the Dragon Soul. They said that the time of dragons is at an end and the time for mortals have come. They've basically said goodbye. They've basically went, yeah, it's over for us, you know. This was all of our power that we plunged into the Dragon Soul. And I do think Blizzard afterwards maybe changed their minds. Afterwards, they maybe went, not so much. There's still much we can do with the dragons, so we're not going to completely kill off the dragons and the dragon aspects in WoW. So the way that I can see Blizzard fixing the dragons is by going to the Dragon Isles. Because there is a chance that the Dragon Isles itself is the Dragon Isles itself is where their power comes from, right? Jumbo, how you doing, bro? Decided to recon. Do you think Blizzard would decide based on how hot Alexstrasza is? The next Alexstrasza model we see will be fully covered up. Like women should be. You know? Your dress should always go right to the ankle. All you should see is shoes, and then dress, and then maybe, like, head. That's what Blizzard will do. I don't see Blizzard. I don't see Blizzard doing a hot character model ever again. Not only dragon, there is so much unused potential in many WoW characters, and it's terrible how fast Blizzard abandoned them. True, very fucking true. I don't think N'Zoth is dead. I think he is playing mind tricks on us. Farron Lightning, I agree with you. Death is just a minor setback in WoW. True. Mickey Moto, how you doing, bro? Women's rights stop when men find them attractive. So saith the far left extremists. Ben Rolandi, how you doing, bro? It is interesting to me still, to this day. I see people on Twitter complaining about some of the sexy female characters in World of Warcraft. And I just always think to myself, I don't know any girl that minds it. Maybe I just know all the normal girls, you know? The people who aren't completely fucked in the head. But none of the normal people I know mind that their characters are sexy or that there are sexy characters. Most girls just want more sexy male characters as well. So it's very interesting how that is perceived. If you take away my fiance's hot X mark, she'd be so pissed. She is one of the ones that'll spend like 200k on the revealing chest piece. I mean, it is RP, right? And you should be able to RP in whichever way you fucking want. And is it really bad in a fantasy world that characters are sexualized? The only problem I have, Mikimoto, this is not your first time in chat. How you doing, brother? The only problem I have is that they don't make men sexualized as well. because I think that's all you need. If you have sexualized men and you have sexualized women, then it's all good. If you're not going to have any sexualized men, then yes, don't have any sexualized women as well. But it's all good as long as you apply it equally to both sides. And obviously, don't over-sexualize something. We're not playing some 18-plus porn game here. But there's nothing wrong with a woman wearing a revealing outfit. Contrary to some people's beliefs, a lot of women want to be sexy too. Well, that's so true. Also, so problematic. How dare you say that? Women don't want to be sexy. I have it on good authority that most women are pretty envious of how nuns dress. I've been told so by Twitter. Twitter told me, explicitly so, that women want to look like nuns. And I think if there were any girls in this chat, which there isn't because this is the internet, and as we discovered yesterday, there are no girls on the internet. But if there were, they would also go, yep, I like wearing clothes that covers absolutely everything. Does it like that, and I think that's why no one complains. You can be a hot cat girl or a buff dude in a G-string. There's nothing holding you back. That's how it should be. Sarah Emmerich is a sexy beast. No Golger, I'm a real boy. I know, Pictor. It's the truth. It's not up for debate. The internet told me that there are no goals on the internet. And girls don't want to be sexy. They want to dress like nuns. They don't like talking about sex either. So don't do that, guys. Girls don't like talking about sex. It makes them very uncomfortable. If you want to talk to girls about stuff, you have to talk about fruit. It's a really popular topic for girls. Shopping. Groceries. The art of sandwich making. What else do girls like? Hair products and beauty products is something that's very popular with girls as well. But they don't don't bring up like too intellectual topics or stuff like that. They don't follow that. Makes them confused. Twitter told me. They need sort of like Blizzard and stuff to think for them. That really works really well. It's usually like what girls want is other people to tell them what to do. That's the best thing for them. Specifically, and this is very important. If it's men telling girls what to do, they fucking love it. It makes them so happy. So, you know, if we can all just do that, I think the world would be a better place all around for everyone. Sorry, I forgot. I'm a freaking fruit ball. Indeed, you are. Fake monkey, how you doing, brother? Gaziel, if you don't spot the sarcasm, there is no help for you in this. If you can't spot that sarcasm, there's no saving this. Yeah, I mean, look, I can't help myself. When I look at the idiots that fucking speak as if they speak for all women on Twitter, I can't help but be sarcastic about it because they basically... There's this pretend that goes on in on Twitter where all women think exactly the fucking same. Like, exactly the same. Doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter, like, who the girl is. Every girl thinks exactly the same. Like, one girl doesn't like when characters look sexy, and therefore no girls like how, like, characters being sexy. It's almost as if they can fucking just never, like, there's no such thing as girls being individuals and thinking for themselves. For Twitter people, that is. And here goes this and that. Is my phone, not you? All right, but yeah, basically, whenever I go into rants like that, where I overgeneralize, it's always sarcasm. Getting banned. Oh yeah, what did Quinn do, by the way? Does anyone know what Quinn did to get banned? Yeah, but Nikki, I have it on this. I actually do believe girls love mansplaining. Do you not? So, maybe I should explain this first. So, mansplaining is when a man explains something to a girl because she doesn't understand everything, right? Because your brains are smaller, you know? Like medical fact, your brains are smaller. So, you don't understand things as well. So, sometimes you need a man to explain things to you. Now, some people call this mansplaining. And they pretend like it's a bad thing, but I think most girls prefer when men explain things to them, specifically like very easily arbitrary things. I think women love that. Don't you? Nice charge, easy. You confused the word love with hate. That's a cool excuse for not spotting the sarcasm. Oh, she, I think Cass is at college right now, so she is almost definitely on her phone. Inception. I love your humor. I love for it. I just call it explaining. Exactly. It is really just something like explaining. And if a girl says she doesn't like that, she's lying. We also love it when women tell us what we love. Exactly. I know. That's why I love doing it. Because it makes everyone happy. You know? Makes everyone happy. I think I've realized why I'm single. No, obviously, if you have any of those, if you listen to everything I just said and you unironically agreed with it, you should really get out more. Like, just walk up to any random girl and strike up a conversation and listen for a bit and realize, what the fuck am I thinking? Holy fuck, you have me going for a moment. Women love for you to make them laugh. Everyone loves to be made laugh, though. What the fuck? This is why I'm glad my girl is kind of a tomboy or whatever it's called. She don't give a fuck as long as she can farm her mats. To be fair, JC, 99% of women don't give a fuck. At least every girl that I've ever met can take a joke. They have a sense of humor. They know when things are said in jest and not bad-spirited. And they don't mind if people make jokes, as long as it's clear that it's a fucking joke. You know, and it's not being said in such a way that it could be true. So I think the vast majority of girls are normal. They're just humans. And I think most humans know how to take a joke, know how to laugh about things, even silly things about themselves, you know, which is actually very important. You should be able to laugh at yourself. It's that 5% of the fuckwits on Twitter that somehow can't take jokes, that genuinely can't fucking see the difference between genuine malice and just fun. And they ruin everything for fucking everyone else. You farted more than I did? Why did you fart in front of your girlfriend? I'm in the store and I say, yeah, and he asks, what do you want? And I always said, oh no, surprise me. If it works every time to annoy them. Yes, but it is super fucking annoying. I think this is the one thing that I can speak for almost every guy on. Your girlfriend tells you she's hungry. You go, all right, let's go out to eat. What do you want to eat? I don't know. It's like, Jesus, fuck. I'm going to suggest something. She's not going to be in the mood for that. Then I'm going to suggest another restaurant. She's not going to be in the fucking mood for that. And finally, right, she's going to suggest what she is in the mood for, and we'll end up there. We could have skipped all this if you just told me from the beginning what you were in the mood for. Or the whole surprise me. And it's like, how the fuck am I supposed... I don't know what you're in the mood for at this point. Like, I can't surprise you with something from the store. What if I buy you a chocolate and you were in the mood for candy? Now I just bought you the wrong fucking thing. Why did you just tell me, this is what I want? I'm in the mood for this thing. But it's annoying because you almost know that it's gonna be wrong. First time I heard my wife burp, I looked at her and said, "Holy shit, that was from you? Loudest burp I ever heard? Jesus." But I want something, I don't always know what I want. Complication is hard, but I will say I have found a workaround for that. For dinner is the hardest question in the world to process. D-Rocker, how you doing, bro? No, I'm not playing WoW. We know what we want until we hear all the options we don't want. So my workaround for this is actually fairly simple. When I'm in a relationship, I'll usually have like, depending on the goal, obviously, because you do get girls that don't want to fucking go out as often. But when you get like a girl that likes going out, we'll usually go to restaurants about 3 or 4 times a week. And I choose the restaurants. Like, she just has to be ready at a specific time. Like, I'll tell her, be ready by 7, we're going out. And then I just take her to a restaurant that I know has food that she generally likes. And then usually there's no complaining. The real issue really is when she tells you she's hungry and you go, "What do you want?" And she goes, "I don't know." That you should never ask. Just take her for dinner. And make sure that, like, don't take her to a fucking restaurant that serves seafood and you know that she doesn't eat seafood. You know, that's stupid. Like, if you know she likes steak, take her to a steakhouse or to a restaurant that at least serves beef or some shit like that. But yeah, just take the decision-making process out of it. Oh. I just thought of something that is also very annoying. When you go to the store and your girlfriend, and you ask her, "Do you want something?" and she goes, "No." It's never no. It's never actually no. Because when you get home and you just bought something for yourself, then suddenly what you bought for yourself now becomes a very tasty fucking treat. And now you're sharing the thing that you bought for yourself. That I think is actually more annoying, is because I just planned it out, you know. I just planned out exactly what I want. I want this, this, and this, and it's gonna be perfect because it's in the right ratio. Everything is perfect. I'm gonna have so much fun with this. And then I get home and she's like, "Oh, that looks really good. Can I have some?" I say, "No, you can't, because if you have some of this, then it's all out of ratio. Then I don't have enough for the other things that I bought. You can't have some of this." Of course, you don't say that. You think that. Internal thoughts. Otherwise, you don't get sex that evening. So you don't say that. You say, "Yeah, sure, take some." But now everything's out of whack. Just buy 2 of whatever you're getting. You basically do that, but then that doesn't always work out because sometimes you just end up with 2 and she really didn't want the thing that you bought. It's 112 gigabytes. Jesus. That's going to take me a good hour, I think. Damn, she doesn't wait. If she doesn't want it, I'll have 2. I'm interested to hear. Because obviously I can sit here and I can complain about the things that girls do. Girls, what is something that men do in general that piss you off? I'm not talking about like cheating and crap like that, because there's obviously scumbags like that. I'm talking about small things like this. Just general behaviors that really fucking irk you. You're just like, "Oh my God, that's so annoying. Why are you doing this?" Quiet, that doesn't count. Dishes, leave their dishes, dirty clothes right next to the hamper. Seems like a lot of this are menial housework that you girls really don't fucking like. Men aren't as good at menial housework. We're like apes. Holy shit. Not admitting when they did something wrong, even something simple, until it's too obvious they can't avoid it anymore, and you've explained shit like 5 times already. That's an ego problem. Yeah, that is definitely something that myself included, most men need to work on is ego. Like, as soon as I don't think it's just men. I think women have this as well, but I spot it more in like men. As soon as you call a man out on his bullshit, there's that ego thing that steps in, and it's almost as if admitting it will be such a blight against his ego that he just doesn't want to admit it. Like, he'd go to the fucking grave before admitting it. You just kind of, you just have to get over that, I guess. Or you have to realize that it just makes you look extra stupid. Because it really does, right? If you know you did something wrong, your girl calls you out on the thing, and you deny, you just look like a moron, right? Because you are effectively fighting a losing battle. She already knows, and she's well aware of what happened. So you kind of just look petty. That makes it a little bit easier, because then suddenly denying it becomes the ego problem. You don't want to look like a fool, so now you just admit, yeah, okay, I was a fool, so that I don't look like a bigger fool. She's right, I'm a fucking idiot. Yeah, that's not a lesson that I will learn. Because I have dated quite a few girls in my life who were fucking idiots at times. So I don't believe she's always right. Until I'm right. And he said, you're basically just playing the the numbers game. If I deny everything, there must at some point be something that I deny that I am rightfully denying. So yesterday, a video how a girl let her cheating boyfriend walk the walk of shame. Oof. How did she do that, Rakisha? Then we are usually proven right. Dude, it must be, like... I don't actually know for whom cheating is worse. Like, is it equally bad for both sexes? Do both sexes experience it equally horrible? Or... I don't know. Nailed it with women when it comes to arguments. They are not in it for who is right. They are in it for distance and irritation, and it's so true. That's usually only true when the girl isn't right. Like, when she knows she's not right, then she'll just wear you down. Right? It's worse if a woman cheats. Why do you think so, Apocalypse? Out the window and let him walk naked to the whole house. Laugh from the neighbors. Jesus, that is clever. I'm asking more, Apocalypse, I'm asking a more deeper psychological question here. Like, I'm wondering more, how do we perceive it? Jokes on her. I played League of Legends for 10 years. I can take wear and tear. Jesus. Sam Arrows has a video on this, if you'd like to watch it. On what is that, Melaba? Let's be honest. Girls are never wrong. Only mistaken at worst. That sounds about right. I mean, the secret to a happy marriage is definitely to basically never question. Psychology of that is a real thing. Type the title and you can look for it. Milibal, if you want, you can DM me on Discord or share the link to the video in content suggestions. So I can watch it there, either on stream or off stream, depending on where it's going to be more entertaining. Like, I'll find it entertaining either way, but sometimes things aren't really going to be entertaining for chat, and so I'll watch it offline. Girls remember every single thing I ever did. Meanwhile, I forget what she did to irritate me by the next day. Yeah, I have a theory on that. I don't know how correct the theory is, but my theory on... So, guys love complaining about this, right? You'll be in an argument with a girl, and then she'll bring up something that happened like 3 years ago, and you'll be like, what the fuck? This is 3 years ago? It doesn't matter. And my theory on this is that they're not bringing up the thing you did 3 years ago to accuse you of the thing you did 3 years ago. They're trying to explain to you how the thing you did 3 years ago made her feel a specific way, and it's similar to what you just did. So the feelings crosses over. It's the feeling that she's trying to convey to you. So she's basically trying to explain to you how you made her feel by bringing up examples of things that you did in the past. Cypher, how are you doing? Thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. On a psychological level, it depends how attached the person is to the partner to define for whom it is worse. Cypher, well, obviously here we would talk about all things being equal, right? We would say all things being equal. So if it could be measured, both people are, say, 100% into the other person. Which sex would be quicker at brushing it off, like quicker getting over it? But then again, you'd probably have to say all things being equal in terms of personality, because some personalities can move on quicker than the others. So that would probably play a part as well. Say it then. It's fucking hard to read minds. Or what do you mean? Say what? Send you the vibe video. It's YouTube. Thank you very much, Manabel. Because we already said it, but you don't remember. And said, oh shit, here we go again. I just got picked up by a bigger guild on my server in retail. Well, that's nice, isn't it? But not all understand it or forget it. Well, okay, so I think the reason, Orias, girls... So it's very hard to explain emotions to anyone, right? This is not a girl versus boy thing. This is it's fucking hard to explain feelings. And because, Ivanetta, thanks for the tier 1 sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch, you bastard. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's hard, right? How do you explain to someone that you feel cheated, you feel shorted, you feel sad but also angry? There's so many emotions that can go into a particular mood, right, or a particular feeling. And so men tend to be more matter of fact, right? So listen to whenever men fucking speak. There's this one scene in Friends that actually shows the difference between men and women so perfectly. It's after Ross and Rachel kissed for the first time. So Rachel is sitting there and she tells Phoebe and Monica, we just kissed for the first time, right? And they immediately start asking all these fucking questions, right? These incredible, like, deep questions about what was it like, what did it feel like, where was his hands, what music was playing, all of this shit, because there's an emotional connection there. Ross tells the boys, I guess Rachel last night, Joey asks, tongue? And he goes, yeah, cool, right? That's it. That's the level of men's emotional depth. Like, was there tongue? Cool. That's all we needed to know, right? It's more matter of fact. So the guy doesn't need to know what song was playing or what was the lighting like, or, you know, did she touch your penis or shit like that, right? He just needs to know the gist, and it's let's move on, and it's a good conversation. Whereas girls are far more focused on emotional attachments. So I guess by bringing up examples, so I think this is what we do, and I know I'm giving you guys, like, I'm speaking about something here from the advantage point of not being in it at the moment, so there's no emotions going with it at the moment. In the moment, it can be difficult, but we see things like this. So when a girl brings up something you did 3 years ago, we see it as an accusation. And you should, if you want to make your relationship better, stop seeing it as an accusation, because she's not accusing you of something you did 3 years ago. She is simply trying to explain to you that the thing you did 3 years ago is similar to the thing you did today because it made her feel exactly the same way. If you don't immediately feel attacked and sort of, because that's our first response. Oh my God, that was 3 years ago. I said fucking sorry. What do you want? What do you want more from me? Am I gonna have to apologize every day of my fucking life for the thing that I did? She doesn't want you to apologize for the thing you did 3 years ago. You apologized for that thing. That's over. But I guess in her mind, so this is me again, just sort of hypothesizing here. I'm just guessing. In her mind, you apologized for this thing 3 years ago. So clearly you understood why that thing was wrong and why what you did there, what impact that had on her. So if she brings that up from 3 years ago, then you'll understand what you did now and how that's similar, so you don't have to go through the whole argument of figuring it out. That's what I'm guessing. Right? I guess that's why they do it. The problem is we immediately jump to this thing of, I already fucking apologized for that. Why are you bringing it up again? And then that starts a whole new fucking conversation, right? Eventually the fight isn't even about the thing that happened. It's about the thing that happened 3 years ago that wasn't supposed to be the fucking thing that you were fighting about in the first place. Why bring it up again if not to fuck with you? That's why men hate that shit. But like I said, Papashango, I don't think it is to fuck with you. I think we view it from an emotional standpoint as if she's trying to fuck with you again. But I don't think that's why she's doing it. She's not trying to fuck with you. She's not trying to say, look at all these things you've done that shows clearly what a shit person you are. She's bringing it up as examples of things that you did to her that made her feel exactly the same as how she's feeling right now. Example isn't always accusation. It's using example to make it easier to explain how you just messed up. I think that's what it is. We're not... Okay, girls. I need to give you guys some advice as well. Most guys simply apologize not to sleep on the couch. You have to figure out what kind of guy you're dating. If you date a guy like me, I am notoriously overthinking on everything in my life. But there's a lot of guys that isn't like that. Now, being me also has its downsides because I will literally analyze every single fucking part of my life and your life. So, you know, you have to, I guess, take the good with the bad. Most guys simply apologize because they don't want to sleep on the couch. And after they've apologized and you accept the apology, they're never going to think about it again. Never. They're not going to analyze why what they did made you feel a specific way. They don't even give a fuck about how it made you feel. They're not sleeping on the couch, and that's all that's important here. So you also have to, I think, learn how to be a bit more direct. I'm not defending you girls here. I'm trying to explain how you do things, but you have to be a little bit more direct. Because, yeah, it's not always helpful. You're telling the guy how you felt 3 years ago, and that's great. He doesn't know how you felt 3 years ago. So to him, it doesn't matter. You are just bringing up something he fucking did wrong 3 years ago. He has no idea how that thing 3 years ago affected you. You're basically just accusing him of something that he did 3 years ago. So I think there's some room for growth for both of us in this thing. Like, we all have to be a bit better at understanding the other person. These things from different perspectives. I am very direct. Like, I literally could not be more direct than I am. I can vouch for that. Cass is... I'd say you're definitely more direct than most girls that I know. Female thing, it's human. If you were hurt before, you'll be significantly more... I don't know how to pronounce that word, Mullible. Date girls, it's simpler. Is it though? I actually think gay guys have it the best. They don't have to deal with nearly as much problems as straight guys. For the most part, I don't think. I don't know. Hold up, for something I did years ago does not work on me. My memory is shit. I have heard that from gay friends. I think women are far more of a challenge. I really do think so. The reason being, guys are simple. And I mean that in the nicest way possible. I'm a guy myself. But guys are incredibly simple. Most girls make men harder for themselves to understand because they think men are more complex than what we are. So they'll start coming up with all these scenarios of how a man is this, and there's depth and there's layers, and more often than not, the guy is literally as deep as a fucking puddle. There's nothing to it. He said something, he meant what he fucking said. That's it. That's the end of the conversation, really. There was no subtext to what he said. He didn't mean anything by what he said. He literally just said it. And that was the end of it. Nikki, there is one thing that I can agree with you on. And I think this is what you should have said. You date girls because they're fucking much cuter. Andy, you disgusting motherfucker. They sure make men harder. That they do. Not even gonna lie. It's kinda to the best, just be simple, man. Don't have to tell me that. We're just naturally simple-minded. Quoting you? What do you mean? Yeah, you're quoting me out of context, though. Of course it's out of context. What do you mean it's not out of context? I want more coffee. And then I also want to talk about another WoW thing. Before we get into... I don't know. What do you guys want to do? After we've done more WoW discussion, what do you want to do? No, I'm gonna look at it as soon as I get back, Kaz. That's what I'm gonna do. Make a cheesecake. You're fucking making a cheesecake. Demivex, we are playing Final Fantasy today. Don't worry about it. React to Warhammer lore and content suggestions. Okay, so we'll do... When I get back, we'll look at Kaz's suggestion. Then we'll quickly cover the World of Warcraft conversation that I want to have. And then we'll maybe react to some Warhammer lore. And then we'll play Final Fantasy 14. How does that sound? Would that be a good itinerary for you guys? And you're not alone on that, by the way. Valthea. It happens often. Any man who has ever been in a relationship can tell you it happens often. Like, a guy will say something. Like, the girl will ask him something, and he'll be like, yeah, I'm fine. Or, it's fine. And then she'll be like, what did you mean by that? It's like, nothing, it's fine. No, you clearly said it in a way that makes you meant something else. What did you mean by that? And he's like, no, I genuinely just meant it's fine, as in it's okay. Nothing more to it. It's fucking good. It's fucking brilliant. Let's just leave it at that. Oh my God, why are you getting angry at me? I'm not getting angry. Jesus. I'm just saying it's fine. You don't have to worry about it. I didn't mean anything else by it. It's genuinely just fine. Don't stop yelling at me. I'm not yelling at you. I am just saying it is fine. Right? So it happens quite fucking often. where you're for guys, Nikki, if a guy tells you it's fine, it really is fine. Like, this is what girls don't understand. When girls say things, there is subtext to it. Almost everything a girl says comes with a fucking letter of subtext. When a girl tells you it's fine, as a guy, your balls shoot straight up your body. Because you immediately realize, I did something wrong. I don't know what I did wrong, but the fact that she said it's fine means I'm fucked. I don't know how fucked I am yet, because I don't know exactly what I did wrong, but I know I'm fucked. Like, that I know for a fact. When a guy says he's fine, he's really just fine. He didn't mean anything extra by it. Unless you're dating like some very niche guy, like some very unique guy. If I tell you something is fine, I really fucking mean I'm fine. There's no subtext. I didn't mean anything deeper by it. I don't have deeper thoughts. My thoughts are legitimately, I'm fine, you look great, let's have sex. That's the extent of my thoughts. They don't go deeper. That's it. I am really fine, yes. It's difficult to get out of your own head, I guess. Of course it is. Yeah, that's the hardest thing. That's why relationships are so fucking hard. But it's also why we like them. I want to get coffee. I'm going to go grab some coffee and... yeah, then I'll be back so we can react. 10 Deep's what hair? Oh, yeah. Yep. I can't help it. The imprint is like permanent almost at this point. It's like a permanent imprint. Anyways, I'll be right back. Yo. Mika Monday, how you doing, bro? I grabbed some coffee, bro. Minion, how you doing? All right. Saban Raven, how you doing? Subscribing to OnlyFans? Yeah, if only I had an OnlyFans. What song is this? Jesus. It's The Revenge of ASA or ASA. Straight on till morning. Phenomena, how you doing? It's actually there. You can click the link in the chat. So the link is in chat to the song if you want to listen to it. Do you see the Pretzel Rocks? Every song that plays on the stream is linked in chat. So you guys can go check it out if you want. Yeah, it as soon as the new song starts, it'll tell you. It's on Pretzel Rocks though, so these are all copyright-free songs that I'm allowed to play. They have normal music, so you know, copyrighted stuff as well. I just can't listen to the copyrighted stuff. Working since 1 a.m. Jesus. Wait, what time is it there now, Phenomena? 7 ads? Shadow? I don't know if Shadow can... I'll just quickly type to him. Never mind. Is it Shadow? Oh, Shadow Grove. No, I was talking to Shadow. Shadow 757. Like NCAs over here, and ones like that. I gotta be sure you have your music on for the Alexander raid. It has some bangers. I heard last night it has some bangers. I mean, I'll be honest, I love the music in Final Fantasy anyway, so I don't really play without music. I do have the Game Pass, yes, and I know that Warhammer or Total War Warhammer 3 is on the Game Pass, so there is a chance that we might be playing that tonight over on Discord. Depending on when it goes live. I don't know if it's live already. Let's quickly see here. Cassiel suggested some stuff. So let's just quickly see here. Alright, this is... Alright, we'll see now. Can I join? Not played it in years, like? Yeah. If I'm not sure how many people's going to be playing it. I don't know. How many people can play together in Total War Warhammer 3? Because it's really going to depend on first come, first serve, and also how much fucking payment will go through. Jesus. It's going to depend on how, like, it's first come, first serve. So if it's 8 people, the first 7 people to arrive will be the ones who play. And also it's going to depend on how I feel after stream. Because if I'm too tired, we might start this weekend on the off days. Like, we might do Sunday and Monday playing some Total War Warhammer 3. I don't have a link to the game. If you type in Saber Raven, so just copy paste this. Copy paste that into Steam, and that'll take you to Shadow. Welcome back, bro. Really appreciate you sticking around through the ads. So you guys don't have to worry. Whenever I play ads, whenever you see like 7 ads in a row, I'm playing them on my end. And the reason I'm playing them is for this little thing here. It does two things. So if you've seen an ad on Twitch, you're basically locked out of getting another ad, I think, for like an hour and a half or some shit like that. So Twitch doesn't show you another ad after you've seen it. And there's tons of pre-roll ads, so people who come in aren't going to be bothered by ads. So now if we're discussing things that's interesting, you're not going to get bothered by an ad at the moment that it gets really interesting. So that's why I do it. I usually do it just before we get into something like juicy or interesting. Warcraft Mobile shall be coming this year. Who said Warcraft Mobile is going to come this year, Digit? Oh, it will. No, it probably will. I mean, so it's not Warcraft Mobile. It's a mobile game set in the Warcraft IP. So it's not Warcraft Mobile. Now, they've been working on this specific game in the Warcraft IP for a long fucking time. Now, the rumors that I've heard from contacts within Blizzard is it's basically Pokemon Go. Just Warcraft Edition. So it literally is that. You go out, you capture some pets, and they're your pets. Now, there might be some integration with World of Warcraft, so if you capture pets in the real world, maybe you bring them into World of Warcraft. I don't know how that's going to work. But it's effectively Pokemon Go, just as a, World of Warcraft edition. So, Phenomena, Twitch thinks that you should be playing an ad, at least 7 ads, every 30 minutes. Which I don't do. I basically play them back to back. So I play 3 minutes of ads. That gives us 30 minutes of no ads. And then I'll play another 3 minutes of ads. Usually I play it as I go for coffee. Just hit 3 minute ads. Because I'm going for coffee. People are getting up. They're leaving. They're doing their thing. So it doesn't really matter, right? That gives us half an hour, and then when we get it back, I usually play another 3 minutes, sit here and hang out for a bit, and then we get another 30 minutes. That takes us close to an hour. So for an hour, we won't get ads. So Twitch seems to think that's the optimal viewing experience. There's no way to turn it off. If I could, I would turn off ads because they're useless. But sadly, yeah. Maybe they're thinking they're going to revive the Pokemon Go scene. Because is Pokemon Go still actually a thing? Is there still many people that play Pokemon Go? I don't think so. It's still big. Okay. Well, then they're not late. They're probably just going to keep pushing it, I guess. Phenomena, yeah, whether you're partnered or not partnered, Twitch is going to play ads on your stream. I know a few older gentlemen. I've never played Pokemon Go. This is all well and good, but we still don't have the 10.0 announcement, and surely it must be soon, considering 9.2 is now less than a week away. I think that we're going to get 10.0 within 2 weeks after the launch of 9.2. I think that's when we'll get the first whispers of 10.0. They might actually decide not to do it that early and keep the hype for 9.2 alive a bit longer. And then as soon as they start seeing that the hype for 9.2 dies out, they might announce 10.0. Did you get Pokemon on my Switch? Pokemon games? Yeah, I like I said, I've never played it. I've never even played a Pokemon game, so I genuinely don't know. Does anyone think there's going to be a 9.3? Is there a chance that there could be a 9.3? So I could see if they wanted to buy time, they could probably push out a 9.3 if it was a patch that led into 10.0. So it's a patch that's completely story-driven that introduces 10.0. But I don't think even that is possible. King Julian, yeah, 9.2 could be the final patch for Shadowlands. If 9.3 doesn't deal with Shadowlands but deals with the next expansion, then technically it's not Shadowlands' expansion or patch. For me, yes. So 9.3 effectively serves as the setup for 10.0. I've always thought they could actually do that and it would really be fucking cool. If we got like the last patch or the last two patches, Final Fantasy does this, and I wanted this even before I knew that Final Fantasy was doing it. Where you do like the last two patches of the expansion, or even the last patch of the expansion, dealing with the next expansion. So it sort of leads the story rather than getting, the 0.0 patch, like 10.0 patch, which is usually like a month of a little bit of story and then just running around killing a bunch of rares. Wouldn't it be cooler if you actually got like crazy fucking like cool intro patch content that leads the story into the next one? So it's not just fucking here's your short story of like maybe 2 weeks and then go kill some rares in this zone because, we're bringing out the next expansion soon. Yeah, like the beta tasting. A prologue patch would be a good name for it. Indeed. Prologue patch would be a perfect name for it. But okay, before we continue anything, so Cassiel sent this to me. It's on Game Rant, and it says World of Warcraft fan accurately predicted the past 2 expansions and has a guess for the next one. In September 2017, a Chinese World of Warcraft player predicted Battle for Azeroth, Shadowlands, and potentially the next 2 expansions after. World of Warcraft began development in 1999. Jesus, this is like long ago. The world of Azeroth needed to grow and the scope needed to widen to accommodate the demands of an MMO. And though World of Warcraft had grown beyond its franchise's strategy game roots, it still draws upon the foundations built in Warcraft 3 to this day. Sometimes, and perhaps especially so, for a game whose story had been as long-lived as the World of Warcraft saga has been, it is not surprising to find storytelling patterns within the game's overall narrative. Arcs and themes that show up in one expansion that eventually get referenced and concluded in another. Perhaps the most obvious example is World of Warcraft Legion, finally wrapping up the plotline of Sargeras and his demons generals introduced in Warcraft 3. A World of Warcraft player named Solicit noticed this pattern in 2017 and extrapolated it to account for future expansions down the road, and the results have been surprisingly accurate. The player put forward the idea that the Burning Crusade introduced 2 separate themes within its overarching storyline, that of Draenor and that of the Burning Legion. Warlords of Draenor became the expansion that concluded one thread, while Legion became the expansion that concluded the other. By following this logic, Solicit claimed that the next 2 expansions would follow the themes introduced in Wrath of the Lich King, namely that one expansion would conclude the Old Gods theme set in motion through Yogg-Saron and Ulduar, while the latter would focus on the Lich King and the Realm of Death. Looking back, it's beyond clear that Battle for Azeroth and Shadowlands are a perfect match, according to the criteria put forward by the post, which begs the question of what this means for the future expansion yet unannounced. I don't know if you could, because so the next expansion is supposed to be purely the work of Steve Denuser. They closed the book now on the whole thing. So would that still hold up? Do you think we could still get 10.0 at the end of the year, Akko? Or do you think we won't be getting 10.0 till 2023? I genuinely don't know, King Julian, but I think it's going to be late 2022 or early 2023. Okay, so Solicit went on to say that the expansion of the Shadowlands would have a dragon theme, given that Cataclysm's storyline dealt with two primary arcs, that of dragons and that of the Elemental Lords. He confidently introduced the idea that the expansion after would therefore deal with the Elemental Lords and conclude both of these plotlines. Now, it is possible that the new chapter of World of Warcraft could deal with dragons and take the story in a completely new direction. And considering that almost every single leak that we've gotten for World of Warcraft so far suggests that it is going to be the Dragon Isles, right? Yeah, it is an overstatement. Given that rumors are heavily pointing towards a Dragon Isles expansion for World of Warcraft, it would seem that Solicit's prediction has rung true every single time thus far. If this pattern is to be believed, then the expansion that comes after would involve the Elemental Lords, the Horde and Alliance War, before concluding with the Void Lords at last. Of course, it could very well be a happy coincidence, yet until the expansions get officially announced, the accuracy of Solicit's speculation will remain an object of intrigue. How many of you think if the next expansion is the Dragon Isles? So this is, Cassiel shared this as well. Yeah. Thought process. You have TBC lore, WoD line, 6.0 expansion WoD, Burning Legion line, 7.0 expansion Legion. Wrath of the Lich King lore, Old Gods line, BFA, Scourge line, 9.0. And then you have CTM lore, which is Dragon Line 10.0, Elemental Lords 11.0, Mop lore, Horde and Alliance War line 12.0, and Shah line 13.0. Praetorican, because in Shadowlands we finished the story of death. So it wouldn't actually be hard for it to go into Dragonlore. There is no thread from Shadowlands that needs to pull forward. The one thing that I genuinely hope that we're not going to get is the Horde and the Alliance war line. Like, I would be fucking... I think I speak for everyone when I say, please, for the love of fuck, not again. Like, let's pull on something else about Mop lore. Let's not pull on the Horde and Alliance war again. Like, look, it does make sense, and it's not about correlation versus causation. It makes sense that if you're writing a story, you would conclude... Blizzard have always done this. It's one of my main complaints with Blizzard, is that why do expansions not follow on one another? Why is it so often that when a threat is introduced in a single expansion, it has to finish in that expansion, and then the next expansion is usually something completely different? But based on this guy's theory... It's that Blizzard finishes an expansion with open ends, because there's always open ends at the end of every single expansion. And then those open ends will only be revisited years from now in future expansions, right? So it's basically we skip a bunch of expansions and then we get the new expansion that actually goes back to the original expansion, but it doesn't follow on one another. So technically you get the sequel for Wrath of the Lich King in 9.0. Because technically speaking, sequence-wise, 9.0 could have worked after Wrath of the Lich King. If you put 9.0 as is just after Wrath of the Lich King, it could have worked. Right? You would have changed some of the storylines, but technically the whole expansion could work just after Wrath of the Lich King. Well, Dragon Isles would most likely be on Azeroth. Lionstar, how you doing? Since we always have side story or plot of a storyline leading in the next expansion and after it, what think will it be? I remember the comic where Anduin is in the spaceship flying with Villain towards Void for a war. How about Light and Shadow, leader coming up to the leaders of Horde and Alliance and lead them towards the eternal war of Light and Shadow? Remember, Light was the first to enter this universe after the last war. This war will create a new sphere of existence. So Lion Star, based on stories that's usually introduced in previous expansions that kind of signal next expansion, Dragon Isles make sense. The story of oh my god, what's her name? Day Dragon. What's her name? What the fuck? Why can't I not remember her name? Ysera. Remember the story of Ysera? Shadowlands would have worked wonderfully well even without Ysera there. Even if you removed Ysera's storyline from the Shadowlands, you could still have told the story of Shadowlands. So the fact that the Ysera storyline is there and seemingly comes to an end brutally fast, right? The story sort of suspends itself in time. It just stops. It literally stops with Elune going, well, that's for Tyrande to choose. And then just bam, it's over. The story's done. But remember what we did. We went to Alexstrasza to tell Alexstrasza that Ysera is now within the Shadowlands. Alexstrasza seems little fazed by the fact that her sister is now in the Shadowlands, as if it doesn't even matter. All of those storylines will have to be explored. And it could be that that's exactly what's going to happen in the next expansion. The next expansion takes us to the Dragon Isles to explore those exact stories, which means that this dude is correct. So there's a leak that myself and Apocalypse covered. I'll quickly see if I can find it for you guys. I'm not going to cover it in as much depth, but this is a leak from a while ago. So this info is quite old. Let me just quickly update this a bit. All right. So this leak is slightly older, but this is... Okay, so here we have, yes, Dragon Isles. 5 zones, blue, red, green, bronze, surrounding black zone in center. Center has a huge tower like Wormrest, but massively bigger. There's one very large island off coast and a few small ones. Leveling, players align with a draconic house immediately when they start the expansion. Basically Covenant, but there is no little player power. All cosmetic, no Covenant abilities. If we are to assume that this is correct, how do you guys feel about the first bit here? The leveling bit. Blasphemous Crow. So here's what I can tell you. As someone that have covered every single leak that has come out of World of Warcraft Sphere for the last 4 years, every single leak gets the topic or the subject of the expansion absolutely spot on. All of the leaks that came out before Shadowlands called Shadowlands. They differed on where Shadowlands is. They differed on what exactly is going into Shadowlands and what exactly we'll get. But they all stated that the next expansion is Shadowlands. Every single leak that I covered in Legion all said Horde versus Alliance, Battle for Azeroth, Old God. All of them. They all differed on where it's going to take place and what continent, if any, it's going to take place on. But all of them called Horde versus Alliance, Old Gods. I have gotten to the point now with leaks where I actually think Blizzard are the ones who fucking leak shit. They leak it on purpose, but with wrong information all over to sort of gauge beforehand what players are excited about and what players aren't. But okay, so they say here Renown, Soulbind's mission table were all in, but straight copy-pasted from Shadowlands. They will likely be changed and or removed. There is anima type power to collect. Covenants have a shared pool instead of 4 separate anima. Can also be spent on open world power-ups. Linear story for leveling, but there are 4 variants based on which house you choose, determines the order that you go through leveling zones. The stories converge at level 68 when you enter the center zone. Exactly. Then they see where the buzz goes. At the very least, they pay attention to the leaks. 5-8 move if true. Well, okay, so it would not be possible for them to leak stuff and then use whatever players love most. The leaks don't come out soon enough for them to have the time to do so. But it definitely informs what they need to focus on, I think. So the things the players are most excited by will be the things that Blizzard sort of pushes to the forth when they actually announce their expansion, if they use the leaks in any way, shape, or form. Niga Spider, how you doing? So the overall story is the Black Dragonflight Zone Central Tower contains the big expansion system. It's sort of like Torghast, but each room is a single encounter with a mini-boss or group of enemies. No trash. Some rooms also had a non-combat event challenge. Complete a room and choose the next one from a branching tree map. You can see type of encounter plus room reward, i.e. anima, power, type before choosing. Final boss at end, unsure of permanent rewards, legendaries, etc. tied to the system. It was more fun than Torghast in my very limited experience. What are your thoughts on this? If true, what do you guys think about it? Does this sound like the type of system that you would enjoy playing through? Minion, I know that the post came before Blizzard's announcement. That's why I'm saying. So, just FYI, for those of you that's wondering, the leak states cross-faction is in. The leak came out before Blizzard announced that cross-faction is in. So, and again, that doesn't prove shit, because there were actual leaks in for Shadowlands that said that Shadowlands will have cross-faction. Now, technically, right at the end of Shadowlands, those leaks have been true, but at the time of Shadowlands launch, cross-faction wasn't a thing. So, you have to take these with a grain of salt, but they're fun to go through. The story is Rathian trying to reunite the aspects, etc., healing the land, Center Zone with Green Dragon's help. The Infinite Dragonflight sees him changing the timeline and interferes. They are subject of first raid in the Bronze Zone because timey things. Like I said, I'm not going to go through the whole leak here because it's basically what you've seen before, just in different orders and sort of presented slightly differently. There is a chance that all of these leaks speak basically to the same thing. One person leaked and other people started coming up with more interesting things to add to the leak. So it's just a bunch of people thinking on their own. That still does not negate the possibility that the original leaker, so the person who wrote the first leak, knew that the next expansion was going to be about the Dragon House. So I'll tell you what I've often gotten from my contacts at Blizzard. Rarely will I get the full scope of a story from my contacts. Like, they'll very rarely tell me, this is what we're going to do, then this, then this, then this, then this, all the way to the end. Usually, if they're giving me a little bit of a leak, so a little bit of a spoiler, they'll give me like 1 or 2 words. So they'll tell me, you remember that thing that happened? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, expect that. So the Odin story, for example. I was told before Shadowlands even launched that Odin is coming, but Odin at that point was planned for 9.2. Well, his story would have started in 9.1 and then it would have really ended in 9.2. With the introduction of the actual character that was supposed to be for 9.2, which of course also never happened, which was Galakron. So that entire story was scrapped. Odin's entire story was moved into 9.1. Whatever story Odin really had at that time was moved into 9.1. And, Galakron just never made it to the game because at that point the game was in so much trouble that Blizzard couldn't spend any more time trying to get that expansion out. So, or that patch out. So this is what I was told from contacts within Blizzard. But they never give you boom, 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 right? They give you like 1 or 2 words. They just kind of say, yeah, think about that. That might be important later on. Yes, 10 Deeps. He was supposed to be introduced as one of the next big bads. He wasn't supposed to be the next big bad. He was supposed to be one of the next big bads. So he was going to be introduced in such a way that his story could become more important later on. Was he going to be resurrected? Well, we're in the Shadowlands. So I'm assuming, this is only assumptions. I was never told anything. Like I said, they literally just told me, think Galakrond. And it immediately rung true because Ian Hazikostas at BlizzCon said, necromancy is as old as World of Warcraft itself. It was even around with Galakrond. Right? So the sort of already hinting that Galakrond was going to be a thing. Yeah, so Galakrond would have been brought back in some way, shape, or form, and he would have been sort of more permanent, so to speak. So yeah, we don't know, but that's we can only guess at this point. What's more interesting is that this guy seems to do more than guess. He seems to think to know that this is how Blizzard runs their expansions. I'd love it if it was implemented well. For some reason, whatever that reason may be, Blizzard decided against it. So we're never getting Galakrond. At least not for the foreseeable future. Based on what I've been seeing and based on what Blizzard has done with Shadowlands, if Galakrond was ever planned, that's no longer the case. They're no longer planning that. Salty Capture, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Galakrond is the root of Thros. Could be an interesting concept. You don't know. You could get him in Dragon Isles. You could, but he would be... Okay, so Shadowgrove Galakrond is basically the start of all dragons. Without Galakrond, there would be no dragons, like no aspects, nothing. Galakrond, and this is all speculation. So from this point forward, a lot of it is just speculation because we don't actually know. But Galakrond seems to have been the result of the Titans experimenting on cosmological powers. So the Titans took every single one of the cosmological powers and basically pushed it into a single being, right? Which became Galakrond. Now, Galakrond originally was a proto-drake. There was nothing special about him. But because of the experimentation done on Galakrond, he basically consumed everything until he became so large that he would have consumed the planet. Like, he would have literally eaten Azeroth at some point. And so, the Titans killed Galakrond, or at least the Watchers killed Galakrond, and then they created the... I'm skipping over a lot of lore here, but it's basically just stuff. Then they created the Aspects, yeah? Now, the Aspects seems to have been created very differently. If you look at all of the dragonflights that we know about, and also some of the dragonflights that we may not even know about, and you look at every single one of the experimentations that the Titans have conducted over time, you start to pick up a sense that the Titans were very obsessed with void. Insofar as, how do you control void? Look at Gahun, for example. Gahun is a Titan experiment. You have Ultraxian, which is an experiment. You have the old gods in their prisons, which most likely were experimented upon as well. I'm pretty sure I'm missing other experiments from the Titans themselves. But they, in my speculation, in my theory, the Titans were trying to figure out, how do you control Void? How do you stop something from losing its mind when you introduce the Void power? Because Void has a lot of power, but it seems whenever you introduce Void, it goes nuts. Like, whatever creature you introduce Void to, that creature goes nuts. Doesn't matter in what in what quantities. It doesn't seem to matter if you introduce a little or a lot. The second Void is introduced to the creature goes fucking ballistic and it wants to destroy everything. So they were trying to figure out how. Now, the reason why I believe the Titans were trying to figure out how or how to control Void is Azeroth. Yeah, you have the Agrimar stuff as well on Draenor. Azeroth is already corrupted by Void. Remember the prophecy of the Nathrazim to Sargeras. They tell Sargeras that the Void is trying to corrupt the Titan. And if the Void corrupts a Titan, that Titan will be unstoppable. Nothing will be able to stand in its way. Now, let's think about the jailer, Zuval. If we were to try and figure out what drove Zuval to madness, let's say, would it be fair? Would it be fair to say that you could see how Zuval learning about the plans of the Void could have been the trigger that set him off, that made him realize that all of this is one big fat fuck you? Would you guys say that could be fair? If we are to assume that, because remember, Zuval was the arbiter of, well, the Shadowlands. He saw every single soul that came in and out of the Shadowlands consistently. He would have seen souls that's been corrupted by the Void. He would have met creatures that has been tainted by the Void. So he would have known the plans of the Void. In this, there's another interesting theory that I could throw at you guys. I'm just going to give you a tidbit of it. Was Zuval ever really the bad guy? Genuine question, by the way. Was Zuval ever really the bad guy? And I used to say you go to the Shadowlands. Based on what we know, you go to the Shadowlands. What if the true bad guy, what if the guy that truly wanted to dominate the whole universe is the Primus? Think about it. The Primus is said never to have lost a battle, yet he wanders into the Maw, gets captured, and becomes the prisoner of Zuval. Somehow, wandering into Zuval's literal lair, he keeps the secrets of the most powerful blade in existence, a blade that could undo the whole Shadowlands. He keeps it with him. He doesn't get rid of that memory, which surely beings of that power should be able to do so. He also then helps us to defeat Zuval. Quite nicely, actually, I would say. Remember, this is a guy that's said to never have lost a single battle in his life. and yet he seemingly loses a lot of battles. Zuval during his fight. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. What is it that Zuval in his fight seems to be interested in? What's the main interest that Zuval has during his fight? He wants to kill Azeroth. He could be spending all that time shooting bolts at Azeroth. He could be spending that, finishing his work on trying to corrupt and dominate the whole universe. Instead, he seems to aim everything at Azeroth. He wants to kill Azeroth. Perhaps exactly because of the Void. What if all of this ends and we see the Primus being the one to dominate the whole universe? Zuval was just a pawn in the Primus's game? Just saying, I have not trusted the Primus literally since the launch of Shadowlands. I would not be surprised, to say the least. Anyways, back to the original theory. So now you have Zuval seeing all of these creatures, these dark void creatures. And you have the Titans trying to figure out how do you control Void. And all of this leads to a single conclusion. The Void cannot be controlled. As soon as the Void is introduced to a creature, that creature will go insane. Nothing you do can stop it. So there's really only one way out of this, isn't there? Imprison her for all eternity. Keep Azeroth from ever being able to wake up. Because if she wakes up, she will have Void in her and she will be fucked. Wens, how you doing, bro? Thank you very much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, brother. The Titans played a very dangerous game. A game that Zuval did not agree with. Zuval did not think that the Titans game was enough. Because Azeroth could still wake up. There were still things that could go wrong. The Void could still interfere. So for Zuval, Azeroth's death wasn't just a requirement, it was a necessity. It had to happen. It wasn't optional. We may learn that the Titans tried to create the Dragonflights modeled after the individual cosmic powers, thinking very similarly to the first ones. If you have all of the cosmic powers keeping each other in balance, then maybe that's how you grasp balance. So we may learn that there is in fact a void dragonflight. So a dragonflight that is purely consistent of void energy and not made that way, created that way. So we could very easily learn that the Twilight Dragonfly, the Twilight Dragons or the Infinite Dragons are in fact void infused and they were born that way. So it wasn't because of corruption, it wasn't because of some weird thing. The Titans made them that way. And of course, that didn't work either. So I don't know how many times the Titans have to fail before the Nether Drakes could also be a thing. And yes, by the way, this is exactly why the podcast on Patreon is almost 2 hours long. Like we've barely scratched the surface of what me and Apocalypse got up to on the podcast. Like, we started discussing this. It was like fucking just a by discussion. We were just sort of having a tiny discussion about the leaks. And like an hour and a half later, we're neck deep in the Void and their ultimate plan to control the world through the Dragonflights, who's connected to the Dragon Isles, which is connected to Azeroth. And how that corruption is ultimately going to spread. Oh, fucking... I feel so sorry for Alex. Poor guy. Who are the first ones and how powerful are they? Fire and Lightning, stupidly powerful, I think. I can't really answer that. I genuinely don't know. I really do not know. Alright. Now, chat. Shall we continue our Alexander adventures? Are the first ones powerful by themselves or technology? Now, if the first ones are the first ones, as Blizzard, they would be powerful just by themselves. Because remember, they would be the ones who have created everything, including the Titans. So they're not just sort of like, the Titans are imitators of the first ones, so they do what their fathers and mothers taught them. But the first ones are not the imitators. They were the original progenitors of the universe. Who made them? According to Ian, the Clockmaker. Whoever the fuck the Clockmaker is, I don't know. But according to Ian, the Clockmaker. What is Alexander exactly? No. Not what is Alexander in the physical story. I mean, what is Alexander as in the content? What is the content of Alexander? So, is it a raid? Is it an alliance raid? What is it? Yeah, so it's 8-man raids, but it's not like the... it's not the alliance raids. It's not like the alliance raids. These were the raids that players were doing in Heavensward. Was it the only raids that players were doing in Heavensward? Andy, I see you writing and typing Warhammer lore, but it's already fucking almost 5 o'clock. We'll do Warhammer tomorrow. So this was for in-game gear. All right. Okay. That makes more sense. I was just sort of wondering about that because I genuinely couldn't understand where it's supposed to fit in. Like, where exactly does it slot into the lore? Along into now. Andy, we can't spend the whole fucking day just chatting. What do you think I am? Not a game streamer? What? Like, we do just chatting and then we do some games. This does not really slot into the MSQ per se. Yeah, that much I've gathered. So I have gathered at least to some extent that Alexander isn't part of the MSQ. Inquisitorium, how you doing, bro? If you completed Alexander level synced, gear capped, and without the echo, you was badass. Right. There are days where I prefer doing just chatting. That's definitely true. There are days where I prefer just chatting. But then there's also days where I sort of... Like, we started doing Alexander yesterday. And I'm really interested to see where their story goes. Because I've just been fucking, I think, bamboozled by Mide. Like, I think Mide is fucking with me. She just stole our shit. So I need to go. I need to go see what the hell she was thinking. Is this necessary for Oh, we have to do the Cuff of the Sun. So if anyone wants to play with me, I'll the Cuff of the Sun is the one we're going to be doing now. We'll do a private party. We'll do just do it 1-1-1. Fuck it, just do it 1. That's it. Yeah, that should be fine. We're good members. So you guys are welcome to join me if you want to join me for the Cuff of the Sun. Except Crystal Tower are optional, but give you extra lore. I forgot how badass these raids were in the different entrances and little sections before the boss. Listen to Akko read junk mail, useless catalogs, and the dictionary. I don't know how fun it would be to listen to me read the dictionary, though. Someone delete what I said, I'm sorry. Wait. Eliusha, I don't view that as a spoiler. It's not a spoiler, because I don't know what is going to be a core component of Shadowbringers. So, I mean, look, I could basically tell that for myself. I think there's going to be things in ARR that are core components of, you know, fucking Shadowbringers, right? This game seems to have core components sprinkled throughout all of the patches and expansions. It's 1, King Julian. The code is literally 1. Do you have anyone else that wishes to join for the Cuff of the Sun? Or are most of you fuckers playing Lost Ark? Wait. Mighty Random, what did Pyro do when that happened? No, wow. Wasmer, how you doing, bro? I'm playing Wartail, single player D&D game. Easy. I work but I'm on EU, so Untold Data's in trouble. I'm a bit stuck. I have so many fucking EU viewers now. When we played the first time, when we first started playing Final Fantasy, I had most people in chat were NA. So I would go, so who wants to do a dungeon? Or who wants to do the raid? And everyone in chat would be like, oh, bro, I would, but NA, sorry. And I then went, well, okay, fuck this. I'll go to NA, because it seems that's where I'm going to get parties. And we did, for a while, get, like, proper 8-man groups going. And then suddenly, now every single one of my viewers are fucking EU. But that would not make a difference, Apocalypse, whether I'm streaming at... No, I was never streaming at 11 PM GMT. When I first started playing Final Fantasy, I was already streaming at 1 PM every day. I stopped streaming at 6 PM South African time almost a year and a half ago, and I've not been playing Final Fantasy that long. As my viewers are Europe. Servers are so full Aqualon, people move to smaller servers. That is also possible, I guess. If I went on EU data center, all of the fuckers are in EU now. I mean, I'm in South Africa, I'm still playing on an NA server. No, if it really continues this way, if I keep fucking asking and I constantly get people going, oh shit, sorry dude, EU, sorry man. I might just roll another character on EU, or I might just transfer this character to EU. Apocalypse, you can genuinely go back to my streams for the last year and a half. Go back to my streams for the last year and a half. I have always started my stream at 1 p.m. It's really only been for the last 3 months that I've kept streaming after 6 p.m. South African time. Before that, I usually stopped my streams at 6 p.m. So even when I first started playing Final Fantasy, I would usually do just chatting for an hour, then play Final Fantasy for about 3 hours, and then I would stop the stream at about 6 p.m. my time. I know this because I started playing Final Fantasy when I was still living in South Africa, when I was still living in Pretoria, and I would usually have to stop the stream because I was going to the gym. So I started the stream at 1, and then I would stop the stream around 6, 7 p.m. because I would go to the gym at 7:30 p.m. So I know for a fact that I was never on at 11 p.m. while I was playing Final Fantasy. Just wait until the cross data center party. Should be easier to fill up then. Alpha, how you doing, brother? I think it goes down to the fact that we are allowed to look at titties in the EU and NA not so much. Wait, are you saying you're not allowed? What do you mean you're not allowed to look at titties? There's no chance. You can look at titties on NA and EU. Dora, if you want, you're welcome, yeah. But I don't mind either way. Lionstar, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. If you guys have time to come and help, sure, but I don't mind signing up and just going. Apocalypse, 2 days that I started late. I did say the vast majority of my streams. I never said all of my streams. There's been streams where when we start late, specifically when stuff goes on a bit later. But there were more than just 2 EU streams. I'll have to help. Give me a second. Logging over. Plus, both of the times that you're putting there. So the 6 p.m. one would have been perfect for EU. And people were still going, shit, I would have helped if I was NA. So your argument still falls apart on the face of it. Anyways, the one's Lost Ark hype dies down. I don't know if it's just Lost Ark. Look, at this point, if you're a Final Fantasy player, what reason do you have to play? I would assume a lot of Final Fantasy players are now off playing other games. Yeah, it is 1. Literally just 1. They don't play other games? I think there's a lot of Final Fantasy people that play other games. Definitely more Final Fantasy players play other games than WoW players play other games. Current player base, at least. I haven't stepped on Endwalker, backtracking to finish the raids like Alexander first. Hey, well, I couldn't say that's what I'm doing because I'm not even near Endwalker at the moment, but I'm doing everything as I go. I don't want to move on. I don't want to do 3.3 Heavensward because I don't want the I don't want to come back to do the story because it doesn't fit then anymore. Thank you very much, Adora. Really appreciate that. Dailies, raid, socializing, farming glams, doing side stuff. I've not completed yet. There's a lot to do. Yeah, but I'm talking about the vast majority of players. So the vast majority of players aren't necessarily going to be into doing everything in the game. So they've most likely done everything that they wanted to do. Like, I'm sure there's people who play Final Fantasy non-stop, and if there's one game that you could effectively play non-stop, it would be Final Fantasy. There's so much shit to do in this game that if you really wanted to, you could probably play it forever. Like, you could play it every single day for years, and you wouldn't be able to finish everything that there is to do in the game because there's so much that they put into the game for different players. But not everyone does everything, which is how games should be played. A game should be designed in such a way that everyone finds something to do, but not everyone is going to do everything. Play this game non-stop. I don't play anything else, and I was a long-time WoW player. I would never, ever, ever be a one-game Andy. It would drive me fucking nuts if all I could do was only play one game. Mighty Random, are you logging in, or should I just sign us up? Story. Most players are just into the story who have done the entire MSQ. They probably take a break and would come. I'm both different. I'm not. I need other games. There's so many amazing games out there that just limiting yourself to a single game, I feel like you're doing yourself such a disservice. Apocalypse, that's where you and I are also different. Like, I feel like I'm quite unique in that. Not many gamers do what I do. Even single-player games or single games, I tend to struggle to stick with for a long period of time. Because I've seen you. You'll like start playing Warhammer, and then you'll fucking dead-ass that game for like a good, like 6 months or longer even, right? And then you'll move onto a new game. So once you've sort of dead-assed that game to oblivion, you'll move on to the next one. I don't do that. So I go and I'll play a game for like, say I play a game for at most 2 weeks. If it's a really good fucking game, I might play a game for like 2 weeks, and then I move on. I get tired. That's when a game is really fucking good. Most of the time, though, it's like 2 days at most. No, wait. Where the fuck is... It's not a trial, it's a raid. Where the hell's the raids? Raids. The Cup of the Sun. Got over 1,000 hours on it. Even if I played a great game, I couldn't stick with it for that long. Do you want to get... Do you people really want to get, like, proper fucking triggered? Like, the most uncomfortable thing you'll ever hear in your life. Take a guess how long it takes me to watch a 20-minute sitcom. You people, you chat. You weirdos. You fucknuts? What do you want to be called, Eno? On average, about 2 hours. On average, a 20-minute sitcom will take me about 2 hours to watch. Because I'll watch for about 5 minutes, and then I'll pause, and then I'll go watch a YouTube video. And then, you know, I'll watch for another 5 minutes, and then I'll go read, like, Reddit. And then I'll watch for another 5 minutes, and then maybe I'll send a message. And then I'll get up, and I'll go have a smoke, and I'll drink some coffee, and I'll have a chat with my brother about some philosophical shit. And then I'll come back, and I'll watch another 5 minutes, and then I'll do something else again. I legit cannot sit for a single 20-minute episode and just fucking watch. I get bored. I'm usually like, oh, fuck, no. I need to go do something else. I'm bored now. And it's a good show. I'm really enjoying the show, but I'm bored now. I need to take a break. One Trail is that bad that you have to take breaks to break up the cringe? Enoch, not with One Trail. Not with One Trail. One Tree Hill, I actually do spam those episodes like fucking crazy, dude. I can watch, like how I watch your YouTube channel. That's perfectly fine with it. I fully agree with you. I do that with YouTube videos too. I don't finish the YouTube videos that I fucking like that I start watching. I pause them as well and go back to the sitcom, and then I'll keep watching a bit later. Sift, take care of yourself. Thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. It's rare. Like, it has to be very specific. I have to be very comfortable. Then maybe I can watch a single episode. So I'm watching Mindhunter right now. Yeah. And Mindhunter is actually perfect to do this in. I watch Mindhunter, and then they go to interview a new serial killer. Then I pause and I go read about the serial killer, and then I'll watch a couple of YouTube videos on the serial killer, and then I'll go back and I'll keep watching, and then they introduce a new character, so they'll talk about some kind of research that someone did, and then I'll pause and then I'll Google that because I want to read it. So I basically study the fucking show as I go through it. It's just how I do things. I get bored really quickly, and with games it's the same. It needs to be a very great game for me to finish it in like a single go. It has to be a proper good game. Nvidia, how you doing? Alpha, it is an amazing show. I am loving that show. Amagon, how you doing, brother? No, I'm really enjoying it. I'm trying to think now, what was the last movie that I watched in a single sitting, like without getting up once? Fuck, I can't even think. Most of my Netflix is legitimately Alex, by the way, how you doing? The 320, it's 3 hours and 20, Alex, that you have to so I'm gonna download the stream for you, and at 3 hours and 20 minutes into the stream, there is a topic that I forgot to record. So that it's around 3 hours and 20. I forgot to hit record because I didn't know that the topic was going to come up. It just sort of naturally started, and by the time I realized I wasn't recording, it was too fucking late to do the recording. So that's why I just quickly wrote 320 so that you have an idea and that I don't fucking forget. The Witcher. I watched The Witcher almost straight through. The Witcher would be a great example of me basically binge watching the fuck out of it. Alex, if you want, you can write it down and delete it. It's all good. So, I recently cleared my cookies and shit and reset my browser. But let me show you what my... So this is what my Netflix pretty much constantly looks like. It's sort of half-watched movies and shows and shit that I'll eventually get back to all of these, just not right away. Just not right away. Take some time to get a preview on the vid before I can edit it. I do apologize, Alex. I do apologize. Oh yeah. Boom, boom, brother. Boom, boom. Listen to the music. The music. Wonder what this fight is going to be like. The last one was really fucking cool. I really enjoyed the last fight. I don't know why I'm even trying to fucking damage her. What the hell was that? Flare? Oh, Jesus. I love that flare. Let's do another flare. Fuck it. Balls to the wall, bro! Big booms. Big booms. Immediately ruined. You have a glam doll? Who the fuck? Who's a glam doll? What? Oh, shit. Robot Inception. Massive robot Inception. Jesus. This music is so fucking good, dude. Gets you in the mood. Makes you want to punch your friends. Wait, I'm not even there. Bastards. Fucking bastards. I can't believe you guys fucking just pulled like that, like stupid assholes. Why didn't you wait a bit? Wait, why can't... Oh, I'm fucking Makes you want to punch them? Well, yeah. This music gets you hyped as fuck. Apparently I have things on me. What the fuck is this? Jesus. Okay, never mind. Oh, that was lucky. I didn't even see that. Let's do frost into a bit of lightning. Get fucked, bro. Actually, not at 100%. What do you mean, not at 100%? Oh, right. Yeah. I struggle with mana power still. Like, the control of mana power can be a bit of a bitch. Alright, here we go. Big boom time. How the fuck did that happen? Oh, I hate my life so much. Wait, how did you die? What killed you? Dude, I don't know what the hell I'm doing half the fucking time, so I don't know what to turn on and how. I'm just sort of fucking winging it. I hate this. I have to keep rebuilding every single fucking time. God damn it. Why? Why? Alright, that's a big boom. That's a big boom. Fuck. I don't have a clue what this fight is about, by the way. I'm not focusing at all. I'm just trying to get my fucking rotation going. You see that? What is that? What does that do? Oh my Christ. Is something falling down? Feels like stuff is falling down. Why are some of them different colors? Oh, that fucked me. That's all you need to know? Nothing? I don't know if that's true. I'll take your word for it. Take your debuffs. Dude, I don't even know where my debuffs are half the fucking time. That's not helpful. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to get back into fuck in my life. I hate this so much. Oh. Could you maybe, I don't know, not interrupt me again while I'm casting, please? That would be very helpful. What the fuck is this about? Okay. Ah, fuck. Good lord, dude. Good lord. Watch with the pushback the whole fucking time. Oh. Thank you. Really appreciate that. I did not see that he was casting Big Boom Boom. I almost wanted to get triggered there, but then I controlled myself. And I didn't get triggered. Fuck! Right when I'm casting as well, ley lines. I hate my life so much. I can't go back in because fuck me. That is the worst fucking time possible. The worst timing. What the fuck is that, dude? Oh my god. Right on my ley line as well. Like, right on the ley line. Thank you. That was so appreciated, dude. Oh. Fire damage when you stand in fire? True. Just make the healers adjust. Charlie, it'll be a BLM healers adjust. Rescue for the win. Save the strummer. Adora, I really appreciate that because I would have fucking died. This is not even up for debate. I would have been fucking dead. I did not see that he was casting Big Boom Boom. Alright, story time. Wait, where's my story? How's my back? Was I not supposed to get a story there? Like, what the fuck is going on? I did not skip shit. I did not skip shit. I didn't click anything. Where do I get this cutscene again, people? Yeah, I have no fucking idea because I did not skip it. It literally went from click on it to this. It just threw me out. How do I not see the story now? Because this is not going to be... How do I not see the story? Oh, Akalon, you haven't seen Rondru, have you? I was looking forward to hearing about the new treasure she's found. I see. Well, I will not lie to you. Some of it is true. I did meet with Illuminati, but that's not the whole story. Allow me to explain. No, don't explain. I want to see the story first before you fucking start explaining things to me. Oh my god. You're saying you handed over the Codex fragment to stop the Illuminati from coming here and taking it? Yes, but the fragment I handed over to them was naught but a stone picked from a pile of rubble. The true Codex fragment is here, safe and sound. We're gonna go back to a fucking inn. So, I bloody knew Quick Things was lying. The way he told it, you'd been working with Illuminati all along. Load of old bilge. The lot of it. Jarring due to the teleport, I think. What was jarring is the fact that I didn't see how we rescued her. I'm afraid not. Quick Things told you true. In fact, It was I who first taught the goblins how to summon the primal. I meant only to use them for my own ends, of course, much as I did you. Ah. You bitch. The author of the Enigma Codex was an ancestor of mine. The creation of the so-called perfect world proposed within it has long been the goal of certain members of our tribe, myself included. For years we strove in secret to realize its high ideals, free of the twisted elitism which seems to have infected the Illuminati. During that time, there was one who served as our leader, a man who made us believe that our perfect world was within reach, a man with whom I fell in love. I wished for nothing more than to see his dreams come to fruition. Where does that scar come from? So blind was my devotion, I agreed to help him summon a primal without a second thought. The danger to our lives never even crossed my mind. But on that day, 3 years ago, I came to know the folly of our mission. In an instant, the infernal machine laid waste to our hopes, snuffing out the lives of my companions, and the man I loved was dragged into its core. In a last desperate attempt to make right our mistake, I called forth a barrier with which to seal Alexander. At that moment, however, the Codex shattered, and the Colossus vanished without a trace. How did you get the scar? When the dust settled, I found myself surrounded by the broken fragments of the Codex, the cold, accusing remnants of our dream of a perfect world. Oh, here we go. We were fools to think only of the future. I did not realize until my friends were gone. But the time we spent on our journey together, pursuing a shared dream, those moments were as precious as any paradise we could have hoped to build. It's a sad old tale, I'll give you that. But it doesn't explain why you had the Illuminati summon the Primal, or why you had us help you infiltrate it. After everything you've been through, you can't seriously think any good will come of reviving Alexander. You all but said as much yourself. Good has nothing to do with it. Understand, I did not act out of any lingering adherence to my old ideals. I simply wanted to see him again, and perhaps walk to the ends of the world with him. Fuck, she really loved him. Oh, Feast, yeah, sorry about that. Let me turn that down for you. Him? Mine cannot mean Alexander. Not Alexander itself, but the soul I believe still resides within. If he's been taken, he's been tempered already? There's no way. Soul of Uplander sleeps in giant machine? Never has Backrix heard such unsaints. Mide must abandon this. Some unsaints. Now's not the time. I've got one more question to ask you. What happens when all the codex fragments are brought together? Alexander was born from the hearts that yearn for a perfect world. The writings of the Enigma Codex inspired such a desire. But they are more than just a collection of texts. The Codex can also be used to control the Primal. To be precise, 2 elements are required. DK, thank you much for the raid, dude. Really appreciate that. How you doing, brother? How was your stream? 2 elements are required. A complete Enigma Codex, and 1 capable of reading it. When both are present, Alexander can be commanded to transport its residents wherever they choose. Well, that's not gonna work. So there's no cutscene after that boss. Okay. I myself was once able to read the Codex, but those days are long gone. Now the fragments are as dead to me as the stones beneath my feet. There is another, however, to whom the Codex still responds. One we all know quite well. Yep. What? Rondru? Are you saying that little girl is the key to controlling a bleeding primal? This is not... You can't control primals, can you? Rondru. Alright, Wedge. Rondru has been captured! How did they know? Alright, Rondru's plight weighs heavy on Maid's mind. Cost me for a fool. I should have known better than to underestimate the Illuminati. I assumed the missing piece in their plan was the Codex fragment, but they were talking about Rondru all along. We must mount a rescue, now, without delay. The Illuminati. He's no better than a cog in that monstrous machine. It is like that she is being held somewhere in or close to Alexander's upper body. Continue your push through the left arm, and while the Illuminati are distracted, I will search for a way forward. Alright. Anyone else that wants to join for the next step? The Arm of the Sun? I'll sign us up so long because we're probably going to wait a bit to actually get a group going. Never mind. That was quick. Alright. What's this fight like? Good or bad, chat? Here we go, back to the fucking music. Wait, do we have to jump into those things? Go right. Go right where? Exhaust duct B? Exhaust duct A? Oh, not A. It wants to go here. No, it wants to go here. What the fuck? The lag is real, dude. I can't fucking go. So everyone goes somewhere else? Bullshit. Was made for my taste. You decide though. Doesn't matter anyways. It matters to me. Did we go? Like, do we have enough party members? Oh, never mind. Everyone is sort of reaching the same spot anyway, so it should be fine. Dude, look at this raid. How is this not fucking insane? Like, look at the size of this place. There we go. Now, am I finally fighting this fucking asshole? Here we go. I am so ready to kill this bastard. No. I'm running on spikes. Is that normal? Oh, for fuck's sake, interrupting everything. Ooh. Wait, that was a stun? Jesus, how do I move? How did he stun me? Okay, he's in a prison. Let's get him out. What the hell? That is such a cool mechanic. Lol. Alright, big boom boom. Big boom boom damage. Yeah, I'm not switching. Fuck switching. Black mages don't switch. It's too hard. Wait. Is the cat part of the fight? Oh, Jesus. Big ball, fuck my life. Someone's about to get wrecked. How do we get him out of the prison? Apparently I'm tanking now. I don't think that's a good idea. Should I be the one tanking? I don't like it. Fucking save me. Thank you. Was both tanks in there? Like, both of our tanks were trapped in the fucking prison? Like, what completed onto bollocks? I fucking hate you. Yuri's bitch. How do we get you out of that? Don't know. Alright, maybe now we can do quick stop. Is he gonna go up in the air before I can fucking finish him off again? Probably. Is there any haste buffs in the game? Like, similar to Bloodlust? Or is that a WoW only thing? Never run away from the tanks with aggro? The tanks were in the prison. There was no way to fucking run away. Like, I couldn't run towards the tanks. Oh, we didn't get to kill him? Fuck me. I think that's him dead then. Although he's probably not going to be dead. Believe me, Ariane, I would have loved to run to the tanks, but the tanks were in the fucking prison. So I was running around like a little bitch, not sure what the hell I'm doing. Alright, there has to be a story now, right? Look, I'm not touching shit. Fuck my life. No more stories. What the hell's going on here? Come on, Yoshi P. Are you holding out on me? Lazy bastard. Where's my fucking cutscene? Party buffs are not like haste buffs? Not really. There used to be an astrologian card, but they changed that. Because if I had something similar to Bloodlust as a black mage, whoo boy, would I be doing a lot of damage. Uplander sends quick things, scurrying. Illuminati think twice before threatening us again. Uplander is nearly through left arm. Next, Uplander must push forward into inner parts and save Rondru. Congratulations on your victory over Quickthings. While you were busy dismantling his flying machine, I finished charting Alexander's interior. The chamber you reached is situated in the innermost part of the left sector, which means your next aim should be... non-normal content? Backrix does not trust Treasure Hunter. 3 years ago, she summoned Metal Giant. Backrix wonders if she still wishes to finish mission of dead comrades. Yeah, you're gonna have to do a lot more than be cute in order to fucking convince him. I do not blame you for doubting me. Truth be told, my former mentors often stressed that were the unthinkable to happen, it would be my burden as the youngest to carry on their work. But building the Codex's perfect world was their dream, not mine. I only borrowed it. As long as I was with those I held dear, I could happily have devoted myself to any cause. Seeing their passion, their joy, that was what filled me with resolve. And it was that which drove me to collect the pieces of the Codex. All their talk of learning and reason, of justice and perfection, meant little to me in itself. I sometimes wonder why I was able to read the Enigma Codex in the first place. Mayhap it was because my youthful mind was a blank slate, receptive to any ideal, if put convincingly enough. I think it's different, actually. Lies, how you doing? That's your cutscene? That's good enough. I was just watching your Clips channel from afternoon, and remember, it's your streaming time. Have a fun stream. Lies, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. So, what if the Codex only makes itself known or shows itself to people who don't truly wish to bring it about? So it will only reveal itself to those who do not truly in their heart consider themselves true believers? Because it showed itself to Rondru, and Rondru has no real intention of controlling the world or building a controlling world. So the fact that she can no longer see it means that she may want to use the Codex. She may not be telling us the whole story. In the end, of course, it didn't matter. The primal took my friend's passion, their joy, and their idealism, and ground them into dust. Though I survived, my commitment to the cause did not. Put simply, I had no need for a perfect world without them to share it. So believe me when I tell you that I did not seek Alexander's return to realize the dreams of the dead. I only wished to see them again. To see him again. Meaning your leader. Did he love her, or did he just use her? The section of Alexander you have been exploring is called Midas, after a king from a legend of Ald. Midas entreated the gods for a finger that would turn all he touched into gold, and the gods duly obliged. But in his carelessness, he transformed the one he loved most in the world into a lifeless golden statue, and thus the thing he coveted became his undoing. So it was with me in mind, had we but paused for a moment to consider the means, and not simply the end, mayhap my friends would still be alive. But we did not, and they are gone. My one remaining wish is simple, to speak with the man I love once more. If I could do that, I would be satisfied. He's tempered. This is how she's going to betray us? He is going to talk to her again, but he's going to be tempered? There. I have told you everything. Assuming no one else wishes to question my motives, I would speak of Rondru's rescue, as was my original intent. Now listen well. I just got 2002'd? How? What, you got DC'd? Alexander is divided into 3 main sections, each powered by an independent core. You have already fought your way through to the innermost part of Midas, the left arm. The core lies only a little way beyond, but you may be sure that the Illuminati will have deployed the bulk of their forces to defend it. Hold on a minute. Why would they choose to keep Rondru there? The cores are just power sources. You are correct, and the answer is they wouldn't. Rondru is most likely being held within Alexander's upper body, but the Illuminati have locked the entrances from either arm, making it impossible to enter. Our only choice is to stop the core, and in so doing, stop Alexander. What is the 2002 error? I'm not really afraid of giant robots, Minion. I mean, I'd obviously think this is going to be one hell of a fight, but I'm not really, like, afraid of them, so it's really a packet loss error. It's weird that I haven't gotten that yet. If you get a 2002 error, just try to reconnect. You should retain your place in queue. Apocalypse, yes, effectively the reverse of Sauron's ring. I see. Why? That's exactly rather clever. The Illuminati need Rondru to control the Primal, but if it can't move, they'll have no need for her. At the very least, they'll have no choice but to keep her safe until the Primal is in working order again. Activating those cores would have used up every crystal the Illuminati had. If we destroy the second one, I doubt they'll have enough to get them operational again. So it's nothing compared to some of the foes you fight in Endwalker, I'm sure? Do Uplanders truly think Metal Giant can be toppled? I think so too. Treasure Hunter truly believes Soul of Lost Love sleeps in Metal Giant? Madness! But Backrix does not doubt resolve to rescue Rondru. Go with Mai deep into Midas and deactivate second core. But do not underestimate the Illuminati. Day and night, They bring supplies into Steel Fortress. Backrich suspects Illuminati are tinker-making new weapons. Alright, and now we do the Burden of the Sun. Can't help but think that the names of these raids must have some kind of meaning as well. Is there anyone that wishes to join? Trakus, how you doing, brother? We have space for 2 more people. Full-on Jesus namings. After that, Echo, you will still have 1 more section of 4 turns. Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind how long it takes. Do we have any healers around that wants to join for a bit of Alexander? Asia server, gonna watch your raid instead. God, now there's Asian server players as well? Fuck my life. They need to bring out the whole server hopping thing, because this is bullshit. I can't be on every single data server in the world at the same time. Need to make an alt on a different data center. Hey, if you guys ever want to play on Gilgamesh, you're welcome to join me. When cross data center parties start, I'll flex any role. Hey, I can't wait for that to happen. It's gonna be fun being able to play with the rest of the world at some point. Like, I'm talking about the top one, the one that everyone wants to fucking be. Like, everyone wants. The one where you can actually go to other regions as well. Adamantoys. I joined Gilgamesh because it's apparently the largest raiding server. It's the streamer server. I just asked chat which server I should create on, and they said Gilgamesh. Sounds the cool. It's a cool name. NVIDIA, it really has a cool name for a server. Gilgamesh. Oh, big bomb again. One of these cores are gonna explode, isn't it? Another big robot boy. Why unfortunately, Inquisitorium? Isn't it nice to have streamers on your server? Okay, it's going big boom boom. Okay, straight to the front. I'm safe. I don't have to move yet. Please don't let me move now. I am fucking begging you. Don't interrupt my spell casting, bitch. Oh, this thing takes like... He doesn't have that much HP. Should we take these down? Maybe. It's I'm not sure if they should be taken down, but I'm gonna say maybe. Oh, Jesus, there we go. Now what? Now what? Oh, 2 bosses for the price of 1. I'm assuming we're splitting these up then. Should I be, should I do an AoE here? I'm not entirely sure if I should do an AoE. What the fuck did I just do? Nah, probably do single target here. What the actual fuck was that? How did he push me back? My series aren't worth it with only 2 targets. Hey, apparently this is a much longer boss than what I thought. Fuck. What's the raid shit? Is there a reason why the floors are lifted? Oh my god. Oh shit! Remember this season battle? Wait, this second battle of Midas? What second battle of Midas? Oh, big boy with a lot of ads. Oh, this is gonna be a what the? Oh, Transformer boss now? Jesus. Well, ups a daisy. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. And I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. Oh, I should have run to the group, shouldn't I? Fuck. Thank you very much, Adora. I really appreciate that. I should have run to the group. I know when that shit happens, I should run to the group. Fuck. The arrows that point in means run to the group, correct? That's always the case. Yeah, okay. Run to the boy, run to him, run to him. I helped. Fuck. Alright. A busy fight here. Ooh. What the fuck? How did I die there? Like, what in the cunt was that about? Was I hit by something I could have avoided? When did this hit me? I need heals. Any amount of heals would be so fucking good right now. Oh my Jesus, that's gonna fucking hurt so much. Thank you. This fight's a mess, dude. Oh, there we go again. Up in the floor. Back to Transformer, bitch. I hate you. Well, off he goes, I guess. If you learn the markers early, you're gonna have a lot easier in later expansions. I think I know some of the markers, obviously not all of them. Drakettes, how you doing, bro? Okay, this fight on Savage must be stupidly fun. Yes, there's a few. Right now, I would say my favorite fight would be Twintania. Minimum item level, no echo. Alright, don't... Is there a story? There must be a story. We're destroying the core now, right? Yes. Okay. Not the sad music. Not the sad music. There's sad music playing. Is she dying now? The second core, I do believe. Once that's out of commission, Alexander won't be going anywhere. Whenever I hear this music, something sad's about to happen. It sounds like sad music, and every single time I hear this music, Horshavon dies or some fucking bullshit happens that I hate. Diane, would that I could see you just once more. Farewell, my love. Dude, I'm still fucking triggered by Horshavon dying. Oh, here we go. The Illuminati bitch with his book. You. Yeah, still cricket. Okay, so clearly they don't land on their feet ever. Too frightened to face us alone, I see. Not that I blame you. We all know what Akalon did to you last time. To usher in future that has been writ, even strongest Gobby must sometimes pretend to be weak and let enemies win. Oh, pretending were you? And I suppose losing the score was all part of your plan. Don't make me laugh. You know as much about the future as we do. Quick Things knows all. For example, Quick Things knows one among Uplanders carries true fragment of Enigma Codex. How does he know all this shit? It seems the game is up. Biggs, there's no hiding the truth from Quick Things. Very well, admit it. I have the fragment, but I won't be handing it over to the likes of you. Well, there he goes. Oi, Wedge. Didn't you hear him? He knows all. Which means he knows that what you're carrying is a worthless rock, while I've got the genuine article tucked away in me small clothes. God, here we go. These fuckers are useless. Quick Things already knows conclusion of Uplander's childish games. But what's happening to Biggs and Wedge now? He's coming for me. What's he waiting for? Long ago was outcome decided. Uplanders think they are victorious, but luck is no friend to them today. Stand away from the edge. Yep. The fuck does he know this shit? And now Enigma Codex belongs to Illuminati. All pieces fall into our hands. Dude, how does he know? Fuck, it's the Illuminati. That doesn't answer shit. How does he know? Because he knew that this would happen. He knew all of it. Far as I can make out, the thing's in good working order. No damage, no signs of tampering. I can only think it was an energy fluctuation that did it. Just bad luck. Bad luck? You're saying it was pure chance that the platform stopped at that exact moment? Then what about Quick Things? There is no way he could have predicted something like that. The odds would be infinitesimal. Well, however he did it, the fact remains that he did. But that doesn't mean we have to stand for it. When someone takes something from you, you just have to take it back. She planned it all. The fucking Skamars artist. Adora, thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate it. Alright, Backrix. Do Uplanders forget something? Matters are too urgent for such foolish doings. What? Tongue flaps of Uplander make Backrix almost to laugh. Uplander claims already to have stopped core and lost fragments to Quick Things? Look here, Uplander. Backrix has brain case like Steel Trap. Catching's all heard things, all seen things, and he saw Uplanders leave but few moments ago. Backrix senses something is amiss. We're going to look while I'm in a meeting. Alright, Adora, take care of yourself. Good luck with the meeting. This filthy game. FAQ walkthrough user. Loving the Emery Clam. I enjoy the Emery Clam as well, Trickus. Is that important that he thinks we literally just left? Backrix is certain that Uplanders left for Metal Giant only moments before returning. He watches Uplanders disappear over horizon with own two eyes. It has to be important. I wouldn't say it twice if it's not important. What does that mean? Did time stop? For us inside Alexander and... Brandon, take care of yourself, bro. Thanks for joining. Really appreciate it, bro. Does Alexander fuck with time? But it is impossible to return so soon if Uplander's tale is true. Why Treasure Hunter also makes such claims, Backrix doesn't know. Go, Uplander. Trade tongue flaps with Mide, and together think of explanation. He doesn't believe us. He literally just wants us to come up with a better explanation for what the fuck we're saying. Your story is not true. Go think again. You and me both, Enoch. Have you been able to make any sense of Backrix's account? According to his version of events, we would scarcely have had time to reach the core, much less shut it down. But we were all there. We all know what happened. Time fracture, maybe? Are you sure he's not just confused? Maybe he got lost in all this data of his and forgot the time. Alright, so we have to do a pretty deep analysis here. Alright, so according to Backrix, we just left. Like, he saw us leave and then suddenly we were there again. But we were away for, whatever amount of time would be enough to destroy the core and all of this to happen. So there's two explanations that I have for it, and the correct response from chat is nothing or smiley faces, but these are my two options. Option number one, time inside Alexander flows differently. So when you're in Alexander, it feels like a long time, but it's actually not a long time at all. It can be moments within Alexander. The other option is that time is splitting. So that's the other option. We have a time split issue here. So in other words, in one timeline, we were successful. We stopped the core and everything's broken down now. But that's not the timeline that we exist in right now. Rather, the timeline that we exist in right now is the timeline where we went into Alexander's core. The core got stopped, dropped, and we've just returned. But he saw both of these time events happen, so he's confused. In other words, the time split happened at some point as we ventured into Alexander. I'm very confused. I'm afraid not. That is, unless the goblin standing watch near Alexander was also confused. These reports corroborate Backrix's. No, something else is going on here. I'm certain of it. The question is, what? If we assume for a moment that the goblin's accounts are true, then hardly any time has passed since we entered the barrier around Alexander. Time stopped? Impossible. Impossible? You mean like quick things, predicting exactly what was going to happen in the core room? I hate to say it, but maybe he wasn't talking out of his arse. If time doesn't work the same in there, maybe he saw the future. Ding, ding, ding. Something about Alexander. That's where his book comes from. Inside the upper core of Alexander, you have the ability to move time forward or time backwards and view the future as it plays out. But not necessarily the proper future, but rather the future that you wish to see. And the future would only be the future if Alexander is part of said future. So this would explain why he's seeing everything that leads to him actually bringing Alexander into existence. Because Alexander would not be able to see the future past his own demise. So Alexander only shows the future in which he lives. Interesting. Okay. There may be another explanation for that. There is a device deep within Alexander capable of performing complex mathematical calculations. It is not outside the realm of possibility that it could be used to predict the outcome of simple events. That still doesn't explain the time thing. Using mathematics to predict the future? Now, even if I could believe that, it wouldn't explain this business with Backrix. You and me both. Biggs is right. Perhaps the presence of the primal somehow disrupted the flow of time within the barrier. It's only a theory, of course, and a far-fetched one at that, but it might go some way towards explaining recent events. To be clear, you are implying that the Illuminati are aware of this temporal disruption and have been using it to somehow gaze into the future. Very well. If you are willing to accept that, why not go further? Might it not be the case that they have found a way to bend time to their will? By moving back and forth in time, the Illuminati could effectively manipulate the present however they saw fit. They would ever remain one step ahead of us, our every effort doomed to fail from the first. Now that's a sobering theory. But it's still only a theory, right? There's no point panicking just yet. Wedge, give the chief a call on your link pole. If anyone knows how to untangle this knot, it's him. Kind of scare time traveling in stories. It gets the story go all fucky-wacky. True. I'm very confused right now. Blew me away that it's side content. Well, is this side content though? Because this is raid, right? This is main raid. Unless, of course, people consider raids to be side content. It's still optional. Well, I guess that makes sense. But main raid isn't really... I guess. Chief, it's me. It's about Alexander. We've noticed something strange about time inside the Primal. What? No, not our time inside the Primal. The time. I mean, time itself. Chief, it might be best if you just came here, aye? Aye. We'll await your arrival. It is, but it is not. Zeno, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I see what you guys mean with side content. You mean it's not tied to progression. You don't have to do this in order to progress the story. In that sense, I agree with you guys. It is incredibly intense for not, like, completely optional content. Lies? Who the fuck's Lies? Have I met Lies? Oh, right. I'm assuming she's as hot as Yastola. I'm not even fucking believing, chat. You guys can go fucking suck a dick. I am not believing a fucking word. She's probably going to be this ugly bitch like Matoya. So, you know what? Chat. I will, for now, hold on to my hope that Yastola stays with us. Because she's hot as fuck. And, of course, Menphilia, who is the literal waifu. Look, chat, I've seen Matoya already. You guys can stop fucking talking bullshit. Is that a heated debate I hear? Boys, you started without me. Now, what was that you were saying over the link poll? Something about running out of time. Sid insisted that I accompany him, though I would have come even had he not. Matters have taken a turn for the worst, I gather. You could say that. Master Matoya is the best. No, she is fucking not. Menphilia has moved on to her new Warrior of Light. Menphilia is still stupidly fucking hot. Zeno, I realize everything is relevant. It's why I love asking questions about it so much. You can say that again. Kitty Pride, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Loving these streams for. Hey, happy to hear that. But for this side comes the pixels and you shut your fucking mouth. You dare not speak about Menphilia that way. Take it back. Apologize right this fucking second. No one speaks about the waifu that way. How dare you? Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting behavior. I don't really expect better from this chat, but I could have hoped for better. Which wall are you playing? Gilgamesh. With Filia's side content, Latoya's main content, I will fucking kick the lot of you. Can we just ban my whole chat? They're fucking stupid. Ban Enoch too. I know he's a mod, but get him the fuck out of here. How, dude. You guys should shut the fuck up. Manphilia is so much better than anyone else in this fucking game. So much better than anyone else in this game. Hilda is also very beautiful. Look, let me give you guys the DL, right? Let me get you guys into the know. Yestola is hot. Not gonna lie. If you go on a date with her, you'd be very happy to settle down. Not gonna say that that's not true. She's a beautiful girl. Yeah? Hilda is stupidly fucking hot. Her accent helps a lot. But Hilda is very hot. Very good if you're going out with her a couple of times and you know, want to have her as a girlfriend for a while. Manphilia is the kind of girl you settle down with. You know? It's the kind of girl that you go, you know what? I think I'm ready to have kids, get married, you know, the whole 9 yards. That's Manphilia, right there. This is why Manphilia is considered S+ tier waifu. And everyone else might be S tier, some might be A tier, but Manphilia is S+. This is facts. I'm just spitting it. You don't have to like it. Most people don't like the truth. That's fine, but this is the truth, as it's written in the Bible. The etheric fluctuations are akin to those I observed shortly before the Primal's awakening. In the absence of a functioning core, its form is dissipating, albeit slowly. Apocalypse, tell them I'll get them into a channel soon. So we have a high-level booster from World of Warcraft who reached out after my video on boosters, who said that they'd be happy to chat with us. I have no idea how much they know or how much they don't know. So it's going to be an interesting discussion, I think. Yestola, would you mind lending me your goggles for a moment? It can't hurt to have a second opinion. Does she still need the goggles? Probably not. She sees ether now, right? What the fuck is it doing? What in the 7 hells? The ether pouring from the primal is flowing backwards, as if time were passing in reverse. Ah. We're getting younger in there. If we stay there long enough, we'll be children again? That cannot be. Such a phenomena is wholly without precedent. Knowing so little of this primal's capabilities, however, it would be remiss to discount the possibility outright. If it is as we fear, then at this very moment, Alexander could be undoing our efforts to shut down its cores. All of our labors will have been for naught. Ah, the treasure hunter of whom we have heard so much. You seem unperturbed by our outlandish speculations. Was this perchance the subject of Wedge's communication? Teenager Stola. Pixel Flames, check yourself, bro. We do not need the FBI coming in here causing shit. Gods help us. If there is any truth to this, it won't matter how many cores we disable. The Illuminati will simply undo any damage we cause. Then what do we do, Chief? How do we even begin to fight something like that? Why does my guy pretend to think? He doesn't think, he just does. Does as he's told. But he pretends to think all the same. To erase the past. To return to a clean slate. Could Diane have known? What the? What are they doing to the goblins? Oh, they're almost done with the codex. Oh, that's Rondru? Oh, shit. F in chat for Rondru. Preparations for restoration of Enigma Codex are complete. Calculations show margin of error for future readings is 0.03%. Foolish gobby. When future is decided, there is no error. There is no failure. Listen well, chosen of Illuminati. At last, all pieces are in place. No longer must wise suffer foolishness of unwise. Time is come to backstrike. Inferiors will make way for perfect world or die. Now, restore Enigma Codex. Clean hiding. We're finally getting Utopia. Are you guys happy? And complete. Now is Alexander Illuminati's to control. Soon will cores disabled by Uplanders be disabled no longer. Reverse time. Just like that, a little machine. Fuck it, we go back in time. This is how we did it. This is how they do it. Once power flows to third core, Alexander will be fully operational. And with third core, will its true potential awaken. So I figured it out. They basically... So whenever we fight them, yeah? When we win, they adapt and they change. And then they rewind time to see what the changes do. So it's basically trial and error. So they made they realized that we would win and that we would escape, and so they put something there to stop the elevator for a moment to knock the stone out of her hand, and that's why he knew exactly where to stand so that it landed right at his feet. Because he saw it happen a million times trying to figure out what to do. Wings of time will unfurl, and all of history will be at mercy of Illuminati. Chosen ones will amend mistakes of past and reshape world into perfection. At last, prophecies of Enigma Codex will be fulfilled. And quick things, all thoughts will rule as king of New World, of correct world. Chosen ones, menders of history, be proud to serve as builders of this paradise. Goblin, like the gobbies are... Oh, they're such a weird folk. They're such a fucking weird folk. 2 mounts and a minion in here on Savage? Easy. Fucking easy. Alright, hold up. Let's quickly get into a voice channel here, because we have the booster that wishes to join. So we'll quickly get them in. So I realize that most of us don't like boosters, but be at least civil, guys. Let's try to be as civil as possible, right? Get good goblins and bad goblins. All of them are weird goblins. They don't strike me as people that can be evil, you know? I think that's the thing that bothers me most about them, is that they don't strike me as things that can actually be evil. Wait, but are they tempered, though? They don't seem to be tempered. They don't strike me as tempered beings. Apocalypse, can you give Mint access to general chat? I'm not sure where they are on the list. They need to type, I think, in general. All right. By the way, Andy, Apocalypse, if you guys want to come in, you're welcome to come in. Mint. Can you hear us, Mint? Thank you, Apocalypse, by the way. I'm just waiting to see if Mint... I think they're struggling with their push to talk. Did you know that Yoshipi is a primal? We are all tempered. I can agree with that. I can 100% agree with
Hello.
that. Hey, man, how you doing?
I'm used to using voice activation, but this requires push to talk, and I didn't have that bound.
Oh, yeah. We have to have it here, otherwise we would have far too many people making noise
I can
if
imagine.
we're hanging out. So, yeah. All right, so, man, just a little bit of backstory. You said you're a high-level booster within the boosting community, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And to point out, I'm still only a booster. I do not hold management fee or anything background related at all.
All right.
But I have been boosting everything from Mythic, Vision back in the days, Torghast, Mythic Plus, and all that. Like, all the points that you can boost in, basically.
All right. Did you have a specific boosting community that you worked with, or did you work for basically all of them?
I prefer sticking with one. I have done clients from others because some advertisers like being several places, even though they're not allowed. But
all right.
But I've mainly been in Nova. That has been my home for most of the time. Okay,
so you've boosted for Nova. Now,
yeah.
before we get into anything, explain to us the normal process. So from the client replying to one of the advertisers to it finally getting to you, what was that process like?
Well, the process was very simple. The advertiser would post a run with a Discord bot that would literally just tell what does this person need. Being Mythic Plus, is it a 15 in time, how many runs, and what price you would get paid.
Okay.
And you simply said, if it was just, let's say Torghast, you just said, I'll take it. If it was Mythic Plus, you would say you roll and take it and so on.
Okay.
And after he had picked the people, he would tag the people in the post, form the group, and they would be on their merry way.
All right. So this was how long would you say did it take from client replying to an advertiser to the boost happening? How many hours about do you think would it take?
Hours, minutes.
Minutes.
At least for anything but like raids. Raids had mostly fixed times.
Okay. So
but for anything else, it was basically instant. There was so much competition.
So you could basically pay to get the game played for you with little to minimum effort, even a time commitment from your side. It would just allow you to skip everything and they would do. How would you guys boost usually? Would you have the person play with, or would you prefer the person sort of stays out and you just do your job?
It depends a lot on the content. Like from raiding, which is where I did the most, we would, for Mythic, it would mostly be kill them off. That's just easier overall, because some mechanics can be a hellhole. But on Heroic, we would actually encourage them to just play along. Just because if there was nothing that could really bother us, we would just have it as an extra challenge.
Okay. Now, so I guess my first real question to you would be, so you're doing this, yeah? And obviously, for you, what was your main motivation for doing this? Before I get to what was your main motivation for doing this?
Well, the reason I wanted gold, because, and this is not any brag or anything, but I'm not in a situation where I will ever use the gold I have, but it's just where I ended up being. But it started because I liked pets, mounts, and collecting these things. And some of the rare things had a high price tag. And boosting was sort of, I started with my guild getting into it. We sort of got a free pass in. And that way I just started boosting. But now that I bought the things I want, but I also just liked in boosting, and it just kept accumulating.
All right.
But for me, it was just a basic need of like for pets and mounts, which was what I liked. And this is of course very different from person to person.
Yeah. Now I think I need to highlight before we get any deeper into this that I don't think anyone blames the boosters. I might be wrong, but chat. Is there anyone here that blames the boosters for the blaming issue, for the boosting problem in World of Warcraft? Because boosters have always existed. It's as old as WoW itself. As long as there's been, it's literally as old as gaming. If you have a multiplayer game and there's content that is hard enough, there's going to be someone that boosts other people. This is just natural. Now, the way it used to work in World of Warcraft is that, you and your guild want to boost people, you advertise, you get the people that you want to boost, and you move forward, right? It used to be a very guild-centric thing. This required guilds to be very good, so they had to be, in the world top 100, at least, because they had to be able to do the content so that they could actually advertise that they've done the content so that they can boost people. But it worked. It worked for the most part. It was very individualized. Did you ever think, while you were doing this, did you ever feel like the communities was in any way, shape, or form harming the game? The community specifically. It was harming the community as a whole.
In the start, no, because I felt it gave, because, they talk about that this is the safe way, you don't get scammed, you get the right quality, right?
Yeah.
And I could agree with that to a certain degree, that when you have a community behind it, they also have a certain quality to it. Like if you were a high-end guild, you would, instead of the high-end guild, have the boosting community's name associated with it. But since boosting became more mainstream, more and more people came in, the competition rise because, hey, this is easy gold, right? For some people, you just sit and boost people in a 15 and it's all good. But I also saw a drop in quality. Like everything you can, like if someone does buy a 15 in time and the people don't time it, it gets posted for every member to see that these people have been striked for failing. And you could just see the list rising of some of the same people, like repeatedly failing.
All right. Would they get the gold for failing, or would they lose the gold for failing?
They would get gold, but they would also get a deduction. But it was, so you could say they might have earned 20 gold for the boost, but they got deducted 25k, right? Afterwards. So it was still in the negative. And then depending on how severe your offense was, it could of course be more, but again, but if you kept boosting, it would even out, because sometimes if you were a bad player, you could just get in a group with other good boosters, like some of the betters, and they would sort of carry you apart as well.
Yeah. Wait a second. So even if you were like failing, there would never be a point where they basically kick you out of the boosters club? Like say you can't boost anymore, you fail too often?
There has been occasion, of course, because if you see 5 strikes in a day, they know something is wrong, right? That if they fail up. But it takes a long time, if you ask me. Like, you would literally have to insult like someone before you would get instantly banned.
Yeah.
Away. But failure-wise, it could take a few times. I think I saw it was like someone had 10 failures in 2 weeks or something, and I think he got threatened that after that, approximately, he would get striked. Of course, this is handled by supports, so it could also vary. There was no specific set amount, right?
Yeah.
So
there was no
even
rules
if they
for the amount. If you were good
No.
friends with the community leaders, you might never get banned.
Probably until maybe if a lot of things, because it is still a community, if people started calling it out, right? Like, why is this guy striked every day, but he's still here, right?
Yeah.
Then of course they would have to act. But from what I know, there's never been a 3 strikes and you're out, for example. Never such a thing.
Okay. So now my question is, how well, if any, did you know people inside the community, so people inside the management structure of the community? Did you know anyone inside the management structure, or not really?
A lot. I didn't know them a lot on personal. I had a friend that started out boosting with me who's ended up being staff as well. And I have like the rate, like when I rate boosted, he's half, you could call it half support, because he's very close contact with those who manage the rates.
Okay.
So I know what's been going on. I pride myself in talking with the advertisers and keeping up on what's going on and what's bothering them, because when boosters fail a boost, it hurts their reputation as well with their client, that they might go somewhere else and stuff.
You can see why this is so strange. We're talking about a video game, and I'm not blaming you, obviously, but the language that you're using, it's business language. You know, you have support staff, you have advertisers. Their relationship with their client gets hurt. It's business language in a video game. You know.
Mm-hmm. And I work with sales personally on the side, so that's why I can agree that these things were getting out of hand. It was no more your friendly neighborhood boosting service. It was a legit business. Like, I don't think there's any. I don't know real money trading, if anything happens higher up and stuff. I think that's more on a personal level. I think people are getting paid in gold, but I've got to admit, I know people must be sometimes using it. You have some people sitting 24 hours a day. You can see on the runs that they are from 8 in the morning till 24 at the night. They're taking boost and doing it. And I'm sorry to say, I don't think you can do that every day without using that gold for something illegal.
So you are almost certain that real money trading did happen?
Yeah, and I think you can go to any community for that.
Yeah, obviously,
but I think it's on a personal level that there are people that are doing it, because in the community itself, you would have a split as well, because we have, like, you have some of the boosters there, like raid-wise, we had a raid team there. It is just a Nova team, so we were from different servers, different guilds, and so on.
Yeah.
But we became good friends because we kept doing it together, you know. So we were semi-guild, you could call us there.
Yeah.
And we had one way. We all knew this gold we're using. This is just for consumables, this and stuff, and in my case, pets and mounts. But there are also the other group that are sitting non-stop doing Mythic Plus
Yeah.
every day, 24 hours a day, and we knew they were doing something with it, but there's no way to prove it for us, so we couldn't do anything. But how would we report them to anyone, right? Because we would never be able to prove it.
And obviously Nova's management didn't care. It was boosters, so...
Yeah, and I don't think they could, like, prove it either, because while, yes, on, like, everything screams something is going on, they were boosting in Nova, they were doing their job, they got their payment in gold. What they then did with the gold afterwards were sort of out on the community's hands.
You see, but that's where I would say no. That's where I would disagree. Because it's not out of Nova's hand. Nova pretended or tried to be a business, yeah? They had employees. Now, in South Africa, for example, if you have employees, you have to pay their taxes. You have to ensure that their taxes are paid. If their taxes are not paid, that's on you, right? You are the one that's going to get fucked because of that. So I absolutely believe that as the employees of Nova, it would have been up to Nova to ask for an account of what they do with their gold, how much gold they have, the ability to taxate gold, even if it is just to make life a little bit tedious, because obviously there's always going to be ways to get away with it. But the sort of argument that it's just out of Nova's hands, it's like, no, it's really not, because you guys are destroying the... You guys are just, like, not you, the boosters, as I said before, boosters are fine. There's always going to be boosters. The problem that I have is that communities like Nova, so I guess you'd have to disagree if you disagree with me. You'd have to tell me where you disagree. But I see the issue of Nova as a twofold problem. The first problem is what they do to the physical WoW community. It turns World of Warcraft into a game of credit cards. Whoever has the largest credit card will absolutely be able to do everything in the game, and the game itself really doesn't become... It's not necessary to play the game anymore. You can effectively just skip everything, which isn't healthy for any game. Games are meant to be played, not meant to be paid to skip. And then there's the other problem, which I think is actually the far more serious problem. Because the first problem is always going to exist, whether on a larger or a smaller scale, it's always going to exist. The second problem is communities like Nova. So can I quickly ask you a personal question? How much gold do you have currently on you?
Current, like on across my account?
Yeah.
Like 120 mil.
120 million.
Yeah.
All right.
And obviously a lot has been spent on stuff on black market and stuff.
Yeah. You see, my problem is that it's taken the economy of World of Warcraft and it's completely destroyed it. To the point where the average person who doesn't boost or buy gold from Blizzard's cash shop has zero chance of ever really playing in the markets. Like, things are too expensive for them. And because all the boosters can afford and the advertisers can afford to pay whatever the fuck they want for anything. Like, let's say you wanted to buy a flask and the flask was 10,000 gold. You'd probably not even blink. You have 120 million gold, you know? So if flasks are 10,000 gold, it doesn't matter. For the other fuckers that doesn't boost, that's maybe all the gold they made in a week, you know? That goes for the flask. Now, it's not at that point, but you can see how it would at some point it's going to reach that point.
Definitely, and I feel like because right now after these TOS changes, I'm not really boosting anymore because it's just not the way that I like on a personal level. I just still just can't see it working, right? Because I understood this was Blizzard's way of saying, guys, we don't like what you're doing, so please stop it. And right now I just feel like that we're just trying to find loopholes and like say, oh, you didn't say exactly we can't do this, so we're just gonna do that, right? It's like, and soon it's like the good old, like the woman that put her cat in the microwave because it didn't say she couldn't dry it in there, right?
Yeah.
It's like, just because we didn't put this one exactly stamp on what we were allowed or not, that we're just interpreting the rules, really.
Yeah.
Because to my knowledge, no one has been banned yet. Like, no banks accounts, and like my own accounts, nothing happened at all, and even people that are still boosting again now, nothing has been done. The only bans I really heard and known is the people that advertised a bit and stuff, and that was just the silence ban, right? If you get reported enough, you get a temporary one, but it's a simple appeal and you're back again.
Yeah. Okay, so even now Blizzard have not banned anyone.
From my knowledge, no. But again, they do only ban in waves. We know that, so it's a little. I had a talk with a raid leader yesterday, actually, after I spoke briefly with you about the whole situation.
Yeah.
Because we don't disagree on all these things. He likes boosting because of the community part, but he fails to see my point as well, that we are trying to force these things, even though Blizzard said no to it.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that they've been in contact with some of the European legal departments from Blizzard and the Game Master, and to try and find what the rules are.
Yeah.
And even they don't actually know, because something is happening. Like something must be happening, that they're trying to specify out the rules, or they're just saving up a huge ban wave for all these people finding these small loopholes.
Yeah. Okay, so you said that you agree with some of what I said in my video. You don't necessarily agree with everything. So what are some of the things that you disagreed with, that you think I'm getting wrong? And maybe all of us are getting wrong. Because I don't know if you've looked on Twitter or even in comment section. The boosting communities are not liked. And when I say not liked, that is an understatement. There are literally people in my comment section that says death to them all. So people hate the boosting communities.
Yeah, and that's the funny thing, because as a booster, just as a regular booster and not an advertiser, I never been exposed to this before, right? I mean, because I personally disabled trade as well, because that part annoyed me as well, but I knew they were getting me the boost, so I had to deal with it, right? They were sort of getting me the gold.
Yeah.
But for the people I had was always so happy with my service, right? So I only seen the bright side from these people that were happy.
Yeah.
But I can see the annoyance of it, mostly because on a personal, because I don't really like buying boost myself. I like to do it myself.
Yeah.
That's why I do high-end rating and stuff. So it annoys me a little that, at least from Mythic Kills, that people can just go in, oh, I just dropped the credit card and now I got this mount that you worked the last 6 months to get, right?
Yes.
And that rubs me a little bit.
I mean, that's literally what robs everyone else,
Exactly, but I just never thought about it before now, really.
Yeah.
I've been in my own happy bubble that, like, oh, I only see these people that are so happy with my service and get, praise, and they write good reviews about me and so on.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, that's human nature, right? We're not going to think about everything that we do from every angle. I'm glad to hear that Blizzard stepping in has made you go, whoa, okay, maybe what we're doing isn't great, and maybe we shouldn't be doing this. And again, I want to say, I have no problem with the fact that you're boosting. Boosters are fine. The problem that I have is with these communities. So up until now, and I've spoken to exactly 5 people from different communities within boosting, yeah? All of them are more than happy to correct me in chat, but they will not come on the stream to make their case. And the reason I, even with you, said I don't want to do offline discussions is because I don't want to ask you a bunch of questions, then give you 2 hours to go prepare the right answers, and then you come back with the precise answer that's not going to get you in trouble. I don't want to play a gotcha game either. I don't want to get people from the boosting community themselves on here and play the gotcha game. But I do want to know that if I ask a question like, do you think that what you're doing is harmful? I want an actual response, not some PR bullshit that, 10 people thought of, like Nova's new idea, where, the middleman is now a bot, so it can't be called a fucking middleman. It's like, bro, it's still the middleman. Like, you guys are still the middleman just because you
I would
replaced
say
it.
still the advertiser is now just acting as the middleman. The money is just going differently around.
Yeah, I
Before,
mean,
it was going to Nova, and then Nova paid stuff out.
I
Now
mean,
it's just, okay, the advertisers get it and pay us or pay the booster and then pay the advertiser. But then we're stuck with the goal and the realm that we might never use.
Yeah.
And then I think you pointed out yourself that Nova, for example, offers gold service for swapping it around, right?
Yeah.
But gold swapping has always come with a fee.
Yes.
So,
what is the fee, by the way?
I don't know yet. I haven't used it as well. So far, from what I can see, it's not fully operational because they would need gold on the servers as well.
Okay.
Where they get that, I have no idea. But once that gets rolling, it's gonna be like, let's say they handle all the money swapping, and they took a 10% fee. Well, then they technically still get the same cut in my book.
Yeah, obviously. They're still going to make
a going other way around, saying, oh, but we don't handle the money directly. No, but you still touch the money afterwards, right?
Yeah, I mean, you just now have one person that advertises and a bot that connects you, but you're still... So basically, I think what Nova is trying to shoot for is they will have advertisers that advertise the community. So sort of like a guild recruiter. And you join the community, and then the bot does everything for you. But that doesn't change the fact that Nova still then, in its operations, become the middleman of the system, which is why I literally said this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Because if I'm working for Blizzard Entertainment, I don't even have to understand the nuance of that argument. I look at what you're doing and I say, yeah, you're still the middleman, ban. Right? Just ban everyone that is part of the Nova community. Which shouldn't be that hard, considering you guys have Discords and fucking some even have websites set up, so it shouldn't be that hard to figure out who's playing for whom and then just ban every single one of those
everyone
accounts.
on our Discord is named with name and server.
Exactly.
So if someone was inside, you could, if you go to Nova Discord right now and check who's online, you can literally see everyone by name and server.
So exactly that, right?
Because that would be the account that they were paid on, and if you're getting paid on that account, well, that's where the gold is then.
Yeah, so Blizzard could literally just send 2 people in there, and all they do is copy paste names and fucking ban the lot of them. Because that's what's gonna happen. Nova doesn't realize this yet, but their system right now is bonkers, because it doesn't replace the middleman. The middleman is still very much active. They've just given it a different name, a bot. A Discord bot, but it's still the Discord bot is controlled by Nova, therefore it is still Nova. Now I'm gonna ask you, because I know you also have to go raid, so I'm not gonna keep you busy for too long. But so first, let me ask you, what is the stuff that you disagreed with on my end? You said you disagreed with some stuff.
The fact that going through the whole Nova and getting everyone out, I think that's a very bad idea, because a lot of us here are either not boosting now here or just left over. Because to join and become a booster is, for some of the roles, just press a button and you're there. You don't have to do anything. So if you just wanted to, skulk around and see what was going on, you could do that, and then be hit by a ban wave for just being on a Discord would seem a little unfair. Because I'm still on the Discord even though I don't boost anymore. But that's just because that's where I have the contact with the people I met over the years.
Yeah, but Blizzard could obviously go, right, let's ban, because as I said, banning the boosters, in my opinion, would be a completely overreacting. The boosters are fine. Boosting has always existed, and removing boosters is going to be stupid. Because even Method boosted, Paragon boosted in the past, they would have, the difference was, there were certain bosses that they would not boost on, right? So I think it was Ragnaros and Firelands where Method just straight up refused. They were like, we will boost you through 6 out of 7, but not 7 out of 7. There's no fucking way we're doing Ragnaros on back then. I don't know if it was Mythic or Heroic. I can't remember. Heroic, I think. But Ragnaros Heroic was so hard that trying to boost someone through it was just near impossible. Because you had those mechanics where one person could fucking wipe you. So it was just like, we can't do this and the DPS check is too tight. But even back then, you had boosting, right? Guilds boosting other people and trying to get gold for the guild bank. So, of course, you also had these guilds that were caught real money trading, you know? And they had to apologize. So, I don't think the boosters, but the staff, definitely. And I want to ask you a final question before I give you a chance to say if you disagree with anything else. But my final question, unless people in chat have anything, but my final question to you would be, do you think it is possible, based on how Nova is currently basically fighting to, you know, not be removed. So they're basically going out of their way to try and find the perfect solution to this problem. Do you truly believe that there was no real money involved in the operations of Nova?
There is definitely money involved somewhere. And because I don't think it's everyone, even staff-wise, but I just can't see why someone would put hours and hours into this without getting something. And not even with the whole community part, because now that the community is so big, it still takes a lot of work to handle, right? And some of the people that are high enough up, I don't even think they play the game anymore, like at all. So it's not
Wait,
even
really?
to keep it's not even to have a Warcraft community going. So yeah, so I definitely think there is something, but again, there's just no way because they're smart enough to never talk about it.
Yeah, of course.
Or never to make it show, and you never know what the staff are getting. None knows. Only the staff knows.
And they won't speak to anyone. Like, they keep saying that, you know, they know how mean the internet can be, and that's why they will not come on the show. You've seen my chat. People aren't even talking. Everyone's just listening to you. No one's out here fucking insulting you. No one's out here attacking you. We even have Enoch, like a little bitch playing devil's advocate in chat, you know? So,
with the with sponsors and shit, and so what? Yeah, that's the funny thing as well. That when, from my point of view at least, we are supposed to be a community, right? But it, as you said, so it feels more like a business that we now, just like a YouTuber has, buy, and for example, displayed. They're now constantly having the like buy displayed things and get something off, and it's just a fact. Why would you force such a thing? Well, that's because there's money involved.
Yes.
There is, because they get from every purchase, they get something. Why else would they put it up? It's like you see every YouTuber have a sponsor as well. Why do they do it? Because they get a sponsorship. And then you suddenly turn a gold community into real money, in my opinion, at least.
So before I ask you another question, Trickstar, one of the viewers, have a question for you. He's asking, if you were to guess, what part on Blizzard's end in their development of the game made boosting so incredibly popular? So from a philosophical standpoint, I guess what he wants to know is there something that Blizzard's World of Warcraft lacks or either does that makes boosting just so much more alluring for people?
Yeah, I think it's the whole chore part of things. That everything became a chore all of a sudden, and that chore being related to power gains.
Yeah.
So take gear, for example. How do you get good gear? Oh, you can spam Mythic Plus, but you actually don't get the best Mythic Plus gear. You have to get that in the vault, because that gives high item level. Oh, how do I get more of that gear? Well, you gotta do more. And if you don't have time to do 10 Mythic Plus yourself, well, then it's easier just buying those runs, right?
Yeah.
The same goes with Torghast. Back when it was a weekly logout, if you wanted to not fall behind, you had to do both wings on 12 every week.
Did you guys
And
boost
that
that
was,
as well?
yeah, that's what was one of my big things. That's the one I've been doing the most of.
So you guys boost the chores for people so they don't have to do it themselves.
Basically, yes. So say you just got an alt up, right? And you want to get right into playing, you would say, hey, I need to craft my legendary. Give me 5 runs so I can go and craft it straight away. And we would do that.
So would you just have him run with you while you quickly clear it as quick as possible?
Yeah.
All right. So Clean had another question. Well, not a question really. She was wondering if have you ever seen or heard rumors of boosters sabotaging actual raids in order to incentivize boosting? Because apparently this is what happened in Final Fantasy and in other MMOs. Boosters would basically make their own runs with their guilds, for example, fall apart, or pug groups fall apart, so that it sort of incentivized people to go and boost.
I don't think anyone done that directly, but you could say we're doing it indirectly. Because when we boost someone through a full heroic run, let's say we do that 3 or 4 times, right?
Yeah.
Then suddenly, if you looked up, oh, he's killed the boss 5 times, he must know what he's doing. But in
Yeah.
reality, he has no idea what he's doing. So then you have this downward spiral where the average skill of people are just getting worse. No
Yeah.
one wants to pug because pugs are bad. But then that's because everyone is boosted for it.
How many
And
return
that
customers do you have? Just quickly, as you say that, I wanted to know. Like a guy that would ask you to boost him through the same raid, say multiple times.
Mhm.
Do you have that often or not that often?
Several times. Like we had people that would need one specific items. So like back in Nyalotha, we had a guy that wanted a Red N weapon. And he was very unlucky. So for 3 weeks, he bought a run there for that boss with 13 traders to just maximize the chance of him getting that item.
Jesus. So 13 traders, you mean people who could get the weapon and then trade it
Yeah.
to him?
Exactly. But when you think about that, the rate, they were of course bigger, but you were basically running 15 boosters and 15 clients back then.
Yeah.
So you could easily see like that he basically paid the whole rate, and that costs a lot extra. Let me tell you that. Like it was literally 3 or 4 million a week just for that one boss.
Jesus. 3 or 4 million a week just to get that one item.
Yes.
So just to hop in a second there, to go back to your point about boosters ruining the WoW economy, I don't think it's entirely fair to blame them entirely, because WoW did inflate things themselves
Yeah.
quite dramatically from a certain point.
Yeah.
So that like couple of million per week, just playing the auction house with an add-on, you can earn that very, very quickly. So it's not entirely the boosters that have ruined the economy, but they have gone up with inflation as well, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, no. I'm not at all suggesting in any of this, but I'm not talking to someone that works for Blizzard. If I did, this conversation would be very different. Because I would blame all of this 100% on Blizzard. Because whether it's boosters, boosting communities, or the economy in general, all of this have become part of a massive run. So I would say if you remove the token system, that would kill boosting almost entirely. Almost immediately, boosting would die. Because there would be no way for these people to get the gold to actually pay 4 million a week, to get a specific weapon, unless they farmed it from the world. Fucking hell, that is 4 million a week just to get a single item. And you say it's all the chore things. That's at least based on the feedback that you get from
That's
boosters.
what I see mostly. There are, of course, those buying very specific things as well. But they are all related to things. So let's say PvP. People would give me 1800 rating, because at 1800 rating, you would unlock all the gear slots to buy it, right?
Yeah.
You would skip the whole gearing process more or less, and then you would just have to farm slowly over time and buy the pieces. You didn't have to go and aim for anything.
Yeah.
And again, same with the Mythic Plus. You didn't just have to go on when you get an old up, you would start from the low Mythic Plus, work your way up, get more and more gear until you ran the 15 for what assumably would be the best gear.
Mm-hmm.
But it isn't the best gear. That is from the vault.
Yeah, so you basically
And-
want to keep farming so that you can get the vault stuff.
Yeah. And again, the same happened in Torghast. When you saw that when they log out, before it was you can only like do one run a week or maybe two because there were two wings, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you were limited in what you could do.
Yeah.
When they opened up that you could just repeatedly do it, sales exploded. Like you would see these people coming in dropping I don't know how much gold to just run all their alts to get a legendary, if not multiple.
Jesus. So you actually how many people would you say over all of the boosting communities? How many people would you say partake in boosting actively? Like a ballpark number. You don't have to give me like I'm not asking you to give me to the later the exact number, but would you say it's 100,000 more?
I think more. There is so many, and it's not even really trackable. We're thinking out like how many clients we get a day, or is it more a number of how many is actually doing boosts right now?
Well, it's how many clients? How many clients do you get that wants boosts? If you're saying it's more than 100,000, and that's probably conservative estimations, if you put it close to 300,000, that's a third of the YouTube player of the Blizzard player base right now, the WoW player base. That's boosting. They're not playing the game at all. They have no interest in playing the game. They boost themselves.
But it's hard to tell the exact number because we don't have a way, like that's only management that has maybe a way to track it.
Yeah.
And because everything is split up into different channel sections, and both on Horde and Alliance side. But say I'm only on Alliance side right now, and since we all know Alliance side is the sort of dead side right now,
Yeah.
I cannot imagine how many are going on in the Horde side.
Oh my god. Yeah.
But the number has been growing, because if you take it like just go one tier back, Nylofa,
Mm-hmm.
like there was maybe one or two raid teams a week on the Alliance side,
Mm-hmm.
and then you ended up having a lot more in this one. And for let's say in Vision, that was the Chorgast of back then.
Mm-hmm.
That was the Vision running. And just to give a estimate number, in that time period, I made in that patch, I made maybe 30 million. And in Torghast alone, I made around the 150 million. Just to compare how many more runs I was able to get.
Jeez. It makes me sick to my stomach, dude. To think that this game has basically turned into autoplay. You know, it's a mobile game. That's basically what it is. For most people, this is a mobile game that you just press autoplay and it plays.
For me, it felt like that on some people because I like chatting with people. I actually see my clients as clients. Like I don't mind speaking with them while boosting and stuff as long as I can.
Yeah.
I'm not one that just like go in as a machine and finish it and leave and say done and leave.
Yeah.
I actually like chatting with them. And I had people that came in as like, oh, I just put the kids to bed. I have half an hour here to play and I just want this done. Just like a mobile game, you get 30 minutes of time. But instead of sitting doing it yourself, like it didn't feel like he was playing the game. It more felt he came in to do his daily chore to log off again. But he wasn't actually doing his, he was buying it.
Yeah. How is this? Oh my god, Blizzard, you have to stop this. This goes to their design philosophy, not to the boosters. I don't think it's helpful to even think that Blizzard should try to shut down the boosting communities or the boosters. Because if they make the game better, if they actually fix the reasons why people are boosting will most likely go down. it will most likely die off to the point where these communities don't even want to try because they're not actually making the money that they're trying to make.
Yeah, definitely, because
On
it
that
I can
point,
see that the more they add chores, the more I earn. Because I'm wired weirdly in my brain maybe, but I don't mind these chores. I can sit doing the same repeatedly for hours, right?
Yeah.
So by me doing the chores, and there's just been so many in this expansion, and when there's a lot of chores and you then add alts, you want to play another class,
Yeah.
well, you got to repeat the whole process from anew,
Yeah.
and that just gave more work for me.
Yep.
So I think as long as they add these chores that are relating to power levels,
Uh-huh.
then boosting is still going to be bigger. Because if I didn't have these things, if I only had raid boosting for gear, which is very minimal compared to Mythic Plus and Torgas and so on, then I would have earned next to nothing because people usually just buy to get started maybe or something, right?
Yeah.
And then they're done. But these chore things, they're repeaters. Like I knew if I got a client and I
Yeah.
became a good friend with him, he would ask for me every week. I would know, okay, this guy, he's paying me 120k a week. And I would just have that for guaranteed 2 to 3 months. Because that's how long it took to craft a legendary or something.
Yeah. Apocalypse, you wanted to ask, you wanted to make a point?
yeah, I was gonna say, like, at what point do you have to stop blaming the community itself rather than Blizzard? Because yet the game is designed to incentivize this boosting, to skip the chores that are mandated, are required, not just optional fun play. But there are communities in other games that have a similar setup. Like, you have your daily chores, you have your stuff you need to go do, but the boosting, or back in my day as a boomer gamer, it was just power leveling back then, and you would tip the person for helping you rather than like actually monetize the shit out of it as it is now.
Yeah.
But certain communities on other games, they don't endorse this. They actively discourage people from boosting, even though the services are still available. So at what point is it entirely Blizzard's fault, and at what point do you have to start blaming the community for endorsing this in others?
No, I do think Blizzard have built either by accident or on purpose. I lean to accident more, but I do think Blizzard have effectively created a player base that will not discourage anything that Blizzard does, no matter what. So even if this is Blizzard's fault, it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, you know, they can't blame Blizzard for it. No one can blame Blizzard. So Blizzard is almost always free from blame.
I actually think Blizzard carries a lot of this because they're looking the other way, right? Boosting has always been a gray area. Like we never it's always been like it's been there, but yeah, we actually deep down they didn't actually want it, right? They didn't create the content for people to just breeze over it like this.
Yes.
They wanted you to repeatedly try and beat something and get better at it, instead of just skipping through. So them not doing anything is to blame, at least I think so.
That might also be it. Apocalypse, in many other games, the developers will actively try to take steps to curb it. So that tells the community this is wrong. Right? So the community is constantly being rewarded, or reminded at least, that this is wrong. Right?
I mean, in Final Fantasy XIV, yes, the boosting community exists, but is much less prevalent than it is in WoW. But that developer group and that game itself, it like actively tries to stop people boosting.
Yeah.
But in games like Warhammer Online, for example, the devs do not care. They actively try and get people power leveled themselves, and yet the community itself rallies against it because it goes against the idea of the game itself.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying, is that at some point it's not just Blizzard's fault, because yes, guns exist, and yet a lot of people, most people, don't choose to go around just shooting everything they can find.
True.
So just because it's available doesn't make it mandated or even endorsed by the people making it available.
Oh, I 100% agree with you. I don't, in the same vein that I believe Blizzard is to blame for this, I also don't believe that they are solely to blame for this. it is sort of, I think, a desensitization of the community to the point where the community now defend this. They defend this design decision, and a lot of people in the community defend these boosting decisions or these boosting communities because they themselves make use of it. Or they don't mind it because a lot of people in WoW have taken on this new persona of it does not affect me directly, and I'm too stupid to realize the indirect effects that this is having on me, and so I just don't care, and if you complain about it, you're just a negative Nelly and you should shut the fuck up, right? I hear this quite often from people who will just go, dude, just shut the fuck up. If you don't care about it, it doesn't affect you, you can just keep playing. And then it's like, dude, it would take me a half a day to explain to you in all the ways that this actually does affect you. Not directly, right?
I mean, you could just look at how this thing also started back in when you introduced item level and gear score, right? And then you would see group, oh, you need this amount of gear score, right?
Yep.
Okay, how do I solve that? Well, I'll just buy a boost. Then I have the gear score, and I can get into the group. And then people were like, okay, that gear is too easy. We need to have higher gear score than the place gives because people are getting, like, it's too easy to get, right?
Yeah.
The same happens now in this. Now it's just like, oh, you need this Mythic Plus score to get in, and then people would just buy a few high keys because then your score were high enough.
Yeah, rather than actually having to put on the work.
Yeah.
Doesn't that fall down again more to the community itself rather than Blizzard? Because they have minimum item level recommended, but yet the community itself is you need AOTC before we will accept you for a heroic raid. That's entirely community, nothing to do with Blizzard on that one.
Well, it's a very mixed bag for me because personally, for example, you mentioned Final Fantasy and other games, how they dealt and how things were. I had a friend that started playing a Final Fantasy, and I was suddenly like, wait, are you pucking an end boss? You're literally sitting wiping for 2 hours on a boss and no one is leaving? Like, I never seen in this expansion, if someone went to Sylvanas and said, yeah, we're going to have a 2-hour wipe and try and learn and kill this boss as a puck. You're never going to see that. I haven't seen that in, like, years.
So I think it's a double-edged sword in that there are ways in which Blizzard may be to blame that isn't obvious and is very difficult to pinpoint. Because sometimes it can be sort of in a very indirect way, they create a system that is so toxic that it starts sort of affecting things around it. So I'll use an example here of raiding. Why do people ask for, item level in a raid? Well, a raid is a massive time commitment, right? You're not just going into a raid for half an hour or an hour. If you go into a raid, you're going to be there for a good 3, 4, maybe even 5 hours if you're with a pug. So at that point, it almost becomes incentivized to make sure that everyone that is in your group can actually get that shit done, right? Or at least have the item level. So they have to basically prove themselves before they get to prove themselves. The funny part is that the people that have sort of looked over successes have found that groups that don't ask for item level and just take anyone that wants to come tend to have on average more success than the groups that do ask for item level because, I don't know, maybe people work harder. I don't know what the psychological reason for that would be. There's multiple that it could turn into. But you could say, I'm not saying that this is it, but you could say that maybe that is one of the reasons why people boost so much. Because if I have to sign up for a raid and I'm not sure if this is going to take me 5 hours, 6 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, but I know it's going to take me a while, it might just be easier for me to go, you know what, fuck this. I'll just pay, get this over and done with, and then I don't have to waste my time any further. Whereas, you look at games like Final Fantasy, a single raid is a single boss. Even if it is an incredibly hard boss, not the hardest like Twintania, but an incredibly hard boss, you're maybe looking at spending, let's say, 2-3 hours in there. Unless you do Ultimate, in which case there is no gear, so Ultimates really is only for the hardcore player. But if you're doing anything below ultimate, maybe 2, 3, 4 hours that you're going to be in there, and you don't have to do it all at once. There's no trash, there's no reset that you have to worry about. So you can literally just go in and do it whenever you have the time available. Whereas WoW doesn't work that way. Specifically on raid ID. Like, Blizzard's raid ID, I think, is another problem that I don't even think about that often. But if you are in a pug, right, and you guys only kill, say, 6 out of 10 bosses, if someone else then takes that raid ID and finishes the raid, it's done. Right? So you're basically sitting there going, well, fuck me. I've just wasted my time, because maybe I wanted it on the 9th boss is what I wanted, but that's down now. The raid's been cleared. I don't know if that's changed since I last played, but that's exactly what happened in Legion a few times to people that pugged.
It's mostly only Mythic that has logouts nowadays.
Yeah, well, I'm speaking specifically about Mythic, because that's really the only thing that all of my friends only would pug Mythic. We smashed the heroic usually within a day. So it wasn't like, why would you pug heroic? The only times they would pug Mythic is if they didn't get into the main raid team for that week. So then they would pug Mythic, and it happened quite often where, they do, say, the first 3 bosses with the pug, and then they wiped on the 4th boss, and then they called it for the next night, but then someone else took that raid ID and just fucking finished it with a different pug. So it sort of created a lot of problems. But like I said, there could be a lot of different reasons for it. Some of them we'll know, some of them we don't. At the end of the day, I think it's fair to say that both sides are, at least to some extent, to blame. We could sit here and argue for days on exactly how much blame should be placed on either side. But the one thing that can be said is that Blizzard waited way too long to respond to a problem that's been a serious problem for a long time anyways. They should
for
have...
sure.
And even now they're not responding again. Like, boosting is back on the menu, but nothing happens. No further statement is made.
Yep.
Like, so we, like, when I look at how things, of course there are less boosts.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, but we're back to having price lists. We have the old sign-up systems are back. Sure, Nova is not taking the money the advertisers is taking, but
they're getting
someone
the
is
cut
still
anyways.
sitting. Someone is still sitting, handling the money and spreading it out, right?
Yep. Is there, and this is a question from Clean, is there any boosters that you know of on the WoW Council? The Community Council in WoW. You don't have to give names, just do you know of boosters on the WoW Community Council?
Not anyone that in the council, no.
No one in the
no
council.
one has nobody has really bragged about being there. So.
Okay.
But I think like that's the thing, like you want to stay anonymous when you're at the higher ups, probably because you don't want to catch too much attention to anything.
Okay.
Like, for example, like the higher up the staff members are, like the less contact you would ever have with them. You would basically have like, is it 3 or 4 steps of support, right? You would have the community support.
Yeah.
You would have the staff, the management, and the creators, like the top dogs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I would be tempted to say that the community support is just glorified boosters. They sort of know the rules, they've been around for some time and can help with most stuff, right?
Yeah.
They're the one handling the small strikes and so on, and the small things. Then you have staff handling the rates and the bigger pictures, discounts and so on, together with management.
Fucking discount. Oh my god, it sounds so much like a business, dude. Okay, but anyways, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. And then you obviously have, again, higher up the management and the higher ups, and they are the one handling sponsorships.
Yeah.
Like the future, what to set up. For example, now they started up a Twitch channel as well.
Yep.
Which I don't know what's supposed to do, or B, because I don't see how a whole community can be part of that. That's literally only 1 or 2 people that can be on at a time.
Yeah. Well, I think the Twitch community is part of how they're going to get their real money shit. They just haven't figured out exactly how to advertise that, but there's nothing stopping me. So let me put it this way. I could start playing World of Warcraft tomorrow. I get a couple of my mods in, because most of my mods are good raiders, good players. And we start going, hey guys, so we're going to start boosting on stream, you know, just having fun, just boosting. But on my Discord, I make it clear that if you are a sub to the channel, you get preference when it comes to boosting decisions. Yeah, so if you give money, we boost. So that's real money right there. I'm getting real money and you're getting a boost. I'm pretty sure there's plenty of boosters on Twitch that run exactly this method. You know, because there are a bunch of Twitch streamers that boost people in chat. And I can almost tell you now, if you're a streamer, you don't even have to worry about it. You just say, hey guys, so who wants the next boost? You make sure that everyone that's in the group are you know, subs, and people very quickly figure out, oh my god, if I want to get into this group, I have to also have a little sub button next to my name. And before you know it...
And that indirectly gives them money.
Well, yeah, it's technically, I think it is against TOS for both Twitch and for World of Warcraft. You can't do that, because that would literally be real money boosting. That's literally, you're just using Twitch as a real money boosting platform. But again, it would actually require Blizzard to do some investigation and look at the streamers that they have for World of Warcraft. Twitch does not do that because they hate the content creators for World of Warcraft, so they would obviously not look at what content creators are doing in WoW.
Yeah, but as I told earlier, I can take you a quick snitch that I took from the Discord itself about how we displayed.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, these are the sort of message you see every day in the Discord. It feels like adware just running in the background all the day. Every day you get stuff like this. It's like, buy from us, use this link. And I just...
You see, so I'll show you guys what I'm seeing here. So I mean... Displate, obviously, they are a business. They just want people to buy, and since Nova, I can tell you now, Nova must have a giant fucking community to get Displate on board. If you look at the vast majority of YouTubers or streamers that is actually sponsored by Displate, these are people usually 200,000 subscribers plus. They get like proper Displate sponsorships. I would not get Displate. Displate would not reach out to me and be like, hey, let's help you out. Yeah? So the fact that Displate is on this with, like, sponsoring Nova tells you their size is not small. They have hundreds of thousands of members, if not more. So Displate is... And they're getting money. Displate would pay them for this. Either for every single person that buys a Displate, or they're getting a monthly cut or a monthly kickback for what they're doing. So this, of course, means that there is already real money right there. I think there's even more real money on the back end, because I think these people want... I think these higher-ups, like you said, you don't even think the higher-ups still play the game.
From my knowledge, no.
See, then it has to be like, so the higher ups on Twitch sat there and talk about how the community is why they do this. You're no longer even playing the fucking game. What community are you talking about? And you just said the higher ups don't even speak to people. They don't hang out with people. So the creators and the owners of the community, even as boosters, you don't get to hang out with them. Is that correct?
I never seen them in any public channel, no. I know because I've been, again, I was friend with a staff, like he's from same country and me, and I've been sort of real life friends, right?
Yeah.
So I know they have a channel where the management and all that stuff, and there they might come from time to time, right?
Yeah.
So those have a channel. But in the public channels, never. I never seen them being in there. I never seen a staff come to a raid really and do stuff. There's never
Yeah.
been, like just like the good old from Blizzard side raiding with developers or
Yeah.
PvPing versus developers, community event like things. It's never been that.
Yeah, so fuck all that community bullshit. Stolly, how you doing, bro? MSTA, how you doing, brother? Mercenta, how you doing? So, yeah, this community bullshit, I think, is just a cover-up. It's just sort of them going, yeah, we're doing this for community. Don't worry about the money that we're making. But you know what? I want to thank you for actually having the balls to come on and talk to me, Mint. Because a lot of fucking, like, I've been talking to people from these boosting communities now for a while, and they all reach out to me, and then I go, look, I'm happy to talk to you, but come on stream and talk. It's as simple as fucking that. You come on stream, you have a chat with me, we be civil like you just saw. I'm not here to attack you, I'm not here to catch you or fucking trap you in anything. I ask you a question, and I would be more than happy if you said, dude, I can't answer that. Either you pretended like you don't know, or you just said, dude, I don't know. Sorry. Or I'm not answering that. This is just going to bring trouble my way. I wouldn't sit here and keep pressing or try to ask you questions in weird ways. But all of them, through the bank, give me the exact same answer, almost as if they've been told by management, this is what the answer must be. Like, I've had no boosters reach out to me except for you and one other that I've also spoken to on stream. But outside of the boosters that's been willing to speak to me, not a single person inside those communities, I mean, the staff of those communities have been willing to speak. They just will not come on. They will not have a discussion. It's annoying.
Yeah, most likely because if things got out, like what's happening or might be happening behind, I don't think they can really give you an answer because there's something, as we spoke about earlier, something has to be going on.
Yep.
But once if you put a straight light on it, then all hell breaks loose.
Oh yeah. I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie. Do I want them on because I really give a fuck about the truth coming out? No, it's content. It's crazy content. You got to speak to the owner of Nova? Fuck yeah. You bet your ass I wanna get that video onto YouTube, right? Because that's what everyone wants to know. And if these boosting communities are truly serious, that they want to clean up their act and they want the community not to hate them, then that's what they'll do. They'll come on to my stream or Asmongold or anyone's stream, really, and they'll have the conversation, explain to the community how you're not doing this for real money, how the fuck you're not doing this for real money, and then why the hell are you doing what you're doing? What exactly are you getting out of this if you're not even playing the game anymore? And you don't hang out with this community that you've built. But anyways, Mint, I'm not going to take any more of your time. I know you have to raid. I really appreciate you coming out.
And this is not a boost raid, just my regular raid.
Yeah, it's just his normal raid. Mint isn't boosting currently. So yeah, you guys can't fucking... you guys can't contact him now and say, hey, dude, boost me. Although you could probably.
They could.
Yeah, but that would be outside of the Nova scope, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you really wanted a boost from Mint, just DM him correctly and be like, hey, Mint, boost me, bro.
There you go, Echo. Your 9.2 catch-up is sorted.
There we go. Yeah, I can get Mint to boost me to be ready for 9.2. Fuck that. I'm not getting ready for 9.2. I'll just, if I play 9.2, it will literally just be like fucking Ellie giggle. But anyways, man, thank you so much, dude. Really appreciate it. And people in chat is also saying thank you. It's been informative and also a little bit eye-opening, so I really appreciate it. Did Mint mute himself, or did you mute him, Apocalypse?
I didn't do nothing.
All right. I see.
But
yeah.
Those numbers are absolutely insane. Like, I knew boosting was going to be fairly profitable. Like, it always has been, even back in the days when it was just power leveling for tips. It was still worthwhile and profitable to do it.
Yeah.
But hundreds of millions for payment, not just overall taking.
No, this is not the advertisers who basically run, thousands of customers every fucking hour. This is Mint actually boosting. So he still has to take time out of his day to actually get the boost done. And he's like making 150 million for the Torghast boosts just in that small window of time that you could boost non-stop in Torghast. Now, like I said, I don't mind what Mint is doing. It's fair game. That's boosting, right? He probably could have made that amount of money without, he would probably make more without the Nova community, because he could just get the people straight and boost them without the cut. But these advertisers are clearly making bank. I can guarantee you the community is probably making a hell of a lot more, right, from this. And then you have, like he said, he told us about that guy who boosted for 3 straight weeks, paid an entire raid group to go with him, and this guy was spending 3 to 4 million gold a week to get a weapon. A fucking week, 3 to 4 million gold a week. And I'm assuming that's not the only guy that does this. There are people that's very... So how much money... Let me ask you this, Apocalypse. How much money do you think Blizzard was making off of these boosting?
I mean, that all depends on how much of that movable income or movable gold was bought with tokens and how much of it was gained through gaming the auction house. So if we were to go conservative, that is 50-50, half of this income was from WoW tokens and half was just people playing with add-ons.
Yeah.
Then, I mean, that is enough money to explain why they haven't done shit up until now.
Yeah. They're making crazy fucking bank. If someone, quick math here, let's say out of the, let's just take Mint, yeah, that made about 150 million gold in Torghast boosting, yeah. Now let's say half of that comes from the token, so that is 70 million. Let's say 75 million, yeah, gold-wise. So let's say a token, in terms of how much gold do you get now for a single token?
Couldn't tell you, never looked at tokens, mate. When I was playing, I was still broke as shit, so I couldn't even afford one.
Can someone quickly tell me, how much gold do you get now? 197k.
God damn.
So let's say 200k per gold token. So do the divisions there. That would be 75 million divided by 200k, right? 200,000. That gives you the amount of WoW tokens that was built. Just quickly do calculator. Okay, so you have 75 million. So you have 75 million divided by 200,000. That equals 375 WoW tokens that was built. You times that then by, what is a WoW token right now? $25? It's $25,
Yeah, I think
right?
so.
So time that by 25. So
Isn't
Blizzard,
it only 20?
is it $20? It could be $20. It still brings you, let's say it brings you like $9,000 that Blizzard made just off of a single booster during Torghast. How many boosters are there, do you think? That's a single booster. Blizzard made 9,000. And that's only if we say that half of the money that Mint got was from the WoW token. If we say it's all of it, then Blizzard made about $18,000 just off of a single booster.
Cool.
Yeah?
If I can say something about this, most of the people who I know, and this includes, I don't know if you remember Jimmy.
Yeah.
Most of the people who wanted to get like a giant amount of gold in WoW, they didn't buy tokens or buy it from gold sellers. They actually bought like a collector's edition or some TCG stuff, and sold that to players for quite a bit of gold, you know. And I
Yeah.
know multiple people like this. And I don't know anyone who actually bought the tokens to get a lot of money, but I'm sure they exist. Like, I'm not saying they don't, but a large amount of people who are buying boosts from Echo and shit like that, I know they just bought TCG stuff and sold it. Because that's actually better gold for the amount of money
Yeah.
that you get.
I think.
I just wanted to say this.
Yeah. No, I can see that. But I think that would also be like Jimmy is a pretty resourceful guy, right? So Jimmy has always like he is one of those guys that would try to find a shortcut, even though he is on the shortcut. You know, like he would try to find a shortcut from the shortcut, because that's what Jimmy does, and he's intelligent. The average WoW player is not. So I think the average mom and dad that just wants to boost is probably just going to buy like a fuck ton of WoW tokens, get the gold from the WoW tokens, and then buy boosts. You know, because it's right there, you know. They don't have to go through all the fucking trouble of buying TCG stuff and then figuring out someone that wants to buy the TCGs and then, you know, so because that's effort, you know. Most people would. So we could say, you know, we could estimate that Blizzard is at least making. They're at least making a couple of mil a month on the WoW tokens. It might not be all of it, because this is from a single booster. If you have 100,000 plus boosters all doing this, you know, you have an incredible amount of money right there. You know, just going back and forth. So we could say that Blizzard is at least making a couple of mil a month off of the WoW token just through the boosting system. It makes me sick to my fucking stomach that this is happening and that Blizzard is allowing it to happen. And even now, as you heard men say, even after the TOS, it doesn't seem like Blizzard is actually doing anything. Like, the boosting is still going on. The guys are still boosting. There's nothing has stopped. And the only thing now is Blizzard have sort of said, we're against this. So they're still not really against it. They just said that they're against it. This is like the...
I mean, it's empty platitudes, right? Like,
Yeah.
you need to be seen to be doing something, but you don't really want to stop it because it's earning you money. So you do, like, very active, very visible work that goes nowhere.
Is this just another community council thing where we're going to create this council and then do fuck all with it forever?
I want to say, just for context, is the trade chat is actually still very silent, and it's actually incredibly hard to find boosts. I had to go through like 3 communities just to be able to find a boost 2 days from when I wanted to get a boost. Because, you know, they are still operating, and I'm sure the Torghast boosts and the rest are still like going quite heavy, but the actual raid boosts are much harder to find.
Yeah, I think they might just... It might also just be a time, you know? It's at the end, so a lot of guilds... Like you showed me, that screenshot of the person being asked, and he was basically like, look, we're not boosting at the moment, like, not through raids, you know? So a lot of the guilds may have decided, look, we're not going to fucking waste our time boosting anymore. Blizzard have made it clear they don't want to. We don't want to take the risk. We don't know if we're going to get into trouble. Plus, it's end of the raid cycle. We're just going to take a break, and we'll pick back up next season. So that might be why people are struggling to get boosts for raids and stuff. But men literally just told us the boosts are still going. They haven't stopped.
I bought the boost a few days ago, but it's only also the thing that they are lower quality as well now. I don't know if you read my message I wrote earlier, but the boost I bought, you basically like the entire raid, everyone in the raid was a VIP trader to someone, right? Mm-hmm. And when we killed Sylvanas with more than 20 people, only 2 items dropped. That means more than half the raid was saved. Or if we want to be really, really like generous, 14 people weren't saved at maximum out of those 20 plus players in the group. And out of those 20 plus players in the group, 7 were buyers.
Oh, shit.
So what does that tell you?
Yeah. Horrible times for everyone involved. But Blizzard needs to figure out their game design, because that's the only way this is really going to work. I said it from the beginning. Blizzard is treating the symptoms of a disease, but they're not curing the disease. The disease of boosting started because of something. And until you solve the something issue, curing the symptom actually makes matters worse. Because it's now just making the game grindy without any ability to opt out of the grind. The grind is now just part of the game, but there's no more way to really skip the grind. So Blizzard needs to figure out how to solve the disease before they keep fucking trying to cure the symptoms. If they can cure the disease, then you can go after the straddling system or the symptom of said disease. But right now, it just feels like, yeah.
That's a little bit reductive, in my opinion, because that would imply that Blizzard see boosting as a disease, which they don't, because it earns them money. So it's not that they're trying to need to find a cure for a disease they don't think is a disease. It's that what they're trying to do is make the symptom more palatable. That's it. Mm-hmm. They're not trying to cure it or get rid of the symptom at all. They're just trying to make it more palatable so people stop yelling at them for it. So,
well, that's if we assume, not assume malice, because that's not what you're doing, but that's if we assume reality. What I was doing there was assuming based intentions from Blizzard. So I should probably have made it clear.
In an ideal world where Blizzard want to make everything that's good for the player, as possible, then for sure they wouldn't mandate these weekly, daily grinds to progress. They wouldn't make those required. They would make those optional.
Exactly. I mean, Blizzard is sort of, I guess, sort of listening. So to share this with you guys, this was actually a story that I wanted to share earlier today, but I completely forgot about it. But did you guys see Blizzard's response to the X45 Heartbreaker drop chance? People have been complaining about holiday mounts for how long now? How many fucking years?
Since they were implemented.
Yeah, because they're impossible to do. They're only alive for a short amount of time, and then it's not a guaranteed drop chance when you do it. So it's basically creating grinds and chores that's only on during certain specific times of the year. But so Blizzard actually responds, and this is why I said let's give Blizzard benefit of the doubt and say they're acting not out of malice, but they are acting in hopefully the best interest of the players. So he goes, yep, this isn't fun. I've done the event 12 times a day on my characters before in previous years and probably would be doing it again this year if I didn't have other real life stuff going on. Right now, if you want to maximize your chance of getting the mount, it is in your best interest to repeat this event every day on as many characters as possible. That's mathematically correct, but not a great experience. We hear this frustration, and the good news is that we're discussing this issue amongst the team and evaluating possible solutions for holiday events in general. The bad news is that even if we do end up making changes, they wouldn't be in time for this year's Love is in the Air holiday event. My question is, how would you guys solve it?
Currency.
So you say throw a holiday currency. Would you have a different currency for every single holiday, or do you think it would be actually better to have a holiday currency, which means if you do every holiday for the year and you have a specific holiday in mind, you save up for that holiday, because once that holiday comes around, you buy your item and finally I have the mount that I wanted?
It's difficult to say. They can also just make a questline out of it, to be honest. That's another idea. But yeah, for the currency, both of them could work. It depends on how they implement it.
I mean, if it's for a holiday thing only, why not just make it a quest chain? Everyone gets one. It's a holiday event.
I guess for some people, and I don't fully agree with this, because what truly is unique these days in World of Warcraft, But for some people, it is that sort of, I worked hard to get this, now I can flex on everyone else who doesn't have it. You know, so it is sort of that, this is mine, look at me kind of thing. And if everyone is able to get it, then that sort of makes it feel horrible that they can't fucking get it. At the same time... Yeah?
I was gonna say, like, the problem with it is not the fact that it's something that, oh, only I have and you know, I can flex with it. The problem is that shouldn't be... I don't think it should be with an actual holiday item. Like, for other items, sure. Seasonal items even, they're fine. I don't think holiday items should be like that.
I think I actually agree with you in that if it's a holiday event and it's something that's added to a holiday, then it should be guaranteed drop chance. Because it's only up once a year. And really what it is testament to the fact that you actually did the holiday. Right? It's just a little token that you can keep with you.
Yeah, if you're not present for the holiday, you don't get the present. So just be present, you get the reward. That's, I mean, if you want something special, then that's what time walking is for, right? That's what the other systems are for.
And then you could do different things for every holiday event. So Heartbreaker is on this year. If you do it, you get the Heartbreaker. If you miss it, Heartbreaker is gone forever. Next event will have a different mount, maybe a different color Heartbreaker, or even a different mount entirely. It would have to stick to the theme of the Heartbreaker rocket, but you get to collect a new Heartbreaker for every single holiday event, right? Something different, something recolored, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But that is something that I could think would be cool for players, you know, is sort of knowing that every holiday event comes with a brand new reveal of a brand new mount or pet or, you know, whichever other present you can think of. Rather than this, okay, now it's the holiday event, Love is in the Air, and I'm going to spend the next week grinding my ass off. I remember when I went for the Headless Horseman mount. I did Headless Horseman on all 12 of my characters every single day for about, I think, 6 days. And then it finally fucking dropped. And at that point, it wasn't elation anymore. I wasn't happy that I got the mount. I was relieved that I was finally fucking done. You know, so it went from that it's supposed to be a happy feeling to fucking kill me, please. You know? So I think for things that's only up for a specific amount of time, especially if it's a really short amount of time, you should not build the game around people's vanity. It doesn't matter that everyone has it. It's a holiday fucking event. Get over it. It's not like it's hard. So let's be honest. Is it hard to get the Heartbreaker, like the physical activity? Is it a test of skill? Not really, right?
No.
It's literally just a test of diligent farming. Like, if you diligently farm, you might get the Heartbreaker. That should not be, like, that should not be, shall we say, unique at that point. I stick to do a fun quest to get a fun mount. You could do a quest chain as well. Maybe a very cool quest chain that leads into a dungeon, and at the end of the dungeon, you get a really cool mount. Just as a way to say, congratulations, you finished it, you know? Yeah?
Or another idea is put it behind an actual difficult achievement. Not difficult in terms of, you know, you have to do a lot of damage or something like that, but mechanically, you know, like a jumping puzzle or something, I don't know.
Yeah, but then it can also not be part of a... Well, actually, yes, that could be behind a holiday event. If you had, like, that jumping thing that you had to do in Cataclysm, right, where you had to do 20 jumps, one after the other. If you had you remember the Legion stuff? Those world quests that would ask you to go through different hoops and shit? If you made, like, a really difficult one like that...
The Throne of Thunder one where you have to jump, like, 100 times?
Yeah, if you did something like that, and at the end of that, you guarantee get your fucking mount. Like, guaranteed. It's 100% drop chance. As soon as you unlock the achievement, that one is yours. then it doesn't mean that I have to spam this exact same thing on 4 million different characters just to get the drop chance. It just means that I have to do on one character consistently till I get it. And it is a question of skill, right? It's a skill question. It's literally not a question of diligent farming, as it were. You just have to keep doing it until you get it right. And then you get the guarantee. So that I can also see. I can sort of agree with it. It's just interesting that Blizzard is actually finally fucking listening to the player base. You know, they're finally fucking going, wait a second, our player base is unhappy. Maybe we should listen. Maybe we should pay attention to why they're so unhappy.
My favorite part of all these, you know, like actual good changes is just looking at forums and seeing people say, it's like, oh, Microsoft is finally doing their job. Thank you, Microsoft. Oh my god. That's the best part.
Jurgen, it's not just Tasovish. If you guys remember, so Ulduar is probably the best example ever of this. Ulduar had the 2 raid mounts that was guaranteed if you could do all of the achievements within the raid, right? You had the hard mode achievements, and then you had, well, the 10-man and the 25-man. And if you did all of the achievements in the 10-man and the 25-man, you'd get a mount at the end of that. And then, of course, it also had the mount of Mimiron's head. And did Yoxaron drop a mount?
Didn't Yoxaron drop Mimiron's head?
Oh, sorry, yeah, Yoxaron drops you Mimiron's head if you do Mimiron. So you have 3 mounts. It is just 3. Is it 4 mounts in Ulduar? Why do I remember 4? No, it's just 3, right?
I don't remember.
How many mounts is in Ulduar? Is it 3? It's Mimiron's head and the 2 proto-drakes. 1 for 10-man, 1 for 25-man. Did Algalon drop a mount?
No.
Algalon didn't drop a mount. So you had 3 mounts in Ulduar. That was perfect. 2 mounts were incredibly deterministic. Right? You knew exactly what to do in order to get the mounts. One of them was a mount drop. Like, a mount drop should be a fucking mount drop. That was fine. Nowadays, almost all mounts is down to chance, right? It's like, it's all weird.
Not all of them. Like, the Tasovish example was really good. And also, can you still get the hard mode mount from Mechagon?
I don't know.
Because that, if not, then that's like an example of a mount really, like, done really well, you know. It was basically a seasonal mount, like, it was there for half an expansion, and even at the end, if you didn't know the exploit, I knew, which I got the mount bid for like 10 people, my friends, and told them that if you get banned for it, you know, don't blame me, because this is an exploit where you don't have to deal with the final boss's mechanics, but the actual mechanic, like, the rest of the dungeon became a lot easier.
Yeah.
But the actual last boss was still difficult even at the very end of the expansion, because you had to, like, you had to do the switches correctly. I don't know what they were called. Yeah. And you would insta-die if you fucked up. So that was a mount that was still fairly difficult to get even at the end if you didn't have an actual coordinated group of people. And even then, you know, you had to put in the effort.
I believe you got me the mount there as well, if I'm not mistaken.
And I think we were using the exploit.
Yes, we were. The first time the exploit didn't work, the second time it worked perfectly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got that mount as well because Tali helped me get it. So yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of things we can talk about that Blizzard couldn't do differently. I'm just glad that Blizzard is finally paying attention.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying, like, that's something they did well, in my opinion.
There's a lot of instances in history where Blizzard have done things really well that they can absolutely go back to and say, hey, this might be a good idea. Let's try this again, you know? They don't have to reinvent the wheel. Blizzard doesn't have to borrow from Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy is its own game, and people who play WoW don't necessarily want to play Final Fantasy. And to be honest, why would I play World of Warcraft Final Fantasy if I could just go fucking play Final Fantasy. When I play WoW, I want to play WoW. When I play Final Fantasy, I want to play Final Fantasy. It's as simple as that. I don't want the two games to be the same. There's more than enough things that Blizzard used to do that they can absolutely just bring back. And that would make things fucking perfect, right? The problem is that Blizzard seems to go further and further away from the things that they used to do really well, and closer towards the things that they don't ever fucking get right. You know, like diligent farming. Jesus, I'm never gonna get over that meme. Say if you diligently farm, you can do this in 3 weeks or 4 weeks. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? Diligently farming a video game? Come on, man. Oh my fuck. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna go grab fucking dinner. We didn't play as much Final Fantasy as I wanted today, but I did have this call lined up with Mint, so I really wanted to hear what he had to say about boosting in World of Warcraft and how it's currently working and what the community is thinking about it. So I hope that it was interesting for you guys as well. We will do Alexander tomorrow. We'll finish Alexander tomorrow, and then we'll start with the Warring Triads, because those are important. And Stolly, to answer your question, I will be playing Warhammer 3. If I'm not going to play it tonight, depending on how tired I am after I fucking had food and sort of chilled for a bit, if I'm not going to play tonight, we want to do, probably over the weekend on Discord, we want to get into a multiplayer game.
Oh, I'm telling that to Mopi. We are already setting up a co-op game for ourselves, but I think there's mode for 8-player now, with simultaneous turns, which is a completely new thing in Total War, so, you know, I'm hopeful.
We're gonna do that probably. So I'll likely download the game tonight, and if we don't do it this tonight, we'll probably do it tomorrow or the day after. But I do want to play Warhammer 3, so I'll probably download it now. I mean, fucking let you guys know. So just keep an eye on Discord. So I'll DM you guys when I can play, and then we'll smash Warhammer.
Actually, I didn't go to work today, so I can play.
Easy. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen of chat, thank you so much for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always. Thank you so much for sticking with me through the conversation. I had fun. I hope that you had fun. I will be back tomorrow, same place, same time as always. So be kind to each other, not too kind. Be good to each other, not too good. And as always, stay degenerate as fuck. Peace out, fam.